This is Valorant. This is First Strike Europe. I am your host, James Banks, and we are back for the second week of the playoff stages here, where 4 more teams today will give it their all to try and make it for those final 4 spots. We've got plenty of games to come your way, and joining me is none other than Maniac to understand the madness that is Valorant. And last week, we definitely got some madness.
We had some madness indeed, and just as a matter of fact, only one team is returning from that madness. It is only Prodigy who actually managed to make it to that weekend. And James, it's all or nothing for these teams today. That is the last qualifier if you want to make it to the main event.
And this is what it's all about, right? Hopes and dreams have been crushed in the qualifiers alone, let alone getting to this stage where you hit the best of 3s. Now, last week, we saw G2, we saw Liquid, we saw FPX and Summon FC make it all the way through to the main event. They get a bit longer than these other teams to sit back, relax, and unwind and make sure that they can get themselves in the best position possible to fight for that 100k prize pool that is on offer. And here are the results we got. And it was 2 zeros all over the shop.
That is the key point right here. Even though some of these maps may have looked tight, may have looked close, at the end of the day, the favorites did make easy work, did qualify. And you're right, they're going to use that time to prepare. New agent coming in the pool, might as well include it for the main event. That Summon FC game versus Exile was insane. If you haven't watched it in your free time, just go and watch it again. We had headshot left and right, but overall, the favorites made it.
The favorites did make it. And interestingly enough, though, right, just in case anyone hasn't been watching, in case anyone's missed out what this is all about, this is how you qualify for the finals. We're at the playoff stages right here. It's the 21st of November, but it has been a long road, a long set of games and days for many of these teams. And I think one thing to really push the point on here is some of these teams, they don't have organizations. They're not full-time. They're not just dedicated to Valorant. They're trying to find their way and make the dream happen.
Oh yeah, and this could be life-changing. This absolutely could be life-changing. Any of these lineups this weekend competing to that main event, that spot, that could change everything. An organization picks them up, salary coming in, you can give everything you have to that new game. Again, Valorant, new kid on the block in terms of game, but already a raging community.
It is, and that's what it's all about, right? The passion, the commitment, these teams and players trying to make it work. And you just saw there, this is where we're going to see the finals that will be taking place in the beginning of December. What everyone is hoping they can get their foot in the door with, because it's the start, right? This is just the beginning. And I think that's the point that's here to say that it's open, right? It wasn't like there were some invited teams, they got a bit of an easier chance. Everyone had to qualify in the same way.
Yeah, it's fair. And although you can always talk about BO1s, you can always talk about how cutthroat it is, at the end of the day, you had 4 chances to qualify for these kinds of weekends. We had 2 of these weekends when you make it, and then you have a best of 3 to prove that actually you deserve to, play at the main event. So the teams that made it, as we could see, the favorites, your G2, your Liquid, your FPX, they're in there, and it's not luck. They're in there because they deserve it.
They are, and they did deserve it. But also, we see a change coming into this week, week 2. It's Sky. She is now available to play. She comes from down under. She's one of Scrawny's favorite agents. She's playing a lot in our games when it comes to it. And if you hadn't had a go of this agent yourself, Sky, she has this regrowth ability. It's an AoE heal, quite a big radius on it in order to heal up your teammates. You've got the Trailblazer, which is the Tiger Talisman she throws on out. Gets to run forward as the Tiger, confuse some enemies, make sure there's a bit of a problem going in there, gives her a lot of defensive abilities coming in. Then she's got the guiding light that comes into play, which is her flashes. Now, some of the players I've been talking to think those flashes are very overpowered and have a lot of ways that they can be used in a unique way.
Look, information is the name of the game for Sky right now. Not only with your Tigers, as you mentioned, but with the flash, you get that sound cue that you have flashed an opening, so you can use it to hard check, hard clear any angles. They're flashed. No, he said that's not my straight action, I cannot do it. But she's going to give you so much information, and that ultimate, as we have it here, the Seeker. Think about a 3 versus 3 situation. You just see your Seekers coming out, you know exactly what is happening. So Sky, it's about information play, but I'm not sure. Is it too early to sit in a qualifier today? We might have some surprises.
I would love someone to really just pocket pick it and bring it in. I don't think that's going to happen because a lot of these teams, they're on the line, right? If you lose a game here, it's game over. You don't want to take that risk. You may not want to print it out. But some teams may have been practicing with her for some time. We'll have to wait and see. But hopefully, at main event, Sky will come into play. Now, talking about the teams we have here, Maniac, the teams we're going to see today, this is where it gets very interesting because we have 3 teams that we did not see last week. Prodigy is the only returning team. Everyone else has come through, played plenty of games, and made the magic happen.
Yeah, and in that bucket of everyone else, you have your NIP that didn't make it. You have your Gil that didn't make it. Exile as well, impressed the last week, but that was not enough to make it to that weekend event. You're right, only Prodigy. Returning champ. Not really champ, returning contender, I guess.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm down with that. And they've done a good job, right, for Prodigy. But I want to start with this team. They are a European favorite coming in here, and they've been playing since the very beginning, maybe on the different rosters, but it's a name you all know and love. It's NOLPENKI.
In a week of upsets, NOLPENKI, the Giant Killers, surely stand out from the crowd. Long talked up by the pundits and community leaders of EU Valorant, on Friday night they delivered, taking out top seed, tournament favourites and G2 beating lineup Guild Esports in a nail-biting 13-11 finish. But where next? NOLPENKI have painted a target on their back bigger than any we've seen so far in Valorant, and now they have to deliver on the biggest stage of their careers. Can they steel themselves to reach the main event?
Now this NOLPENKI lineup, Maniac, is something to get excited about. Initially, it started off as a full Lithuanian roster. They made the move to EU and they took multiple pieces of different puzzles to create an ultimate team. But even back when it was still just before we got into the early Ignition Series events, many people were saying that this team is the one that should have had invites when they never got the chance.
It looks like everyone agrees that NOLPENKI should be in the top teams in Europe. But this event right here, that weekend, that is their occasion. That's their opportunity to prove that they belong here. We see some of the teams that they have beaten on their way to that qualifier, and we have, as I mentioned, Guild Esports, that 13-11 game on Haven. Obviously, who else but CNET topping the charts? I believe 25 kills he had. And you told me, and I will quote you on that because that is insane, you told me he is the best Jet player in Europe.
Yeah, many people might think, oh, what are you on about? Mixwell, blah, blah, blah. When you look at CNET, and I'm not just talking about scoreline here, look at the way he plays his Jet. For me, he's the perfect balance between a bit of EU Valorant mixed in with a bit of NA. He also knows when to go defensive with his Jet here. CNED decided to leave the Turkish scene, playing for the best team in Turkey. Could have been an easy qualifier through that Turkey region for him, right? And he came over to Europe because he was a step above the rest.
He looks to be, and I agree with you. I think Jet is not only about aggression, it's also about knowing when to use these smokes. But you can look at the crosser placement in these clips. It is crisp. It is beautiful. I'm so excited to see CNET fighting that weekend and to show a little bit how creative he can get with the Jet. Not only all in, but know when to fight and when to pull back.
Do you know what? One thing I'll say about this, and this is just him styling on people. Me and Mitch covered him in an Ignition Series event, and Mitch at the time and me were looking and going, okay, this is a lot about CNED. If CNED doesn't have a good game, this team wasn't doing well that he was playing with. Well, right now, CNED has just got better, and that's so scary for me. I cannot wait if he does get the chance to see him at main event, because he, under BBL, when he was with the Turkish team, was even able to challenge the G2 at the time.
That would be exciting. That would be exciting. I always have a problem, though, when we have a team that has an obvious dependency towards one player, and I agree with you. There needs to be someone else stepping in, and Vac is probably the name we'll mention. Their second duelist, playing the Phoenix, playing the Reyna. He's going to have to do the job. He's going to have to help CNED in that enterprise, no pun intended, because you cannot do it alone.
You cannot do it alone. And Vac is an old friend of mine. Back many, I think like 2 years ago now, I was covering another game. He comes from PUBG. He was an ex-pro in that game, never reached the highest heights. He comes into Valorant and he brings this same razor-sharp aim and a lot of his maneuverability that he's able to bring onto the server. And as you said, right, he can play some of the different agents. Phoenix, Breach in there, Reyna. He's very versatile, but he is very razor-sharp. His aim for me is so consistent.
And these characters, these agents, are so aggressive, so mobile. Think about the Phoenix, the Flash with the peek behind. Obviously, Reyna, the Dismiss, moving around the map. He's going to need to do that to support that CNET, support CNET on the Jet, and play that double duelist action.
And the great thing, right, when it comes to NOLPENKI, at the moment, they have Zeke, who is the dedicated in-game leader, but everyone has a voice. And when you talk to them, one of the things they say, sometimes we don't even know what we're doing. Like, we just throw out the surprises. So we're probably the hardest team to prepare for with that. I wouldn't like to face a team like that, but also that can be the time where you also need to remember some defaults if things do get rough.
Look, when you only play by instinct, to me, it's like the Pandora box, right? You can try and get into that kind of department, and sometimes it works, but it becomes really hard to know why you lost a game, game why you're winning. And even that's sometimes the hardest, question. Why did we win? If you all go by instinct, how can you make sure that you will do that again and again and again, which is the goal of any consistent team?
Well, you can't be talking about these teams. You can't be talking about EU Valorant without this man joining us kindly for this segment. Mitch, man, he's standing by. He's got a smile on his face. We had to get you here some way, mate. This is going to be an action-packed game right from start to finish. But you know from the beginning, NOLPENKI was a team that was overlooked so many times.
Oh, 100%, man. I mean, NOLPENKI, as you're saying, all right, the Lithuanian lineup way back in the day, we had a lot of respect for, and only VAC remaining, but he's managed to pick up a lot of guys that have experience across the region. I think the other thing, though, you have to say is their opponents ain't exactly slackers. I've known a lot of these guys, like Adamel, for example, going back 3-4 years now, way back into the COD and battalion scene, and they're also very experienced. So I think this is going to be one hell of a brawl. I'm excited to see this game, man.
And when it comes to NOLPENKI, right, we all know this as well. The interesting part is they don't have this position where it's like, oh, we've got an organization, we've got a salary. Some of them are still working and things. Like, this means everything for them. And this is actually the best shot because, remember, it's open qualifiers.
Well, exactly, right? Look, open qualifiers is where NOLPENKI live. This team has, I don't recall them ever getting an invite to a big event, even into closed qual. So this is somewhere that they're very used to. And they went out on the BO1s last week versus Prodigy, who, again, another returning team. So that's a good sign for them. It was 13-11 as well, so it's not like they got banged out. This is really their opportunity now that we get to BO3s. There's no excuses. You can see Guild, you can see NIP fall off in those BO1s, and I won't criticize them too heavily. But in this stage now, this is where these veterans should be able to deliver.
How do you view the whole IGL side of things, though? Because we give G2 the room to say, oh, yeah, you can rely on instinct. But for these guys, I feel like they need a little bit more depth, right? They need a little more backup in there.
You could always use a strong voice, right? Especially when you're looking at, if you're a team that is reaching the top of the scene, I'll accept that excuse. But just in general, for a team, I need that structure. I need that one voice who's leading, who's making the decisions, so there's not a little bit of chaos. But when I look at this team at the same time, though, I don't know who I would want to take the mantle and really 100% trust, because there must be so many ideas there. You've got a team that's overcoming language barriers. And I'm not talking about, 3 players from this region, 2 from there. They're from all around the place. They all speak different languages, and they're managing to get to a stage where they're communicating efficiently and making it into the top at least 10 within Europe. That's impressive. Combine that with the fact that you're getting CNED and VAC being taken off of a jet, right? First of all, they're insane individuals. CNED, rightfully so, keeping the jet. VAC, he plays 4 different agents. He's got 3 agents in which he's played 20 or more games with, and now he's adding Reyna into that as well. He steps down to the breach sometimes. I could see him potentially taking a Sky if he really wanted to go into a supportive role. Like, you've got a lot of depth on 2 players there who are fraggers, and then you look at the rest of the team, which is where you would normally see the depth develop.
Mitch, thank you so much for joining us. I wish we could have you here a little bit longer. Love you, brother, and we'll catch up soon, man.
Thanks, man. See you later.
Good to get some insight in from Mitch there, because we've been seeing all of this Valorant action go down. But we've got to move on to our second team within this, right? Prodigy are the next ones up, and they are the returning factor here. And that on its own is so impressive, because it's best of ones. Anything can happen.
Yeah, and they survived it. They have survived it. They won basically 10 BO1s to participate in both these weekends. And it must have been heartbreaking when they just fell short. That game against Liquid they had last weekend, one map, very competitive. The other one, whitewashed 13-5, quite quick. So can they bring that kind of depth today in a best of 3? They'll have one more week, in the bag, practice, playing officials left and right. That should be a better phase. And the opponents they have, there's a matchup in there as well.
There certainly is a matchup in there, and Prodigy are going to have to give it all they've got in their match today. So let's take a quick look at them.
First Strike EU has been a brutal battle, and Prodigy hold the honor of being the only team to reach the playoffs twice. A 13-11, 13-5 loss to Team Liquid sent them back to the start of the bracket, but they have only come back stronger. Their staying power is due in no small part to the extensive FPS experience of their roster, notably Happy, but also Pipson. But their delivery to the playoffs relies just as much on their new talent. With 1 week behind them and the scars healing over, can they take it home this time round?
It is certainly not going to be easy for this team. Remember when we spoke to them during the interviews, Maniac, just last week, and they were saying, we've only been having serious practice for a few weeks now. Another week with a lot of competitive games, a lot of official games can make a huge difference.
Indeed, and when you think about preparation, the tactical side of it, it's really a team that is trying to push the boundaries and try and organize. For example, they sometimes play without a Sentinel. They are one of the teams that would burst no Cypher, no Killjoy whatsoever, right? But you have Happy. And I know at times in eSport he's become a meme of lurking around, but I do feel that the way he's used in that team is very well organized, because I would see right here, Hoodie was actually on the flank. Sometimes they mix things around. They use Happy's raise to open up the side, and then someone else is coming in to lurk. So they are well organized, and I mean, Happy's been pretty much raining fires so far. He's always topping the charts. His stats are incredible. The ACS he's gotten massive. I mean, if we have a look here, more than 300 average combat score. More than 300.
And this is a player that many people thought wouldn't make a return to competitive gaming at the top level. He's come into Valorant and taken it by storm, and he's not just done it within the French scene. I think that's what's most impressive, right? He's gone over to this multinational team, and he's also not the leader. He's got that pressure taken away from it. It's Pipson is leading the charge.
Absolutely. You can see, you can feel that he's been kind of freed from that burden, and now he's just playing, just having a good time, fragging left and right, and he can do it. Sometimes we question, IGL's ability to frag. He went from IGL to player now, and he's having that impact now. We talk about IGL, we talk about Pipson. To me, that might be a problem. That might be the one weakness they have at the moment. Pipson is failing just a little bit, quite lackluster. And we know in Valorant, you cannot afford to have an IGL not fragging. You need to have 5 people fragging.
Yeah, it's very different when it comes to that. But when we're talking about all these players and all these European teams, we have to talk to the woman that talks to all the players when it comes to this scene. We've got Yinsu with us this time around. Yinsu, it's a pleasure to have you with us. How are you doing?
It is great to be here, Banks. I really appreciate that introduction. That's very nice of you.
Only the truth. Don't worry. When it comes to Prodigy, I got to ask you, though, we just covered it with Maniac, that Pipson, he may be the in-game leader, but he's not maybe delivering in the server as much as possible. Do you have an opinion on that?
Actually, do you know what? I am, to an extent, in agreement that it'd be great to have an IGL that can also frag out. But in terms of a team like Prodigy and a person and a player like Pipson, I almost want to draw my experience with Summon FC here and compare that to Boaster, because Boaster used to be an entry fragger in CSGO, come to Valorant, has to play the more supportive role as an IGL, doesn't always frag out, isn't always got the best stats on the scoreboard, but what he does for the team that people don't see, what he does on the server, what he does outside of the game, what he does in terms of coming up with strats, in terms of organizing the boys, and in terms of getting everyone on the right attitude is invaluable. And in my opinion, I think that's actually more important than fragging, especially when we got a player like Happy on that team who is goddamn scary on that raise. So yeah, I think we can cut him a slight bit of slack.
Okay, well, we'll have to see how it goes in the game for him as well. But also with Prodigy, what's really interesting is that, so we get some teams, right, that come from Europe and stuff, but they're all under one banner and they've all come together as like a team just a few weeks ago. And to not just get to the playoffs once, but twice, when we've seen some very notable teams struggle to make it, that's more than impressive.
I do feel like they definitely have that kind of resilience within the team. Obviously, the experience as well. What you're going to get with Happy, you probably won't get with some of the other teams, like you mentioned, that haven't performed as well in this qualifier. And I also want to say, I do feel for them a bit. Maniac mentioned earlier that they've played so many games to get here. And, these teams in this qualifier are going to have to go up against the teams from the first qualifier. And honestly, I have no doubt the likes of Doombronze, the likes of Sliggy, Mini, Mike, they're watching right now. They've got their notebooks out. They're watching teams like Prodigy, and they are anti-stratting the hell out of them. And I just feel for them because, they're one of the teams that's probably more exposed to this right now than some of the other ones in this qualifier.
Now, I know you probably lost your mind last time around when FPX were playing and brought out the Viper, but we've also got Sky coming into play, right? Do you reckon anyone might pick a cheeky Sky?
Oh, I would love that. I would honestly love that. I feel like this is the time for teams to be creative, and this is the time that if you have that pocket pick and if you can bring something different, it will be the difference maker in a game that's going to be as close as today's.
Well, Yinsu, thank you so much for joining us. It's a pleasure to talk to you, and go off and enjoy the games, because I know I will as well.
Thank you, Banks. Have a good one.
And now we need to make a move on to one of the other teams in here. They'll be facing up against NOLPENKI. It's Enterprise.
This Czech lineup are hard to read. Occasional moments of dazzling brilliance have been interspersed with some unpredictable losses. Their road to the playoffs has not been an easy one. Yet, late Friday night, they took newly minted former playoffs participants Exile Esports and made striking them down look easy. They met their opponents NOLPENKI once before, driving them hard before falling 15-13 in a double overtime game. What they have in common with their opponents then is the hunger to win. Now we're going to find out who wants it more.
Now, this is a team of challengers all from the same country, coming from Czech Republic. They have a lot to offer here, and they've come here in style. They may have already lost out to NOLPENKI in a best of one, but a best of three brings a whole different viewpoint of how you get into the game.
There is no way around it. They are the dark horse of that competition. They are the ones we don't know about. But if you want to know why you should take them seriously, let me just tell you how they qualified to make it here. 13-5 versus Exile. The team we were so excited about last weekend, they smacked them on Haven, 13-5. That game was so one-sided. Everyone was pretty much stepping up in terms of scoreboard. It was Monster and Magnum at the top. It was a team performance. So the least we can do is that they have our attention.
And there's one thing here. Look at the score lines, yeah? Okay, you may not know all of the team names in there, but Lunaris, legit. Entropic, legit. Exile, legit. And they got manhandled on some of these maps. There's one thing here about Enterprise, which is interesting as well, is they've only just recently signed to their organization, right? They're not all in a position where they can play full-time. Some of them are studying and stuff like that. This is not easy for them to juggle the time. Some of them are having to take time off work in order to play the qualifiers.
Absolutely. And when we talk about how one event can be life-changing, these guys are exactly the target we're talking about. You say they're studying, maybe working on the side, you qualify, suddenly you become a professional. That is the dream of so many people out there, and it could be possible. Now, in terms of lineup, I'll be honest, I'm discovering just as much as you are right now. We know a little bit how they approached the qualifier, some of the roles they had, for example, the Brooklyn on the Omen, but then they switch things around. They change a lot, which makes them hard to predict.
They really are hard to predict. There's one player that we have to look up, is Magnum. This guy here, you can often be seen on that Raze, but he's also been known to throw the Phoenix into the mix as well, and he is a deadly man to go up against.
He is. And when you play Raze, you have that pressure. There's no way around it. You have the pressure to perform and put down the damage, and it does seem like he's been doing it. 230 average combat score. These are not happy numbers, but these are pretty good nevertheless. I know you don't necessarily agree with the Phoenix pick, but it makes me think that he can be creative. He can be a little bit explosive with the flash peak. Now, he's the duelist. He is the duelist, and he's always going to play duelist. Some of the players in the team might chime in as well with some picks, but he's the one to look for.
He really is, right? And the thing is, you talk about the Raze kind of getting into it. The Raze has so much utility that's able to force out damage, the quick plays that can come off the back of it. It really does need a heavy hitter with it. And that's why sometimes we're quite critical on these Raze players coming in.
Yeah, and I do believe that Raze, I mean, beyond what we think is just, aiming, shooting, throwing grenade, there is a tactical aspect of it, right? If you think about the ultimate, for example, and how you use it to open up side, if you think about how you can use it in clutch situation to get someone off the defuse because you just hear that voice line coming in with the ultimate, there is a level of depth to Raze, which goes beyond just, oh, I throw nades and I have a rocket launcher. You can actually play clever with it.
And do you know what's interesting, right? When you're looking at this lineup, they've got some players that, like, you saw that, mainly playing Raze, sticks to it in general, but you've got players like Monster. You see him on a Cypher, but also when it comes to Split, you'll also see him on the Jet as well. And I love the versatility. We continue to talk about it. We're only opening the agent pool so far at the moment, but it's going to get a lot bigger, and these players have to be ready.
That seems to be the key for that team. Some of these players have main roles, and a good example is Monster on the Cypher, you're right, but they on some maps will change. They will step away from the comfort zone. They will go into a different agent. That is Jet, for example, on Split for him, but some other players do it as well. And I do believe that in Valorant, again, first few steps, first few months, we have different philosophies coming in when it comes to agents. We have teams who are just sticking with one composition. That's the one they use to win. And you have people experimenting, trying, figuring out, can we switch around in maps, in between maps? And they're trying to be creative.
And when it comes to creativity, right, Adamello's also one to mention because you regularly see him on the breach, but he's also one that swaps to the jet. Now, some people at home may go, oh, okay, well, why does he just not play the breach the whole time? And he lets one of the other players who also plays the jet come into it. To mix it up is not a problem because as long as it's working for that position, right, maybe who you're buddied up with in the bomb site, it's about the team synergy more than it is just the agent.
Yes, indeed. And it's also about just individual taste and likings, right? Maybe he does not enjoy to play that character on the map because the situation is in and basically the rush is against him, how he's got to use the utility. That can change around. For example, you don't see Sova on split. Doesn't mean people don't like Sova. It's just the map. So sometimes people stray away from their main pick to change a little bit. And in terms of preparation for the opponents, it makes it harder.
Now we've got one more team coming in here. And Maniac, I'm going to look at the camera and you're going to say the word for me. They are?
Lusty 2.
They say the cream always rises to the top, and in the EU Valorant scene, French lineup Lusty 2 continue to prove that talent wins games. One of several emerging heavyweights in the EU space, they have battled their way through the bracket to the closed play-ins both weeks, delivering win after win after win. Look out for APO and Tweenie, both with a knack for snagging unbelievable 3Ks as they take to the biggest stage yet for the playoffs week 2.
I can't make this lineup's name sound too good like you can, Maniac. You've got that French swagger when it comes to it. So Institute, for me, as they are, this is a very capable team who have got here in a good way, but they have not been together that long, right? They've not been a full team. They haven't had like some of the history or story, but they've got a man in there in existence who has had more than a storied career in FPS.
One of the greatest, if not the greatest, IGL there is in FPS games. There, I said it. Fight me. I'm here. I'm ready for you. I mean, what he's done throughout the years is incredible, and people know I'm biased as hell. I played with him for many years, so I'm not going to go on that monologue, right? But the fact that he's now playing with younger players, rookie players, inexperienced players, and kind of mentoring them, to me, that's his biggest value. Sure, as an individual, and you will see it on the server, he can still frag. He can frag the hell on the server, but his true value is organizing the game, creating a game plan, understanding what's happening, having players beside him that becomes better and better because they play with him. That's his strength.
But you also played with him in Valorant, right? At the very beginning. And how was he to play with in Valorant? Like, how much of the same old existence did you get from that?
Well, the thing is, when I started playing Valorant, I knew that he would appreciate it. So if you had to picture existence in Valorant is the equivalent of a kid when it's Christmas opening presents. He was so happy, so excited. I told him, look, we're going to play, no, it's a little bit like CS, but there's some abilities, it's going to be creative. And he became a nerd instantly. He just learned all the abilities, all the utilities and everything. He was messaging me at 1 a.m. like, hey, come on the server, I got to show you some stuff. Hey, Kevin, come on, I got to sleep now. But he was really all in. And I do believe that the heavy tactical aspect and how creative you can be, that fits him a lot. Now, is he going to be, individually speaking, enough for the top level? That is a question for the future. I think asking the question is legitimate. So far, so good.
And we've also got to look at the other team members on his roster, right? Because it's not just about him. He is the one with experience, but you also have a man like Tweenie who can put up some big numbers in here. But like you're saying, these guys are all in this rookie year, right, as you could put it. This is their time to shine. This is their time to prove themselves under a great leader.
Absolutely. And I talked with Kevin yesterday, and he told me, specifically Tweenie and Apo as well, they are in this kind of adjustment period, right? When they're figuring out what it is to play at the high level, what it is to play with the pressure, because that is new. It is a different kind of environment rather than just playing with your friends or playing some, sub-level competitions. This is the real deal. What's happening right now, it could change their lives. So they're trying to catch up, and they're improving every day, every game. They're getting better. It was a little bit lackluster 2 weeks ago, he told me, but now, if you look at the game yesterday where they qualified, Apo was insane. He was insane on that cypher.
Just let me get you right there. You're saying in 2 weeks it changed that much already?
Yeah, individually they changed.
Wow.
You can improve. If you look at your game and if you think about the perspective you have in the game, you can improve quite fast. Especially if you have someone next to you who's already been down that road and he can tell you, look, you got to take this turn to the right here. It's going to make you go quicker to your final destination.
So it's like when Mitch plays with you and you're just teaching him and he's slowly becoming better.
That is exactly what's happening, Mitch.
Ah, there we go. He's a very lucky guy, isn't he? Do you know who's also, we are very lucky to have one man with us as well, an extra person to join us on the desk. It's FPX's Doom Bros with us. And Doom Bros, I wanted to start with this for you, mate, because EU right now has been wild. Could you have ever predicted yesterday that we would not see Guild and NIP in this situation?
In my heart, no. In my brain, yes. There's always going to be upsets, and teams are so close to each other now in EU. So for sure, this was a possibility, but in my heart, no.
And now, obviously, you've got your finger on the trigger when it comes to a lot of these teams here in Europe, and you guys are practicing against loads of different options out there. Some of the names that we've seen come through, though, were you surprised by any of them, or did this make sense? Did you think they were capable?
Both. I think I was surprised by Enterprise. They seem to me to be another Exile Esports, who are a national team who kind of comes up from nowhere for me and beats really good opponents.
Doombros, now I have the opportunity to pick your brains. I really enjoy that. Can you give me your thoughts on NOLPENKI? Because whenever I talk with people, everyone says they should be in the top, but now they need to have the results. So what's your take on that team?
Yeah, so this game isn't all about shooting hard and getting good stats. I think they should have a problem with maybe communication, and also having a stable leader and just someone to be a pillar for them. It's so important in teams like ours. We have Angel, existence in Landstitut, or how you say it. Or,
That's perfect. That's perfect.
Yeah, or Pipson and Happy, right? So I wonder if Vak is their kind of pillar, or if they don't just miss some guidance to guide them through the tough matches in the officials, right?
Amazing. Now, another question, change of topic completely. I know some teams are going the way of having one composition that they like and they play it on every map and they optimize it. Some other teams are trying to change roles, change agent depending on the map. What is your take on that? What's your opinion?
It depends on how good you want to be. I think that it's a mistake to play the same comp on every map. And I think the game is going to turn into a much more of a creative process where you're going to have to change heroes, and where it's going to be bans and picks. So for short term, it's the best to just play the same all the time and have good quality. But I think it's a smart idea to switch off roles.
Now, with some of these teams we're looking at, right, and the teams that have made it all the way to the main event already, and the teams that are sat there waiting and trying to get that chance now, do you think the teams that now they can't make it to main event, they don't have this chance, what advice would you be giving to those guys? What would you say to them? Because my biggest concern, mate, is that some of these teams might try change rosters or they break apart when actually they should still wait for the future. We don't know what's coming next.
Yeah, I think some orgs will probably see this as an opportunity to rebuild and have a triad process, and some will see it as an opportunity to grow. And I would say it's always better to stay together and not thinking of reinventing the wheel all the time, right?
Agree.
Stay together, grind through the hard points, and maybe change something here and there, but keep the general structure.
All right. You said something about how VALORANT is not only about shooting hands, and I really agree with you. Now, if you had to take, what is the difference between the top team right now and a team that's maybe top 20, top 30? What do you think are the main differences if the viewers had to understand that?
I think the way you approach the game, approach practice, and how you learn the game. It's a lot about attitude, about learning to listen, about playing together, performing under pressure, all those things combined, and just practicing with a goal in mind, and yeah, to win. Basically, it's the structure around the whole thing that separates tier 1 from tier 2 teams.
And do you feel, because of the whole agent thing and the fact that you can change the compositions and the strategies are complicated, do you feel like for the IGL, for the leader, it's twice as hard as usual? Do you feel like they need a lot of help in that game?
Yeah, for sure. I think you kind of need players to be able to call things on a shot and be a bit more innovative by themselves. And I feel this game, it can only benefit if you have more than one caller. At least in the mid rounds, because it's so much thing happening all the time.
Now, Doom Bros, I'm going to end you with two very quick questions here. First of all, do you think we're going to see Sky by any of these teams coming into it? And how many teams do you know that are practicing in Europe with Sky already and trying to add it in there, maybe you guys in there? And who do you think is going to win today's games?
Okay, so I think Sky is gonna be played. Maybe not now, but for sure in the main event. And I think she's gonna be played by these guys, maybe David P or someone who's not comfortable with Breach, but is kind of in the middle of I need to play Breach because the guy is good, right? So it kind of bridged the gap in those heroes. So I think she will be played. And my predictions for these two matches today is obviously I think NOLPENKI is gonna take it, but I think it's gonna be a really hard game because I don't know anything about Enterprise except I see Magnum all the time on the top list of the stats. And we have both matches are actually one national team against one international team, so that can also play a big role when it comes to these high pressure matches. But I say NOLPENKI for this match, and I would probably go with Prodigy, because I like Happy Slurks.
Hey, Happy Slurks, you gotta love them. Doom Bros, thank you so much for your time, man. A pleasure to have you with us on the desk, and we'll see you at that main event.
Thank you.
Always good to have Doom Bros come on here. He's such a smart and intelligent man when it comes to leading the charge with FPX. But what we've got to do for now is get ourselves ready for the first game. This was only the pre-show. When we come back after the break, we're getting the main event. It's going to be our first game with NOLPENKI taking on Enterprise. A rematch, but a best of 3 for a spot at the First Strike Europe main event. We've got Launders on the desk. You enjoy our little pre-show there, mate?
I did. I loved it every single second. I was writing down notes. I was taking notes of Maniac's all his motions, his hand motions, very like French gestures. The suit is looking good. I was really loving it. Every minute.
Look at this. This is why I bring Launders here, right? Because it brings that nice
Hype you guys
vibe,
up. I should have came on for the pre-show.
Yeah.
Hype you guys way up, get the confidence up. Yeah.
I'd be down to see that. But I'm also down to see this crazy matchup, right? Because it is a rematch. That split game we spoke about, it went into the craziness when it came to it, but NOLPENKI took the win. It was a best of 1. But things have changed for both these teams. Just Enterprise's results alone have looked better. But NOLPENKI, they're certainly the favorites.
They are the favorite, but I do believe we might underestimate Enterprise just because the lack of information we have. By all account, NOLPENKI, and we talked with Doom Bros, right? They should be a top team in Europe. If you want to do that, if you want to be at the big boys table, you need to win today. You need to make it to the main event. So obviously, if you were to ask me, sure, they should win that game. They are the favorite. But the last time they played, you said it, overtime, it was really hard. And about preparation, we don't really know what to expect from Enterprise. They're switching roles depending on the map they play. So unfortunately for NOLPENKI and the fans out there, I don't think it's going to be that easy.
And we do have, because we have CNET on Jet, we have a character who almost doesn't care what comp you have, right? We have the way to go past utility, to go above utility, to be quick, to get out of situations. And CNET's been so consistent with Jet. That's the scariest part, that in a best of 1, or in this first map, any given map, he's going to have the ability to take over the game completely. I meant to say in such a short game. You know, he has been so consistent with his stats and such a star player.
Well, he is a star player, but also there's some star players on the Czech lineup that we are getting to know ever so slowly. This guy, though, Adamello, he had some big words for me before the game. Well, you did face off against NOLPENKI in a best of 1 last time on Split, and it was a real close one. They won 15-13. Are you really up for getting revenge this time around? And what's changed in this little week break that you've had in between that match and this one?
we had a Solon split last time, but it didn't really pay off. So we changed the comp a little bit. But yeah, definitely looking forward to that match because we want that revenge, definitely.
And what would you say is your biggest advantage as a team that you have over NOLPENKI?
NOLPENKI is a mixed team or from one country, but from my perspective, it's our communication because we all are from Czech. So we have a really sharp and quick communication so we can, adjust right away. And so I think that's our, let's say, move to success, that communication, because we always try to communicate together and have a great team play.
And now that's a key point, right? I'm glad he touched on the communication because it's also what Doom Bros touched on. He was saying when it comes to the roster, especially for one like NOLPENKI, they've got so many. It's not just like very Central Europe, right? It's all over Europe that they're taking players from. And we already know, I've tried speaking to some of these players. English is great when they're typing on Discord or something, not so much when they want to do a live interview. When you're all talking the same language, that communication is going to be crisp and fast.
Yeah, look, in some of these clutches and with the amount of action happening on our screen, we know communication is going to be hectic. It's going to go everywhere. Now, I do believe that the best teams out there will figure out codes to use and not talking explicitly about what's happening. He is using that ability. No, you cannot do that. You need codes, right? So this is where a team that has to speak English as a second language can actually get away with it because if you have good codes, you don't need to talk all the way. But yes, speaking your native language will be an asset. It will be a strength for you moving on to clutch situation, very tight moments. I'm
really into the confidence. I'm coming back and wanting revenge because right now Enterprise are going like this. And NOLPENKI they'd even dropped the map to Exile, I think, which was a big loss for them. Whereas Exile got absolutely smashed by Enterprise 13-5. One of the few teams that got 13-5 on their way here.
Yeah, and that's what's the crazy thing. When you look at the results Enterprise have, it's been insane. But I want to look at what this veto is going to be like because NOLPENKI, they're the highest seed coming into this. And they have told me they don't play bind. They're not interested in playing bind at the moment. So I'm expecting that to disappear. So we see Haven picked by Enterprise, Ascent picked by NOLPENKI, and a split decider if we need it. Well, we know how close this was. So for me, this is a good 50-50 middle ground.
I agree. I'm a little bit surprised with that Ascent pick coming out of NOLPENKI. I thought they would go for split. The numbers were a little bit higher in that regard. They decided to go for Ascent. Fair enough. Split in the middle. And you said that bind was never going to be in the discussion.
Yeah, I think Enterprise have won their last 4 of 5 Haven matches, so that could be something for them where I think overall it's not their highest percentage, but recently they've been doing very well on it. And then NOLPENKI, I think with the Ascent pick, we're seeing a lot of teams, they are bringing new maps in for these qualifiers specifically, maps that you wouldn't typically expect. So I'm sure like things change by the day in VALORANT, and that's what's so exciting about it.
It does, right? It's so new, there's so much going on, but Launders, there's so much going on that you've got a game to cast. So I'm going to let you get on, right? Get moving. You've been great here. I love having you here, but we're keeping moving, keep it all going, because we've got to get ourselves ready for some agent picks and get ready for this game ahead. And Maniac, I think the main thing when I'm looking at these two teams now is not only the fact that it's a rematch in here, but it's also the fact that NOLPENKI, right, they're the ones with more to lose. They're the ones with more pressure on them because they're desperately looking for an organization. They're looking for a home.
They have the pressure. They have the pressure. They are the favorite by all accounts. We've said it, and they have to win. Now, we move into this agent pick, and let me be honest, this could go anywhere for Enterprise. They've been switching things around. For example, Adamello should play the Breach, but it happens that he moves away and plays a different character. I think Breach is going to come in for Adamello here. There we have it. Zydish should be on the Omen. He's the OTP Omen. He's been playing that very vital character. Brooklyn, his counterpart, also on the Omen.
And he's the in-game leader as well, right? And I love with Brooklyn is like, stick on the Omen, you're the in-game leader. You can be a specialist on that. Omen is so useful now from start to finish. I can't see teams not picking it, but it also gives him less to think about, right? If he's leading the team, just let him have one agent the whole way through. I'm down for that. That's acceptable. Now for CNED, oh, I wonder what we're going to get. Oh, what a surprise.
Gasp, shock. Gasp. Cina's going in for the Jet, but that's what we want to see. That's what the viewers want to see. That's what he's known for. Now, Magnum, he's been changing around a little bit. Raze is usually his go-to. That's his most used agent in terms of duelist. Sometimes brings in the Phoenix, but that is mostly on Ascent. So here, I should think we have a Raze coming in for Magnum. Indeed, Jesman, he's the Cypher. We know he's been mixing Killjoy here and there. Last time I've seen on split, right? So I think he's going to stick with the Cypher. That is the case. And Monster is his counterpart. Monster is the Cypher as well.
And then when it comes to Zeke, right, he should be picking out the Sova. That would make sense. He's supposed to be the one with the bigger voice in this team as well. They're all chiming in. Like they said, they're all the ones that have input. They don't have like a designated straight in-game leader, but Zeke is kind of the final man there, the one with the last word.
Should be 2 Sovas, actually. We have 2 Sovas, if I'm not mistaken. Zeke is going in, of course, and then Eric should also stick to the Sova. We know on Haven how you can use it. We have it, the Sova coming in. So I'm glad. I thought I would be completely wrong on that one because Enterprise is so hard to read. Makes a little bit of sense. We have, your Sova, usual suspect on event. We have Omen, obviously, so played. Raze as well. The Jet on CNED. So we have some safe bets in there that we know what to wait for.
And the thing is, right, even though we can know what they're going to play on the last map and what's been seen, the problem with Enterprise is they really could play different agents on different players. This is not a problem for them to mix it up here. So they can throw us some curveballs out here. But for now, this is the normal, this is the standard. So both teams should have known what they're going to expect here. For me, this is the must-win map for Enterprise. Because if you can push it to split, right, and you're not, say you can't pick up the second map, this is the one. You get this one now, you sit there with your cushion, and you can feel real confident that you pushed them to overtime last time on split, whatever happens on the second map.
You're right. You're absolutely right. If there is a way for Enterprise to make that upset happen, it is through winning Haven at the start, right? Because then you might get that split, and the last time around it was very close. Maybe you learn from your mistake, you have new plans coming in, you can do it. So if there is an upset possible, it starts with Haven.
Well, these games are going to be action-packed. They are going to be close. We've got Enterprise taking on NOLPENKI. We're going on to Haven, and we're heading on over to Scrawny and Launders. Take it away, guys.
Sure thing, James. Thank you, James and Mathieu, and welcome, everybody, as we get one step closer to a little more first strike action. The game is ready. We're going into Haven. Launders, how you feeling about this one?
Amazing. This is going to be a heater. It's 4 of 5 for both of these teams, and both of these teams got their big win recently. Okay, we have Exile, who were the team who even beat NOLPENKI at one point, got dumpstered by Enterprise, 13-5 on Haven. Turning it over to NOLPENKI, they yesterday were able to beat Guild to get here on this very map as well. Both teams are in form, 5-0 out of the qualifiers, coming head-to-head. Enterprise looking for revenge. The storylines couldn't be any sweeter.
And so, we begin. Haven up first, and already I see myself a little bit of a stack up towards that mid window. I want peaks, I want carnage, I want kills, and I want a little more Valorant action. Give it to me.
We talk about who goes head-to-head. Magnum and CNED are 2 people who are going to be at each other's throats.
Shadows.
All right, wasting no time. My God, they are already in the B site and planting. It has been 5 seconds.
Minute 30 plant.
And that spike is down already. Straight up post plant as well. Everybody falling back as quick as they can. The frenzy from CNED nets him nothing. So he's just going to jump on the defuse. Why not? He's already got it halfway locked in. That's an excellent first half of a defuse. And now because of that, they've got the bodies to try and maybe just stick this. The carnage begins. We've got shots back and forth, but the defuse comes through because the hesitation was not there from NOLPENKI.
Is all about a CNED, able to get that to halfway. That spike have to fuse that early before they can pull out the utility. Most teams would be afraid to get it to the halfway point before establishing some control inside of the B site. But CNED, I guess he realized, like, this is so valuable for me to get to halfway this early, goes for it, nothing comes out in time, and yes, they kill a couple of targets in between that second half of the stick, but you can see why the strat is something that they'd want to use, because versus most teams, maybe there'd be too much respect given.
All right, it's not broke. Don't try and fix it. Run right back into the B site. Easy pickup from Magnum. He gets paranoid, and Eric gives him cover. So same spike plant, same position, nearly same timing. But Enterprise have this down to the 4 versus 1. I think they realized that the only shortcoming of the previous round was that they weren't able to hold off when that defuse was rushed. Well, now everybody's inside of the site. They're not playing post-plant 50 yards back. They are on top of that spike, and they are on top of this round as the attackers in Enterprise just stole it back.
Okay, I'd be scratching my head until dandruff fell off at this moment, because this is the quickest kind of like force buy back into a round that I've ever seen so far. Like, that was super quick. They tried the exact same thing. They had better guns, but they're going up against a team who had even better guns, and they had just one versus that strat. It was a brave thing to do. It was cool to see it work. How many more times are they going to be able to kind of QB sneak that spike plant inside of the B site by 1:30?
Well, the breach packs definitely help. Lickety split. I think Omen would have been scanned there, so his position unknown, but now he has been found, and Adamello's going to give the cover down long A. Get rid of the scouts, and immediately going to retreat here. Fast rotation to try and force their way onto the C site, and little do you know, it is completely clear for the taking.
I love the idea of the fast rotations in Val. It feels like people are moving and floating quite often on the defense. Taking advantage of that by moving quickly on the offense is a perfect counter. Here's an open site, and of course, anybody is susceptible to rotations, even more so when you just have pistols. So great position here to get all the way over, out of dodge from A, into C, put the spike down, and have a super easy post plant.
How about some exit kills? Ooh, a little classic through the box.
Just
Why
a
not?
snack.
Yeah, I mean, it's still early days, right? You know, we make this analogy sometimes, fighters feeling one another out. There was no time in those first 2 rounds to gauge distance, to get a feel for who's hot and who's not. It was just chaos, bedlam. And now, well, we're gonna start getting into the reps.
Yeah, it's such a cool idea to start out that strong. Typically, you would see a feel-out period. They do have some history here. And again, both teams extremely confident right now, especially on Haven. So this I'm so curious to know more about. What's going to happen now that it's clear? It's clear, right? It's been established. It's not just a pistol round thing. It's a rifle round thing. It's an anti-eco thing. That Enterprise are going to dive that B site. That's a threat. What's the early round situation for how the defense will deal with it? And then what happens when that doesn't work, or if that's not tried by Enterprise? If that's something they were only using early on in the half, and they got what they wanted out of it already.
Quick C site play. This is the entirety of the attackers moving inwards. Monster's fully blinded. Excellent paranoia coming out from Aaron. Now, Jesmine back sight gets canceled out. Magnum's ability to keep pushing despite losing those first 2 players is great, but here comes the Hunter's Fury. Zeke shaving the planter off of the site, but the spike is still down now, and CNED's able to cancel out Magnum. It is a legitimate 1v3. And Adamallo's position still unknown. But Zeke sends out the Owl drone, and he still hasn't spotted him. Process of elimination. They should know he could be down here, but they still look onto Long. He's trying to get the diffuser off, but Vac takes the round away, and NOLPENKI win their second.
With 1 HP on Vac. That was very close. Could have caught a stray bullet and ended up dying. So that is a moment of respite now, as they've pushed them into doing something a little bit new and dealt with that as well in the retake. The Hunter's Fury is key. Our Omen gives his life away to put that spike down, and it's hard. I mean, I think it does make sense as a play, but he realized he's also immediately putting his team into a player disadvantage situation in the post plant. So relying on them to overfrag and find some positions to get those kills, but that does not end up happening. Okay, so the spray down into garage as players start to creep out towards mid. The pace is still a bit slower here for Enterprise. CNED is going to have a bit of information over on the A side. Spams down.
No more charges left. Cage trigger.
Well, tries to put some shots down range. Doesn't end up getting any damage off. Oh, sorry. No, excuse me. He had such low health, I couldn't see he took any damage at all. That's Cypher down to 4 HP.
Lucky to be alive. Here he comes. Better run. Boombot making space, and Magnum, quick headshot. Now he whips out the showstopper. Even paranoia. He's able to body bag another. Zeke hot on his heels. Easy execution, but not an easy situation, seeing as it's still the 2v4.
And these guys are flowing. It's almost a situation where you want to give up, but it feels like when you have any amount of utility, you're always going to attempt it. He shock dart is slightly missed.
Fault line hits the mark, back left to his own devices. Zeke moves back in, sees a second, can't do anything about it. Enterprise going back to what they started this attacker half with, that deep post-plant position. Nobody on the site, nobody down in garage as they had in the previous round when they were flustered. You can see, if it's a comfortable plant and they've got the time, they're going to put that gap between them. But I want to see this third kill from Magnum. Look at the showstopper and check. Okay, no, sorry, it was Breach at the same time.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see how quickly Enterprise will commit to things when they decide it. They are 5 fingers on one hand right now, which is nice to watch. And they also called out NOLPENKI for maybe having some communication issues and potentially not being able to have the same amount of leadership. And I think this is the first way, the best way, excuse me, to emphasize the difference between the two of them. Make decisions fast.
Information gained.
Okay, mid-control here.
Yeah, they're going to make a little play off this. I like it. You know, the attackers have sent the Boombot into garage. They haven't clearly taken any footing in mid, so now all of a sudden, NOLPENKI, they're going to catch him by surprise. Curveball goes out. They don't know about CNED. And they could also get hit by the Spectre of Jessamine, but he gets taken down. This actually primes CNED beautifully.
He knows.
Because of the distraction, he goes in on 2 and could very well grab himself another. But he's also able to buy a little bit of time. He's been scanned, and he has the spike ahead of him. His team has the man advantage, and they're slowly swarming what's left of Enterprise, who have to know that they are in a sticky situation. CNED, he wants to jump them. He wants to go through this, but he knows better. 36 seconds, and Eric is able to answer. Zeke, all that's left, and they still don't have that spike.
30 seconds left.
What an awkward standoff. They end up dropping so many bodies in the spawn, but it doesn't even work out for the players who are pushing. And it looks like it was a good angle being held, but Zeke will win that duel. Again, another strained situation, but Clock is on the side of the defense here.
Oh, 10 bullets in the magazine. Oh,
he's out of there.
Left.
Just in the nick of time. Able to dodge out to the A site. Now this gives Brooklyn a great chance to reset for the 1v1. And you saw that frustration from Zeke just now. Shakes his head in disappointment. He knows that his prey may have gotten away. A big peek around from spawn, and Brooklyn predicts it.
Love it. That's playing with confidence right there. Taking that hard angle, realizing, you know, 1 of 2 rotations. If not, I can go heaven. I can defend the plant that way. But for now, I can take this aggressive position while Zeke's frustrated that he now has to run to his site, knowing he has a disadvantage. And just push that into a round victory. Very interesting round, very confusing round. A couple of ults getting popped here, as we'll see. And CNED, he makes a play and a half, but then dying, leaving his teammate on 1v2, made it a precarious spot. This made it so that Zeke just had to really get lucky on that spam.
And Zeke, I mean, really nice prediction of that first player being around the C corner. He takes it down into the 1v1, gives Omen just enough room, right? Just enough space to wiggle his way out. Good thing he had the ultimate on hand as well. Really cool round, you know, despite it being off the back of little to work with, you know, the defense really showing that a couple of abilities at the right time, strung together with a nice little bit of team play, can make for a very interesting round of Valorant. That was fun stuff.
It did feel like a series of roulette bets, though, with the different pushes that they tried, right? Like, let's gamble here, let's gamble here. We're not going to be coordinated, but at the same time, we're not going to get caught together. Okay, Hunter's Fury up into the C site. Magnum gets the opening. Make that 2. He does it again.
Deep commitment from Enterprise. Easy takeover of the C site. You saw the execute come in. Hunter's Fury on the left side of C. We had a fault line from Breach going deep on the right. Anybody who was in sight had to be stranded behind that main box. And that's what Magnum has done well in multiple rounds already. Getting into the site, clearing behind that one piece of cover, and taking C for Enterprise. That is their 5th round on the board. And they could clean sweep NOLPENKI if they go hunting.
No kidding. This on attack, very good stuff so far, and this really has felt like, in terms of everything that Banks Mania talked about in the pre-show with the interviews from Doom Bros, like looking at Magnum and then looking at CNED, right? These are the 2 kind of big characters from recent games that are having extraordinary impact. And in any one map can really take over the game. They are that level of carry. CNED may be higher than Magnum, but if Magnum shows up where he's not been quite as consistent, then that's a scary thought, because overall their team is quite strong. Whereas CNED, it feels like without CNED, what is this roster?
Yeah, without that pillar, How do they wrap their way up this? But look at the double pack into the corner, clears one. Hunter's Fury actually forcing Zeke. Zeke did have a chance at trading that first kill immediately.
But it's just you got this giant freaking laser beam blasting through the box you're trying to haul behind, and you're out in the open. It's like you could hit that very same shot if there wasn't a giant laser beam right beside you, right? But you're distracted. You're scared. You feel like you're being called out. It makes a really big difference in the fights.
Lasers and death rays, everything they need to just simply overwhelm, right? I think that's the word that best describes a full-blown execute like that. It's overwhelming, especially once your first teammate goes down for free. It's all on your shoulders, as it is here with Jesman, sitting up in the heavens. He falls back ever so slightly, and he does have a man rotating over, but we've got ourselves a handful in the post plant. 2 handfuls, in fact, in the 5v5. Hunter's Fury out, taking his time, denies the spike plant for now.
Oh, perfect timing, gets 3 shots off. But there are still a couple of ults up. Phoenix's might be only good for 1, but at least some information.
Yep, he's gonna run it back into the site already, and he goes down empty-handed. 5 health left on Adamello. That's an easy trade. It's Magnum to make the difference yet again. Showstopper, not with a kill, but rather just a bit of damage. CNED from above. What an awkward position to drop in. No, but the burst shot on the Classic with 28 health. He sees the TP, sidearms back out, but it's not nearly enough. Enterprise find their 6.
God damn, that would have been so sick. And it was so sick from the Omen to get out of dodge in that way. Nice attempt from CNET. Should it have come that close? They had to pop 3 ults to get to the point of losing, just barely. Another attacking round here, and you have to absolutely love the way that Enterprise are attacking right now. They are so tactfully using their ults in different spots. We just had Hunter's Fury allow Raze to make so much progress, up C quickly, and now over on the A site, they just used the 1 breach ult with a full-on execute in a position where teams are playing retake on A quite often. And they actually defend versus 3 ults, which is the scary part for NOLPENKI.
Enterprise starting to feel it, huh?
Who are you, Enterprise? Who are you?
Who are you? 6 rounds to 2. Oh, Eric absolutely denies CNET from the skies. There's still 2 players over here on long C. They're trying to give chase, but difficult shots to land through the Omen smoke. Eric's hands are forced, and Jesman now trying to keep things going.
Okay,
2 versus 3, and they are out. But Launders, they're going to walk right into Zeke, who is primed and prepared with the frenzy in the corner. Neural theft coming out a little too late.
One enemy remaining.
Oh.
That won't, I mean, it won't matter. That's 2 frags. It's down to the one-on-one situation. Adamello, he just has to make a read as to where that kill is going to come from. I think this is a situation it's wise to actually push for control, take a risk, get some information, find the early fight if someone's there. But, oh, it might be a matter of timing. Oh, my goodness, in favor of Adamello. It didn't look like that was going to be the case, but you have to give him credit. He was aware of the mid-rotation.
Yep. Again, just keeping eyes left and right. But I mean, we give him props. Another round for Enterprise. A corner play, that deep corner play coming out of Zeke could have been everything.
Yeah, but you always
just turned away.
I think on paper, you always have to give it to the player who has the spike in a one-on-one. Just as a rule of thumb. If they have enough space to get to the site, they can put the spike down wherever they want. That is a nightmare situation for the defender side to come in and retake. Always. You can still win, of course. We saw very... Oh, okay, hold on. Before we get into that, Magnum, he's already ready to plant here on B, excuse me, once again. 3 rounds
where we started.
And it's quick.
And just like the pistol, it's a 5-man post plant back in mid. Eric,
full guns,
easily able to just turn his head around.
Kind of an interesting spot. They are going to be watching all of these flanks. Whoa, a quick reaction here by Jesman.
Yeah, we give him that one. But, of course, the Owl drone from Zeke did call out Eric's position. Now the mid players compromised. Zeke delivering with the 3rd, and the retake comes through for NOLPENKI. This B plant has been consistent for Enterprise, but 2 of the 3 rounds it's happened go the way of the defense.
Absolutely. It looks scary by how quickly the spike gets put down, but playing B is just not that common either. It feels like, in general, people are floating along in the early round. You never know. You're either going to get a full aggro on the A side. We might not have anyone playing inside of B. People might be rotating through spawn the entire round. But just because you get the spike down does not mean you win. We already know that. So great fundamentals here from NOLPENKI. When you retake in a position like that, and you know a team is going to have best post plans possible, your best situation is to try to push the extremities and wrap to get control of those best post plans possible. If they come down mid, they have to fight them inside of window, outside of garage, places that they feel very comfortable and safe and can run away and disengage very easily. But if you flank them, they're forced to fight.
A lot of tech being dropped here on Long C. Hunter's Fury comes out. CNED sitting pretty in back sight. Just got clapped back by the Vandal. Monster opening it up. And the rotates cannot get into position in time. But once more, the defenders will use the Hunter's Fury to try and stop the spike plant. They delay it, but they don't get a kill off the back of it. Vac, again, running it back into the site with nothing to show for his efforts. Zadish, he's back in garage, waiting for his chance to strike. Bruklon, he wants to fall back. This is an entire retreat. But still, they've got that rolling thunder, so understandable decision. Here it comes. Defuse halfway through. This does make things a little awkward, but still winnable. However, they are relegated to the back of the site, and now the kills begin to trickle in. Zeki pushes through, and with 2, he is stopped right there.
They are murdering from so many different perspectives. The way that they're using ults once again. Now it's not to open up the site, it's to secure the post-spike situation. This is post-plant situation, excuse me. That's so beautifully played, right? Everybody just groups up inside of the cubby. They wait for him to use that. Then they move in as if they were attacking the site once again. This is an unexpected move for the defenders who are expecting some space so that they could attempt to use their utility. Like it's their time to try to come back in. They say, no, we're not done executing on you.
It's funny, right? The Hunter's Fury comes out, the run it back comes out from the defenders. NOLPENKI burning those ults to try and take a site that was then literally forfeited over. They gave them the castle, only to re-siege it from beneath their feet. They had tunneled it back with that rolling thunder. Hell of a play. Hell of a half. 8-3. Final round here for Enterprise to prove their worth on their map pick of Haven.
Man, they're a two-sided team too. They can play both halves very well, and we've seen success from on both sides recently on top of that.
Scary situation for NOLPENKI, but Vac did just catch a little bit of Adamello. Here comes Magnum on the showstopper. Oh, bamboozled by CNED, who goes over top of him. Offset crosshair, Aaron comes in with the kill. Zadish is here in garage as Spike is planted. So Enterprise, we see you leading 8-3 at the end of this attacking half. Can you nail the 9th? In a 2 versus 4. There's a neural theft on the play. That is all they'll have to work with. Location revealed in the mid site. That primes Eric to go for the peak. He tries to spray them all. Nearly the lineup, but Vac will take it. And that is at least a 4th round for NOLPENKI. But 4 rounds on the defender's side of Haven. Is that nearly enough to bring back this map? Join us after the break to find out. 4 rounds is all they will have to try and bring this one back. Who is Enterprise, we asked. Well, they're the team that's leading 8-4 at the moment.
Let's go over once again. 4 of 5 won for both these teams coming into it. Both of their huge wins recently were on this map. This was an extraordinary half for Enterprise. They came out with a fiery pace. They never slowed down. They always kept control of things. They looked cooler when they used their ults. And I mean, more composed when they used their ults. We had interesting plays by NOLPENKI. CNET does look amazing, but it isn't enough. Enterprise look like the better team right now, and that's not what we expected coming into this match.
And Zeke, believe it or not, despite losing at a 4-8 score, has 18 kills to his name. Far higher than anybody on the side of Enterprise.
One down.
But CNET, he is the man who opens up shop here in the second half. They're going to walk right into Monster, though. He's going for the burst shots, and it nets him nothing. Bruklon able to get just the one, but it's Jesmin with the double kill that really seals this pistol. Had they been able to take that fight, Spike could have still been planted, and technically Eric could still clutch this, but do you believe in the 1v3 that he has more to offer? They know exactly where he's at. Owl drone soon to burn out. He's going to send out the recon dart, and what shall he find? Nothing. It gets canceled. Only 5 bullets in the magazine, switches over to the shock dart, and once they know he's out, because of the trajectory, they peek him and clean him up. That is NOLPENKI with a 5th.
Just a wonderful round from NOLPENKI, especially from CNET, and maybe we can see what he can show us in terms of openings here on the attacking side. Such a good job of finding that timing window inside of the garage after they threw a little fake inside B, cause a rotation, and then the aim displacement here, okay? The jet out. Everybody actually working together to make this as difficult as possible for Monster to hit a shot. It looks rambunctious, and that's by design. When the attack came in through that choke point, no one really wanted to commit to a fight. They're trying to find that timing window. Someone's going to try to burst. We're going to make sure you don't get all that damage off. Let the next person actually take the shot.
Oop, enough for that nade. Zeke hovers over. Tries to clear the closest of the corners and does, but still, they know something's gotta be in this direction. Magnum was flirting around with it, and now it's Adamello in the back of that C site. Very stark contrast in terms of pace on this attacker side compared to that of Enterprise.
It wouldn't be something, you know, they're probably expecting a lot of aggression here. We saw so much of it in the first half. Again, you can see it a lot of the times on this map, pushing all the way through into spawn, getting super aggressive on A-long. Some teams' defaults are just based around clearing out sewers and everything like that, but now Jesmin starts to move up. He gets a dink off. There's 2 players that he spotted back in the site. He'll fall back quickly. It's all a big distraction. They've, at the same time, taken C.
Yeah, easy peasy because of that contact from Jesmin. You saw the C player, you saw the mid man, both working over to the A site. And look at him. He's just going to retreat, pick up all his traps, and hopefully, for NOLPENKI, hang on here to all 5 players. Enterprise, well, they've got some tools worth saving.
Because of the nature of the game, it's really all about trying to find these empty sites. It feels like there is always going to be one. Yeah. Can you jostle those rotations? Can you fool your opponents? And it looks like, yeah, very, very, very clean anti-eco. On the flip side, guns will be saved here for the defense. But we move one step closer towards a tie game.
Jesmin, oh, dying out to the shorty Magnum. Cowering in the corner, is able to exit. So 1 kill is all it costs the boys on NOLPENKI to get themselves that 6th round. And suddenly, they're within 2.
Yeah. All right, so that helps a lot. And we can really now get to see what kind of defense Enterprise can put up and prove that they can be a 2-sided team in this match specifically. Again, looking at some of the recent maps, they definitely did do well in both halves on Haven.
But of course,
attack and defense kind of splitting. It's hard to say even actually which side they're even better on, to be honest.
It's the 1 Guardian with the 3 Sheriffs. That's what they're going to play with. And so far, so good. Magnum opening up early. Nothing like a wall bang headshot. CNET feels safe enough to grab the alt orb and will get away with it. Scoped in. Ooh, careful now.
Straight for the wall bang.
That Guardian is on Eric. So now he floats to the back of the C site, which is where we saw early face from NOLPENKI, but as you can see on the radar, they have already begun to move the caboose elsewhere. No commitments need to be made. I mean, they've taught us that already, right? If Enterprise wanted to go for those early full commitments, well, NOLPENKI, they're playing the other side of the coin. Rotates upon rotates, contact until flanks. Everything they've got to do to find these open sites.
Yeah, it feels like the move right now is basically just keep rotating until you find an empty site, because eventually you will run into one, get into a post-plant situation, and even then you're not guaranteed a victory, but you'd be a fool to run into a site with more opposition early.
See what they have in store for the retake attempt. It is a 3 versus 4. They do still have the Guardian. They do still have the Sheriff. And Adamello's even willing to drop the fault line towards the sewers. Ooh, unable to get anything off of it, as it is Zadish with the 2K, and CNED swoops in from the skies to close with their 7th.
Yeah, he takes the roller coaster up top. That was cool to watch. All right, 7-8.
Now we get guns.
Now we get guns. Now we get going. This is what I would label as the establishing round here for the defenders to really show us what they can do. It's where your in-game leader goes, okay, guys, deep breath. Let's get into it. We had a great first half. We lost the second pistol. We still haven't shown anything on this half. Don't worry about the last couple of rounds we lost. What is our setup? Right now, there might be pressure towards sewers, so seems like there could be potential for an early fight. Sorry, Magnum is actually just up top. They're hanging back, but they're playing within A.
A good little bit of damage here. CNED's dropped to 45. So no kill from the Hunter's Fury, but information and damage on only one player. Of course, there's a Blade Storm for NOLPENKI. They could always run it back. But they're still going to play that operator contact. And even on half health, he is able to find the opening kill here. Bruklon hopes that he walks in, but instead, as they have, NOLPENKI will walk back.
Interesting to see the difference in styles here on defense. Playing within sites, really camping out on some of these corners, trying to take duels versus the choke points. They don't seem to want to allow post-plant situations. Let's see if this harms the rotations at all. B, they don't feel comfortable going through it. There's only one player here in Magnum.
Ooh, that could be huge. No, the dash back from CNED. As he has back move forward, he's able to dash back as Jet to dodge what could have been a damaging paint shell.
They're not quite as fluid, and they weren't willing to take back map control, when B got threatened. Okay, CNED, he's living in their heads at the moment. He went up to B, he killed someone at A connector, and then after that, no one was even comfortable rotating through it. Everybody went through spawn. They took so much time going from C to A, and again, they're leaving the Raze in the site. That means that you do not want to let your Raze try to ace. You want to get in there with them and try to fight, because you're already at a man disadvantage, and if you allow another player to die, there's no way you're going to win. That's why players are not playing in the sites quite as much. They can play together outside of it and try to play off your ult, but they were not in that kind of position. Another incredibly impactful round here from CNED.
Damn, Magnum, that was so much pressure on his shoulders, and he was posted up on the box, but the recon dart from NOLPENKI was going to reveal his position. He tries to go down and make the play. He dealt with the run it back. Tries to drop the paint shell on where Phoenix had activated the ultimate. But again, just movement in both directions. Split it down the middle, and it nets him nothing. It nets NOLPENKI an 8th round. Everybody, believe it or not, we are tied up.
Akin, kind of, based on what we're seeing, which is kind of interesting. So a new look here from Enterprise as they take their attention down along A. It's a bit more aggressive this time. It's not a subversive mission. They throw the paint shells all the way up. They're going to be moving in, and now Zeke will get a tag. This is scary for Adamello, who's sitting down inside of the B side. He'll immediately get taken down, and it is just a flurry of smokes, grenades, and shock darts inside the B site.
Fast flank from Magnum. That pays off wonderfully. Vac is going to try and play just down beneath him. He has to get himself out of position, uses the satchel to do so. Paint shell comes flying forward. Minute on the clock. And they know exactly where he is. Eric's going to send in the Owl drone, just really keeping him pinned into the corner. But there is technically a chance here for Vac. If he can isolate a couple of kills, most notably, the Raze and the Omen, both low for Enterprise already. Spike sits outside mid. The moment he clears this left corner, the two players on the right could swing. But remember, he's making contact versus players with lower health. Or he walks right into Eric, who had the deeper of the three positions. Even if he kills Eric in that situation, it's a double peek from both sides. So ultimately, by holding their own and locking into the ground that they had fought for, harshly, may I add, that B site stack up was chaos. But they got what they needed.
Damn. Oh, he was just off the mark on that spot. I think our breach in the back of the site ends up dying anyway, but as you mentioned, I mean, this is so quick. We're just talking about how crazy it was in the B site and the fast flank was already there. My mistake for glazing over that. But after 4 rounds in a row for NOLPENKI, it's just 1 towards Enterprise, and they're back in the lead.
A reassuring feeling to add one to the board so soon. After having lost what was that 4-round lead. Run, my friend, run. They know Magnum's on the retreat. Eric, hiding in the corner, will be seen. Now CNED's just going to look to lock him into this.
We're still fighting.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Fireball at his feet. That forces him further back into the corner. And you know what spells disaster? Jesman getting the first kill as Magnum came over to try and help. It cost them 2 lives, in fact. He was magnetized to the thought of saving his teammate who is stranded in no man's land. Instead now, a harsh reality. 5 versus 3, and that 1-round lead that you just got your hands on should disappear.
Man, so annoying. See that Jet can just get in and out so quickly. Automella gets spotted one more time, trying to find a new position. The updraft comes up just to be a thorn in his side. And Automella will get hit by the paranoia and take it down by Jesman.
Yeah, clean sweep through this A site.
You know what's awkward about that situation? Of course, when you get spotted at the bottom of A like that, your teammate who's coming from the site, he's peeking from the right side, they feel like they can help you and catch someone off guard, but if there's a bunch of players charging down, they might not all be trying to hold the same angle, right? It's too awkward to come out and clear that. So you could incidentally get killed. Even though you do feel like you have a crossfire, there's always still the chance that somebody else is holding for you, and you got to win the duel versus that other player. You couldn't do it, and they both end up dying. I mean, it's kind of eggs in one basket in that sense, but I do like the idea from Enterprise to try something new.
Yeah, and Enterprise, I mean, it's clear they wanted to make something happen when Magnum pushes all the way into that A lobby and his teammate sits back on long. But it was because of, obviously, the Owl drone having hit Magnum. He falls back all the way through sewer, which in my mind could have been the chance for that second fallback from Eric as well. Had they both retreated into the site, yes, you would have conceded what you originally wanted with that forward A play, but you wouldn't have had what was this. One player still stuck in position, and Magnum who feels the need to come help out.
Yeah.
So all in or all out, but they get stuck in that middle ground, and it absolutely hurts. Nothing further from it after that moment happens. And we are all tied at 9 yet again.
Yeah, protecting the 5v5 is just such an enormous part of this game, and it does feel like if you do have an aggressive setup like that, you cannot blame someone for trying to help. So, you know, losing 2, it can be a blessing if you end up saving, but at the same time, people just don't save that much in Valorant. So that's not something that we're seeing that often. Okay, some early information gained over on the C site. We talk about information. CNED has just been so good. Even on that last round, getting information at every single turn, even when he's late entering onto the A to get the 3rd player.
CNED now starting to catch up with Zeke, who was the man of the first half. Gave them so many chances, even though they only got away with 4 on the board.
Oh, Eric just saw a camera over on the C site. They're starting to lead in back towards it, which is interesting. Jesman moves up. I don't know. Yeah, there's a timing here. Eric plays that so beautifully.
Jesman trying to remove some of the defenses.
They want
Look at this. Yeah, they want revenge for their lost comrade. Eric did a good job of shaving off the first. Now it's him and Monster to be tested. They already have Breach moving inwards. And Zadish will find the plan.
Oh, beautiful by Eric.
Nice shock dart. Bruklon, he's already questioning their backline. This could be a massive flank if they come back into him, because his teammates are going to have to make that contact on the site itself, but they don't make a move. And now, all of a sudden, that backline is cleared. Yes, there's still a man advantage, but Zeke can't hang on to it for all too long. Magnum with a deep showstopper gets this one done. CNED trying his damnedest off the Blade Storm, answers somewhat, but at that point, way too outnumbered, way too outgunned, and Enterprise take their 10.
On the list of things that you want to write home about Eric's play there from Heaven with Sova was one of them. That was so nicely done from the perspective of baiting them forward into the site, dodging the camera by just a hair by crouching, killing the Cypher who wanted to walk up, who was leading, and then getting the spike planter as well with the shock darts from the cover of that Omen's own smoke. And then everybody else in the retake is great. They have ults to work with. They were up 2-1 on ults. And of course, CNED's is the least valuable of the ults remaining. So a really, really sick round. I think overall, it's very clear at this point that in general, NOLPENKI are playing better on the attack than Enterprise are on the defense. But there's clearly still hope, and the trend is starting to change a bit.
Eric, one orb off his ult. And the same for Adamello. CNED's the one who wants to open up here in the 20th round. Looking to keep this game tied. They did it at 8. They did it at 9. 10 the magic number. CNED, he has found success in these contact plays.
I got the spike.
Just taking members off connector, sees one on the backside, moves in, the Cypher trap nearly catching him, and we see abilities come out the other way. The concussion from Adamello, that's enough to convince them back. They just, not only do they give up what was the near entry onto B, but they fall all the way back through window, and now look to go elsewhere. A site is under siege again.
Interesting.
But the defense don't know yet.
Yeah, it's a heavy lean over towards the C, and now rotation will start to come back over towards the A site, which could make it a bit of a difference. Yeah.
30 seconds left.
But all of that's CNED down.
Dude, 2 players on the sewer side, and nobody prevents Monster from walking out into the site. Yeah, he denies the first spike plant attempt. Eric's still in the heavens, as he has been, but Spike is down. They've got 2 ultimates, including the run it back for NOLPENKI. And at any given moment, if they don't like Zadish's position, he could also throw his out from the shadows. Now they get that information. Owl Drone sees 2 down long. And here it is. A first attempt. Oh, it's good for Vac and Zeke. They deal with the ultimate, but they still have 3 players to find here. NOLPENKI hanging on in this post plant. Zadish lining up that first player as they were so fixated on long, but they got it wrong and they get stuck in the trap instead. It's 10 for NOLPENKI.
Yeah, nice heads up play by Aaron. You think that this is a round where NOLPENKI are going to lose again. Number one, they lose their most impactful player in CNED early, who's trying to put the spike down in the open, right? That seems like a big error that's not going to be kind of put to waste. And of course, our Sova from the heavens is doing such a great job, Eric, here, in having tons of impact, getting off some good scans, some good shock dart damage, but still, everybody else who's retaking can't contribute as much there as the 2 players who both got the kill and got the information. So now in a 10-on-10 or 10-to-10 situation, we've got a position for Enterprise don't have enough money to buy. This really is a scary spot for them, considering, again, they've only won 2 rounds this half. Now, there are situations where you can only win 2 rounds in one half, and you did get stomped, like every single round, and you got lucky on the 2 rounds you won. For Enterprise, that's not necessarily true. The 2 rounds they won were really cool. Like, they clearly, there's a lot of merit to the way they won the rounds. Yeah, I see them as sustainable ways for them to win rounds in the future. I think they maybe did get unlucky with a couple of openings in the past. Overall, NOLPENKI have played better, but I don't see it as unreasonable that they could potentially adapt and overcome with such small margins. Only a few rounds left in this game, folks.
Yeah, remember 2 of the... Oh my goodness, hold on.
Take flight.
I've seen that happen before.
Bruklon just trying to take it to them. Instead, what could be a fatal cost. What I was going to say right before he died was, don't forget, NOLPENKI, they got 2 of their 4 defensive rounds in the 3 last rounds of the half. So the point you're making here that it's not too late and it's never too late is absolutely possible. We've already seen it happen in this first map. But as you tried to paint that elegant picture of the potential stoppage here from Enterprise, it looks like NOLPENKI, they are just rolling through them. Another round where they might not even lose a single player, and this would be NOLPENKI in the lead.
One player remaining.
Drop shot from CNED, swapping over to the pistol. So be it. Adamello gets one. He is already surrounded and done. It is NOLPENKI 2 rounds away from securing Haven.
It was a scary start. And without a second pistol, I mean, this game could have been over. So that is also scary to think about, but nature of the beast when it comes to MR12. You have to be aware of all of these different things. You have enough, to put together a decent strategy on the pistol round. We've seen some creative stuff. We saw something interesting from Enterprise to open up, but just a great response in the second half. Now we'll see what's really going on. Do Enterprise have anything left in the tank on this full buy? They're going up against the op of CNED with just rifles for themselves.
Nowhere to run!
At the moment, he's got the Hunter's Fury coming out nice and early to try to get some information. This is going to push the execute over into C quickly.
Yep.
Dart to the back of the site. It's wide open. We've got a couple of important ults here for the defenders to try to retake.
Yeah.
Will they pull it off is a different question.
Here it is. Not just yet.
Out of charges.
Toying with the idea here. CNED and Jesmine, though, they get the kills they need, and now they can retreat in the 5 versus 3.
Oh, no.
Oh. Enterprise, had they used that Rolling Thunder, maybe they catch those players of NOLPENKI in transition. Maybe they could still catch them dogpiled on long, but that's information. Hunter's Fury coming back the other way. It goes from bad to worse. An absolute stomp as a flawless round is added to the board and NOLPENKI secure their 12.
That's real disgusting. I don't even know where those first 2 kills come out of. Who was peeking in that spot as they were trying to perform the retake, I wonder? Was there a lack of coordination there with the Rolling Thunder? I don't know, but it didn't come out early, and the one chance they had to win was popping that Rolling Thunder and staking the plan and hoping that anybody that was going to ult in response was too delirious to do so, but that wasn't the case. NOLPENKI had great spots, and it's the Hunter's Fury to end it as well. 12-10, and the best position to win the game for sure. It's a mixed buy. It's still competent here for Enterprise, but it's a scary spot. They're going to start out with a walk down mid.
4 players in through the window. Zeke could get caught. Hey there. That's a face full of Enterprise. Monster. Second kill coming in. I like it. Despite all the round losses, they do not fear the aggression. And now CNED, he is trying to chase Eric. Pressured in his position, lands the headshot, and pushes NOLPENKI into a 2 versus 4. Jesmine, they know exactly where he's at.
Yeah, something they haven't tried.
Oh, deep TP, where's he go?
Yeah. Okay.
Into the C site.
Interesting.
Player just arrived in time. Monster, excellent. Walk around the box to close. He gets 3 kills in the round. Enterprise feeling like they could make a move and having it pay off in dividends.
Yeah, bit of a Hail Mary. I think a Hunter's Fury would be enormous to combine with From the Shadows for this round specifically. At the moment, they don't have either of those, but at the same time, they use a Hunter's Fury in a very important spot. But Zeke dying early here. Oh, man. When he saw that owl drone, the security camera, someone's face just like right up into it. That must have been terrifying. All right, well, all bets are off, right? Last round.
Let's see it. It's overtime or a NOLPENKI map 1 win. We've seen C-Site compromised twice in these most recent rounds. NOLPENKI finding the timing on it.
Such a lean right now. Sewers is kind of the open spot.
And you know what? Prior to those C rounds being successful for NOLPENKI, let's be real, they were hitting A. And when Eric was up in heaven, yeah, he'd stop them, he'd slow them down, but he's not in this position. It is still the heavy CB lean. Adamello getting info on 1 man in mid.
Oh, it's that bit of information. I mean, it depends what that tells you. I mean, if we know Cypher was in this position the last time they went A, it could be a lot. When Breach is starting to lean over again, but again, there's no Sova in heaven.
A 5v5 post-plant situation for map 1.
Another shot, potentially for a Rolling Thunder retake. Adamello, his Rolling Thunder could mean the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, inch a little closer to your monitor, to your screen, because this one is gonna get dirty. Rolling Thunder goes out first, doesn't quite reach long, which is where the majority of NOLPENKI still hang on from, but Monster, 2 kills for him off of the heavens. This could genuinely work, and oh, Vac had a chance, but a completely flawless sweep in the post plant takes us to overtime.
Who thought we would have been here? It's sudden death. Let's see. Well, we've got actually, sorry, I want to call it sudden death. We've got to have the 2 rounds for this overtime, but this is going to be a very special overtime. I think it's such an interesting game.
Wow.
We've seen everything in the second half. A great start. I think we've seen a huge comeback and step up in performance to recover 4 of the last 7 rounds for Enterprise. And the Rolling Thunder, it doesn't get maybe all the information they need, but it helps them clear out all the spots they need to quickly, right? That's what's key.
Yep. I think it really enables Monster to come out from heaven and focus on what he had to, which was underneath him and long. Everything between the CT entrance and sewers was completely rolled away. The pace of that retake too, man. Awesome stuff. But that's hindsight. We're into overtime. Again, half of the defensive rounds from both teams in the final 3 rounds of their half. 2 for 3. Absolutely nailed it. Magnum, he gets in from the garage window, and then we've got Zadish with a kill. Jesmin takes 3 kills for NOLPENKI before any answer came out. And even when the answer comes through, it is not nearly enough. 4 defenders standing, NOLPENKI with the edge.
Are you kidding? That was so quick. They shut that down. Absolutely no problem whatsoever. NOLPENKI on the attack, 13-12, and we know what they can do. Let's see what the option is going to be. Again, just gonna let the round tell the story because they do have options. I mean, they've been able to scare Enterprise on C, on A, on B, and all these different spots. And so we'll try to find out. Let's see. CNES moving up mid. Entering B, looking to potentially secure that really quick plant. Could it get denied? That's a question, but it does go down. That's the key moment.
Wow. Heat of the moment. Enterprise, man advantage. A B-site post plant. This is exactly where we started the game, and it's very well where it could end. We've got Adamello starting to drop abilities, trying to force them back, but everybody here for NOLPENKI just sitting back, relaxing, and the defuse cheats through. Oh, line them up, Zeke. You're 1 away from the ace, but what does it matter
Switching sides.
when they've got sticky fingers on the defuse?
Oh my God, they lock it up so easily. That's crazy how fast those kills rolled in. I mean, at this point, Connor, who is the better team? Like, seriously.
Your guess is as good as mine.
It's really hard to say. It is such slim margins.
I know who the best player is.
Yeah?
I gotta say Zeke, man.
Zeke.
4 kills in that round, not nearly enough. Obviously coming after the defuse.
With the utility, being able to stick is just a huge problem no matter what you have. If you have all of these meat shields in front of you, you could have incidentally died to some spam there, knowing where it was, but players played it correctly and selflessly getting in front of the diffuser.
Adamello also, I think, played a key role in just, as you said, being that meat shield. He gets 2 kills as they're stacked up, 4 players peeking. But this game waits for no one.
I feel like he goes.
Oh my God, he could walk right into multiple players, but he misses the shot. And as he falls back, he's caught by the paranoia. Monster honing in on a second is helped out by Eric, and it is an A-site plant from Enterprise. They cool things off for a moment, so they thought. But Vac, well, he sneaks through and takes a kill the other direction. NOLPENKI, they're still at a man disadvantage, but Vac is delivering. And his location may be revealed, but Enterprise, 1 player long and 2 down in the sewers. Oh, Zadish, he's gonna try and stick the defuse. 3 kills come in, and it looks easy yet again.
No
retake after retake.
Not just retake, 3-on-5 situation. After that first shot is missed by CNED, and then 2 are answered back for Enterprise running up sewers. You'd think no way they could drop that. This is an amazing round here
How
by
does
our
this miss?
resident Phoenix. Just off. He kind of... It's the jiggle peek that brings your crosshair out a little bit. Yeah. Doesn't even realize he's doing it, but such a narrow margin. He does. You can see he does move a little bit to the left. Definitely going to be a frustrating one.
So, Enterprise on the back foot again. CNET up mid. Oh, almost caught early.
Wow. Yeah. Well, he doesn't seem to ever care.
Right?
If he gets hit, he doesn't play like it.
We've seen him try and hunt for this pick. 50 health or less, so be it. He has a job and he commits to it.
All right, the A-walk on the attack. Sova's in the position you want him to be in. So that's just pretty much amazing at Heaven.
To get Enterprise to overtime.
Okay.
It was Monster in this position.
Early darts out. Actual shock dart comes out quick too.
Yeah, Drone's looking for the info. Flies out, sees 2, 3, perhaps 4 players. It is all in from NOLPENKI. Omen smokes, keeping Eric at bay. Another 5v5 retake. My God. All right.
But the difference is in overtime, it's ultless.
And look at this. NOLPENKI, they're looking to get aggressive. They don't even want them finding any footwork on the site itself. They're using all the abilities they can to keep them at bay. Magnum and Monster, 3 kills coming out already. Here's Jesmine with 2 from beneath, but it falls onto CNED. He dodges the fault line, trying to line the shot up as the defuse tap comes through. The commitment's being made, and they take it. Enterprise keep this game going.
God, by such a narrow margin. It's just successful retake after retake, no matter what the numbers. This is where the meta changes a little bit, right? Because there's no ult, a significant amount of plans, we see a kind of a change up here from Enterprise. It's more of a prophylactic defense from Sova. Instead of letting them onto the site and attacking them while they're putting the spike down, he's trying to stop them. He's throwing his darts all the way down long. He's owling early. He's using his info dart early. They're trying not to let it become a post-plant situation. But despite that and all the Sova kind of utility coming out early, they're still able to win. It's a mystery.
Wow, Enterprise. All right. Oh, Magnum, we've seen him do this before, but he gets caught by Vac, who comes out from the defender spawn. Perfect curveball. 2 players blind, but he couldn't make the most of it. So there will be a man advantage despite his best efforts. But Zeke slipping into the retake only gets the 1. His hand forced to be quicker than he'd choose it to be. And now he leaves it on CNED, who's walking in with his operator, taps for the defuse. This should elicit some sort of a response. The Omen smoke blocks off Garage. Now, this gives him a 1v1, and he nails it. Suddenly, the pressure is on for Brooklyn because he shoots him through the smoke.
You're kidding. I would have called that a stupid smoke. I don't know if it missed or what, but like you're saying, it put his teammate in a 1v1, and he couldn't even been cleared from that position.
I was just going to say the same. It put him in an awkward spot, but he just fires away and takes the hope of CNED straight out of his hands.
Oh my God. That
Enterprise.
He would have had to walk through.
Wow.
Holy. I don't know
Overtime
if it was missed, if it was put there because he felt like he was getting pushed. I'm not sure. But he did put his teammate in a very awkward spot, and then himself after CNED inevitably hits his first shot. So, okay, well, 14 to 15. See what happens. Zeke gets info.
Yeah, he tags 1, but he doesn't see the player on platform. They have no information that Brooklyn is back there. What does he decide to do? NOLPENKI. Yeah, they don't like the odds of that. Feeling as though they have maybe forced the rotation, which is true. 4 players for the defense sitting towards this C site. They move it back, and they're going to find B relatively open for the taking. The only thing keeping them at bay are the cyber traps.
Eyes on B. Well, they start to peel back.
Camera taken out.
Brooklyn committing hard here. I think it feels like Enterprise have been waiting for a round like this for a long time, but this is the time where Breach has actually rotated out early this time around.
Oh, he's still on this platform.
Yeah, which is interesting.
They should
They'll have
not
to
know
shoot
about
that.
this one. Now they do.
Oh, he'll get spotted, but a Paranoia will save him, and he'll get out of dodge. Nice movement here by
seconds
Omen.
left.
Magnum from the corner. Oh, it's looking good. Enterprise 2 kills away, but Zeke alive and kicking. Here comes Bruquan, almost dropping the ball. He gets answered back, and Zeke through the Omen smoke will fall. Ladies and gentlemen, they do it. They take it. Enterprise 16 rounds to 14, a victory on Haven.
God damn, what a match. Hard fought, both sides. Great first half by Enterprise. Arguably a little bit better in response, but when it came to overtime, it was anyone's game. We saw some great adjustments. I think it's fair to say that the better team won this map, even if it was by a very narrow margin, but man, was that exciting.
Dude, awesome stuff. Zeke, 33 kills, but as you said, the better team, the better core. We had Enterprise with 3 players, Magnum, Monster, Eric, 23, 20, and 21 frags apiece, sitting there at the top of the scoreboard to secure them that overtime win. And now, with Haven in their back pocket, the upset could be real. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the break. Our analysts are up next.
Welcome to the Flashback, where we'll be taking a closer look at the games from the Week 1 playoffs and showcasing some of the rounds that we saw from the qualified teams. For this episode, we're going to take a look at G2 versus NIP. G2 have long been a staple of the European region, so it's no surprise to see them qualify for first strike on their initial attempt. In their final match versus NIP, it came close, but ultimately the Giants of Europe prevailed, taking the series 2-0. On Haven, we saw the new G2 agent comp featuring a Breach return and another Cypher pick, even with the recent nerf, after a short experiment with Killjoy when G2 faced NIP previously. We start the round with double shock darts fired from Artis that fail to find a victim, and after they pass, NIP move to middle, but are scared back by the camera and fault line usage from David P on B. They opt for a C push, but have no idea that as they rotate, Patatek is tucked in on long, hearing every step. This allows G2 to rotate all of their players to the bomb site, where David P quickly pops a flash onto the site and swings in, finding a double kill. Mixwell's quick reactions to smoke off long then allow Pith to spray through the cloudburst, finding a lucky double whilst his opponents try to fall back through the choke point. The round is then left down to Rhyme, but after Artis leaves him with 20 HP, this round is already over, and G2 walk away with a huge round early on Haven. The leg up Brimstone has over Omen in the smoke game is his ability to quickly deploy 3 smokes versus Omen's more staggered utility, allowing for much faster executes if you choose to have Brimstone. G2 have found an interesting way around this, combining Cloudbursts, Sage Slows, and Cypher Cages to quickly initiate and execute. In round 4, we see G2 focus on B straight away. It begins with a shock dart and slow warp thrown into market, ensuring nobody can push through while the Omen smoke follows to obscure their opponent's vision. While this is being set up, Mixwell lobs a cloudburst into the defender spawn to allow them access to the site. Pith's cage, placed in the close right corner, also blocks out a very commonly held sneaky angle just below the platform to market. In just over a second, G2 have effectively blocked out every available angle for a crossfire on the B site, allowing them to push forward and erect a Sage wall to block off the defender spawn, whilst also dropping the market door, halting any retake from that angle before their smokes even dissipate. This site is now theirs, and if there was a player on the B site, they would have been quickly overwhelmed by this fast-paced execute.
Raise my ult.
Nice.
Okay, nice.
He's right.
He was cubby. Nice, good ult.
Breach as well.
Chill now. You have ult.
Guys, we need to calm down, please.
Yeah.
A lot of comms coming up.
It's fine. I'm gonna call down. We're playing good. Like, this is...
Yeah,
it's good that everyone is vocal.
Keep up the tempo.
It's better than not talking.
Keep focus, okay? Yeah, keep focus, keep calm, but keep up the tempo, okay? We have the...
Good communication coming out there at the end, but it wasn't enough to net them the win. NOLPENKI and Enterprise going to overtime. It's something special between these two. So much back and forth.
I think that's the first time we see overtime during these weekends, right? I was very excited to see it come in. And that game had everything. That game had everything. We had clutch moments. We had crazy individuals popping off. Magnum on the raise. CNET on the offense. I have to say, though, I would start with this. Enterprise, when they were attacking, did a fantastic job at neutralizing CNET. He had such a hard time finding opening kills on the defense, and we know that is vital on Haven, being aggressive with the jet, but he was countered at every turn. We needed to wait the second half to see the real CNET coming in.
I agree, and I thought it was so good on both halves from both teams, and I really like to hear the comms there, to hear that NOLPENKI themselves felt like they were playing well. Because to me, it looked like such an even strength game, but I really did wonder, you know, you always have that game where the commentators will say one thing, but you on the team be like, oh, we made all kinds of mistakes. But they didn't even say that. They didn't even cite that themselves, and it really felt that way the whole way through.
And you got to say, right, you pointed out, CNED, when he was on the offense, looking really good. It's such a slow start on the defense, wasn't quite there enough. But you saw how he was able to use the operator, how he was able to get some huge impact coming in for this guy. But when you look at it, right, I just felt like NOLPENKI, they were better at, say, like the executes, right, better at getting in their face. But when it came on to holding on to that site, they just let things slip away.
Honestly, I feel like both teams dropped the ball at some point in time. In a clutch situation, they shouldn't have lost. We have Z coming in. He had a fantastic game with the Sova. We see more than 300 ACS. That is great. I thought his ultimate usage was quite good as well. Post plan, opening up sites as well, using it to the best of the possibilities. So Zeke, really great game. But I agree with you. The name of the game for that whole game basically was post plan situation.
Yeah.
That's what it is on Haven these days, right? It's just like there's always an empty site. It felt like the rotations back and forth. Like, where's the opening? We'll get the spike down. We'll agree to play back, and then it comes down to some ults and the retakes. But then when we got to overtime, no one was really prepared for that, right? These 5v5 retakes with no ults, everyone's like, what do we do?
And it's one of those things, right, where we do this, we go, okay, you fake it out, then you try get into the site, and then occasionally you ignore the B site exists completely because you don't want to get stuck in that middle area. You try and fight for as much ground as possible. But what did we say coming into this, right? Now, with them getting this first map, going on to the second, win or lose, they're not going to feel that nervous, right? They're going to feel very confident and feel pumped up. But if it even needs to come to split, if they can get a 2-0 here, amazing for Enterprise. But if they can get it to split anyway, they can sit in that position that we've just had a crazy overtime win against these guys. We know what can be done here. And I think mentally, that's so important for the Czech guys.
Has to be a key victory. It has to be a key victory, and also just for us, right? We did not know what to expect from Enterprise. And I'm going to say that, funnily enough, the fact that Enterprise missed a 5v3 situation on the A side, but still won it, and here is the kick. Still won that game is good for me because it means they stayed composed. Remember that round? They had a double entry on the A side. A spike planted, everyone is in position, and they got swapped completely. They lost that 5v3, and they still won the game. To me, that means they have resilience. They can stay calm. This is the round I am talking about. Production, you are top-notch. You'll see CNET falling the first shot. Then that's a 5 versus 3. I repeat, 5 versus 3 on the A side. Everything's looking to be perfect for Enterprise to make that 14th round. We have Monster here missing the fact that the cage is not open quite yet. Vac finds the kills. He's going to come in with the Phoenix. Probably the only time where we can say the Phoenix really had an impact. Finding a lot of kill on the Brooklyn, and from that point on, it goes to hell.
But just as you're saying, like 3-on-5 retake should never happen, and then still they're able to win.
Yeah, it was a pretty masterclass in getting it done right. Now, for NOLPENKI, you spoke about the Phoenix there. The Phoenix didn't have as much impact when it comes into it, but some of those blaze walls he was able to put up, the way he was positioning it, the way he was blocking off portions of the map in there, was very well done. But I just felt like Vac himself was not playing up to standard enough to have that huge amount of impact. How many ultimates did we see get popped, and he goes in, and that's it. He just goes in. He goes in, gets popped, and has to go for the rerun.
And I mean, when I throw up the walls, it's just to make it look cool. Everyone thinks I'm trying to do something interesting, like, oh, he's cutting off this specific angle. I mean, I just love flicking my mouse, so I don't know if that's what's going through his head, but he made it look better, that's for sure.
No, we had a few moments there, right, where the wall went down. He had the spike cornered off. He's trying to make sure he can get it covered, make sure there's no ground for them to see from there. But for me, it's still one of those things when you look at the Phoenix and I go, does it really need to be added into a map like Haven? Some teams are really big fan of it. We saw FPX on Bind. They like to pull it out. We know this is a team that also would love to pull it out on Bind in the past, even though it's not a map that we directly see them using. It's just like, I think Vac didn't hit the mark himself.
No, he probably missed a couple of kills. I also think that now teams have figured out how to react to that ultimate. If you go back in time 2 or 3 months, that Phoenix ultimate would net you so many kills because people were trying to figure out, should we fight it? Should we hide from it? How much space do we want to give to that Phoenix? And now we could see Vac, how many times did he pop the ultimate to no avail? to no kills.
In my opinion,
just map control.
I would also say, though, in my opinion, it's kind of one of those situations where we can only see how well he's playing. Because I think there's one spot where he pulls an ult off, he wraps the site, but then he drops like an easy spray. And it's like, here's a round where he could have had tons of impact. The ult was fine, but the mechanics weren't there. And that's a shame.
Yeah, it is a shame, right? That's when sometimes you don't hit the mark of exactly what you need to be done there. But when it comes on to Ascent now, it's their map pick, right?
Yeah.
It's certainly a map that they can come in and win on here. But like you said, Maniac, Split could have been on the cards for that to be a pick if you look at it statistically speaking.
It could have been. It could have been. Now we move on to Ascent. And if we are talking win conditions for Enterprise, an element that I've seen on Haven that I need to see on Ascent is their ultimate usage on the offense. Every single round they had an ultimate, an interesting one available. Would it be the Sova? Would it be the Rolling Thunder? Or the Omen ultimate for that matter? They always mixed it in a strategy specifically for that ultimate.
Yeah.
They had many rounds tailored for that one ultimate they had, and that net them these 8 rounds. So we need to see that same kind of impact coming out on Ascent.
No Killjoy as well involved in the comp, which seems like such a key thing that people love running on Ascent. So we'll see if that affects their play at all as well.
And interesting, right? Look at this. Out of the times that Enterprise have played, it's only 2 times, right?
Yeah.
Only 2 plays on Ascent, which, okay, how many times have we seen this where a team picks a map that the other team, oh, you're not playing it so much, but they're still practicing it. You know damn well they're going to be ready to play it. It's not like they're going to just sat there and ignored it. It's not like with NOLPENKI where you know they are trying to avoid bind, right? I could see Enterprise just being this team that's going to come here and go, cool, we can slap on Ascent, let's go.
Yeah, you'd hope they have, some preparation that we cannot acknowledge right now. But yes, the numbers look to say that Ascent is going to be so hard for them. Yeah. Just a tidbit on there, you will see Magnum not playing Raze, might be playing Phoenix on the map like Ascent. To me, when I see a team diverting completely from their comp, it means either they figured out something that we haven't, or they're just throwing the Hail Mary. Like, okay, you know what? I don't know how to play this map. You just pick Phoenix. Try and make something happen. Yeah. So that might be the case here.
Yeah, like just go for an off-meta solution because if you play standard, then you get red, and then it's obvious and whatever. But yeah, I see that being a kind of a big issue. Raze has just shown us how much impact Raze can have on every map, and we're seeing Phoenix a little bit more limited. I mean, it feels like even if you're a bad Raze, the ultimate can win you around just by turning it on. But that's not quite the case for
Do you
Phoenix.
mean the ability would get you the kills only?
Not
because you're a good player. What you're trying to say, if all the Raze mains out there.
All the Raze mains out there, even if you're not playing well, just save up for that ult. Just steal all the ult orbs. That's all you need to do.
Steal the orbs, you know.
But seriously, it just clears out sites. Everyone goes running, right? But not quite the same effect with Phoenix.
Yeah, I get what you mean. I get what you mean. Sometimes you hear the Phoenix, you're like, well, I'll just challenge him, right?
Yeah.
You hear the Phoenix ult, you're like, oh, go for it, I'm going to get rid of him.
That's the other thing is a Phoenix ult, you're not clearing everything as meticulously because you're on a clock. So sometimes it's easier to win a duel versus the ult than it is versus the player.
Yeah. Less of that mind game in it, right? Less focused. You're thinking, cool, I just want to get as much ground as possible and see what can happen. Honestly, though, I'm a little bit concerned for NOLPENKI because they've been in this situation. They've played in high-pressured games. But like Mitch said when he joined the desk for that time, this is a team that didn't get invites, would constantly qualify, but they never made a huge mark to even say that they could get the invites after. Incredible players. So get great matches undergo. They can challenge some of the best teams, but they can't hit the mark. And in this, you need to see them come out with a more dominant force.
Yeah, and in that scenario, the almost could hurt so much. Yeah, NOLPENKI is a team that almost makes it to the big tournament. Almost. Oh, they just don't get that invite. They should have been there. They should have played that event. What if you play that qualifier and you don't make it? Then it just justifies everything. Yes, you did not belong to the top 8 at that moment. We've set the scene, right? They are favorite in this matchup. There's no way around it. They come in here favorite. They should be Enterprise. They've now lost the first map. They have to regroup, regather, collect your thoughts. You're moving on to Ascent, a map where your opponents visibly has less experience than you do, has only 2 games officials, comps being a bit bracky here and there, the Phoenix throw in for Magnum or whatever. That's where you need to show everyone, okay, Haven lost a couple of stadium rounds, but that was just a flash in the pan. Now we're back in control. Because these planned situations, again, to me, when you are the team with most experience, you should not lose this 5v5, 4v4 with ultimates left and right. You should win it. These are the moments where experience should kick in.
I don't know when the last time they played a best of 3 was. I mean, it wasn't definitely in the last 5 or 6 or 7 matches or something like that. So I'm going to say that the previous stats that we have on the recent maps don't matter at all. I will say that my prediction is that won't matter. They're going to be prepared for Ascent. They probably anticipated it in the veto, and there's not a single match they would have prepared more for than this one we're seeing right now.
Very true, right? That's what First Strike's all about. Well, guys, we're going to kick it to a break, and when we come back, we'll be going into our agent pick. It is Ascent that is coming up, but my oh my, Enterprise could be looking at the 2-0 unless NOLPENKI show us something special. It's Ascent time. Enterprise are up 1-0. It was a 16-14. And yes, I am saying the exact right score. It was a 16-14 match, which Enterprise took over NOLPENKI in an incredible overtime. And overtimes, they really do bring that fiery heat, a lot of fun from start to finish. But this is almost our favorite moment, Maniac. It's the agent pick.
I like it.
I love it. I love it so much. Now, Vac, at times on Ascent, can go for the Reyna.
Yeah, I agree with you. I was going to say that we might have the similar comp coming in for that team, just the Reyna popping in. And you are dead on the money. The Reyna coming out of VAC, but the structure should be the same. Now, if we flip over the script, Enterprise could change things around in terms of roles. We could see Adamelo coming in. Okay, he went for the breach. They caught me off guard. I thought he might go for Jet, for Duelist, but he stuck with the breach.
Okay, so already something different from Enterprise.
Absolutely.
Like Launders said before he left the desk, they could be working on something here because they know how important this is. They can expect it to come through. So next, Zadish, that should be the one we expect to come in on the Omen, right?
Yeah, we should have the two Omens here. Brooklyn as well.
Brooklyn, in-game leader, always playing the Omen. This should be normal. Now, CNED, obvious as well, right?
Yes, I was waiting. You paused for a second here. You paused for a second. I was like, wait a minute. Is he preparing some curveball?
Oh, is he?
No, that should be the Jet.
He's always
Magnum
there.
now. That, to me, we said it. Raze, Phoenix. Raze, Phoenix. He's been playing Raze on all the maps. That one, the last time they played it, he broke it, and he goes back to Raze.
Okay.
So we see a movement here coming out of Enterprise. They're not trying to go with the off-meta lineup as Londers was talking about. They're sticking with their guns. So that's the Raze for Magnum. Jesmond, Cypher, until there, no question.
Should be Cypher on Jesmond, Cypher on Monster. I think that's just the way it should go. And then we come into... So this one, right, when it comes to Zeke, he should be,
the dark.
Yeah, he should be Sova, but they told me that they were not too happy with the Sova play last time around when it came to Ascent. But I feel like you need him.
So vital.
Yeah, you need Sova on Ascent, especially look at that mid ground. Look at the area you need to control. You have to be able to good. Go, they stay go.
And Eric as well should stick on the Sova. I mean, the map is basically open space everywhere. You can utilize the recon bolts so highly. They are so needed for every retake. Taking sides as well, so we go for the Sova. That makes sense. And we have to admit, Enterprise, they're going in with a more conventional approach that I was not hoping for, but expecting.
Enterprise changing it up just a little bit, but this could be a little bit that is enough for them to take a win. We'll have to find out. It is Ascent time. We've got a Reyna in play. We've got slight changes from Enterprise, but will it net them the 2-0 and the spot at the main event? Launders and Scrawny will be finding out now.
Goodbye, James. Goodbye, Mathieu. And welcome back to the caster's desk, where we are, of course, about to jump into Ascent, man. We've got Reyna on the playing field, and we've got Enterprise with a one-map lead, which I didn't expect. I can say that much.
No, I mean, no, you know, it's hard to find games, and it's hard to know a lot about teams that are up and coming. And there's going to be so many shooting stars this year for Valorant when it comes to rosters and different teams and different players, all at the same time. You can only just watch. That's pretty much all you can do. Observe and see and let the matches talk for themselves. And we might be seeing history for the team like Enterprise, who played so well on that last map. Go as far as to say they were clearly the better team just by winning, showing their composure, showing their different skills, and even keeping even shows how good they were up to NOLPENKI. They had NOLPENKI's comms all awry. They were doubting themselves a little bit, and that was a strong map for both. So now we'll see. How strong are Enterprise? Can they turn this into an Ascent win as well? Is there a lot of practice that went into this map that we didn't get to see? A lot of these questions will be answered live.
Yeah, 2 times they have played Ascent Enterprise, and so that leaves us asking...
2 times in matches.
Matches.
With
more questions. Then we may have answers, but Jesmond, well, he's got himself the opening kill. That was crisp.
GG.
That was clean.
Yeah, that was nice.
What's the next move? How do you retaliate to losing your player up catwalk that quickly, that swiftly? Well, Eric, he took a position up here in Market. They dodged the Owl drone. It goes all the way around into the site. Didn't quite clear that closest of corners. Good bounce on the shock dart.
Yeah.
CNED down to 42. I feel like he starts the round at 50 health.
He gets hit by every shock dart.
Every fight, he has 50 HP.
He gets hit by 50% of the shock darts 100% of the time.
Eric goes for the mid peak. He dies. So that's how Zeke picks it up as Jessamine was leading the charge into the A site, which is clear for the taking. But there's also a player back on long, or rather there was. Magnum gets deleted by Zeke. Jessamine adds a kill to the tally, and it all falls on Monster. Are we looking at a flawless pistol round start? No, sir. Monster is going to lay one to rest, but that's it. Just one kill. Sure, we've got Reyna low and Jet as well, but Enterprise so out of this pistol. I mean, this was an around-the-world pistol play. NOLPENKI starting at that B site contact, running through middle, up into the tree, and onto this A site, where Monster thinks he has a chance. But the flank comes in, and he goes down. It's NOLPENKI with the pistol round
let's
win.
talk second round and see if we can get anything going on the eco. But so far, so good here for NOLPENKI, showing us what they can do. Working the map on all different corners. Definitely liked how fluid their attack was, and they just responded to the defense, right? If people showed up, they left. That's pretty much how it went. There's always been social distancing here for NOLPENKI in the smartest way possible. I mean, not that it's not always smart, it is, but same philosophy applies to Ascent that applied to Haven for them on the attack. Go still in hand for CNED, looking for that opening shock dart.
Man scanned, but not hit. The Sheriff rattling off, warning him what sits inside that B site. So NOLPENKI will instead move the majority of their forces onto A.
Take flight.
I feel like in general, it is safe to say NOLPENKI just have a much slower attacker's half.
Yeah, honestly, I found Enterprise's attacking half to be like very atypical. Like the way NOLPENKI have been playing, it's like more of the other top teams are moving a little bit more like that, right? They don't guess on the first side, commit really hard to it no matter what's there. Instead, they're mostly just trying to see what's open. Not gambling very much.
Yeah, well, A was open, and now it is theirs. What kind of a retake attempt shall we see? Sheriff, Shorty, 3 classics. That's what Enterprise are trying to make this happen with. The dart gets shut down. Oh, Z! That second and third headshot is just a nasty. A flawless second round win. You know that one feels good.
Bro, Zeke is flying right now. You can see the ecstasy in his face. He's just so excited. He is playing well both maps now. Looking nuts.
I mean, line him up, knock him down.
Lined up like a number 2 pencil right there. That was so easy for him. Didn't even have to move his crosshair. Looked like he was making animal noises at that point. Just letting out primal roars.
Defense buys in. Let's see it. The only operator in play here on CNED. Five Phantom. Oh, excuse me. There's a Vandal on Eric. Owl drone goes into the B site. He's trying to find contact, trying to figure out that commitment. Which position is occupied. He sees nothing nowhere, but that doesn't mean they're not here. Eric. Oh, missed shock dart. Dodges the Reyna leer, but he can't manage to find himself a kill. And CNED does an excellent job of denying that first peek from the rotate. Spike is dropped. Nicely done by Adamello. Just shaving one off of the situation. Back down to 62 health. Great concussion from the breach. Now what?
Zeke's, of course, still got his ultimate to work with as well, so this will not be an easy retake.
Nowhere to run!
Hunter's Fury from the back of the site, trying to cut them off from their spawn. Big peek from Jessamine. Oh, he gets all 3.
Catch this fade, says Jessamine. He gets them all.
Perfect timing on the short peek. Sees the man watching him on shelf, and once he gets that first kill, I mean, poor Breach never saw it coming. And then a quick answer over to the third. Adamello, he was the one player focused on the site. You can see him here. Tries to whip it back.
Oh, yeah.
But Jessamine toppling the first player basically net him all 3.
Like the Kool-Aid man.
Oh, yeah.
Very cool stuff. Very cool stuff. Down to a one ult from Cypher. Just so many more kills here
Taken out.
for NOLPENKI. I gave it my all. I gave it my very all.
I know exactly.
Okay. And so did Enterprise.
What is this? GoldenEye?
All right. Classic view model.
Spike plant
Spike
from
planted.
Vac on the A site. And Monster, well, the door kind of cancels him out of this. CNED like a cyclops, always walking around with that scope up. Unscopes as I allude to him. And Monster is going to punish him for it. Here comes Jessamine back with the answer. Knows the last man, or rather one of two, is working in from mid. Tries to sprint through, and it works. Adamello able to topple one with just the classic. He wants that operator, and he'll get it.
Well, this is the hunt down. Okay, it's going to happen. Adamello. They're all coming after him. There's so much time left. They are just chasing him down. He'll flick back for one, but it's the up down that's most important. Could have absolutely escaped that way. Didn't think there was going to be three. Nice shot in chat from Zeke. Credit where credit's due. 4 on the attack for NOLPENKI.
Working out so far. Again, not rushing into anything. Really minimizing the possibility of falling on a fatal mistake.
Right there.
And I haven't seen anything from Enterprise just yet in these first 4 rounds that tells me any practice from Ascent could be enough to take down NOLPENKI. We shall see as Zeke caught in the trap, can't move that drone any further. Just spinning his tires in the mud, but CNED, oh, that is nasty. Finds Brewclaw on the back of the site, through the Omen smoke, takes to the skies to look for vision, and now it's up to Monster. We've seen him in the same Omen smoke. This time he's gonna play on the opposite side of it. Zeke still's able to answer, and Jessamine goes down. Bot gets destroyed.
So nice from Zeke from the right side of Jenny.
Oh, Adamello. Operators up. Oh, CNED playing a dangerous game here. Needs to dodge the paint shell easily enough. But 2 defenders for Enterprise back on the upper shelf. They start to contemplate the possibility of a rotate. Clearly they haven't seen this spike. It is stranded on Zadish. And now they know.
30 seconds left.
CNED.
Yeah, okay, that's tough. Oh boy.
Oh. Easy peasy pickings. Magnum knows where the second's at. Nice use of the Rolling Thunder. Guarantees the round.
Gets them both right in the middle of the site. No chance to fall back. You're delirious. You cannot get your 2 feet on the ground and stand still. There's just no hope. Like, there's literally no hope. We've seen players get kills, you know, while getting Rolling Thundered, which is always amazing to watch, but it's a rare sight for good reason. It is not easy. Whoa, what a shot.
Dude, it's just...
Brooklyn is mad. Through a cage and a smoke. This is a tough one. You know you're going backwards. You're like, I don't want to go backwards.
It's like trying to fight the forces of a wave pool.
Yeah. I realize I keep saying NOLPENKI.
Yeah. You said it once?
Yeah.
And now it's in your head.
Yeah. Now it's locked in.
It's your favorite philosopher?
Like, Polish last name.
Neil NOLPENKI.
NOLPENKI.
NOLPENKI's law.
I like pencils, no Penskis. I didn't need to do that.
You're excused.
From class?
Yes, sir.
Mr. NOLPENKI.
My glasses.
All right. Nice spread offense. Look at this. They're everywhere but nowhere all at the very same time.
Yeah, no map control whatsoever, but you cannot push. Walking around under the lawn in your backyard, making sure you don't leave a doorway.
Adamello, maybe because of the silence on the extremities, wary that they would come dashing in from mid, which they have. Ooh, he's trying to dodge the jet. CNED hot on their heels. Now, we do get the Omen ult into the boathouse. It costs him his life, and that paint shell on the money. Here comes the showstopper looking to lock it down, but Vac hits a crucial headshot. And suddenly, well, we've got
30 seconds
NOLPENKI
left.
back with a man advantage,
Spike
and the
planted.
spike is planted. It is an awkward position for Enterprise.
More than awkward. I mean, what is the hope here? Do we even have a body for Cypher to use? That is the question. We know an attempt is going to get made. A scan is here. Don't know if it was on 2. Monster will try to cross. And they can split up to try to crush Boathouse. It'll take some good mechanics. I guess it is possible, but an even better peek from CNET. Stopping the problem before it starts. And, that's also Zeke grabbing his kill off his Owl drone. Automella goes down. 5 on attack here to the 1 on defense for Enterprise. It is not looking too good.
No, sir, not at all. Smooth moves from Zeke, transitioning that success from the first map of Haven right here into Ascent. He is now 9-3.
Damn.
Jessamine 7-3 behind him. 5 kills apiece for Vac and CNED. And Zadish, well, he's locking it down. Not all the stars can shine.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, Eric and Bruklon,
0 kills. Yeah.
tough start to this map. 0-5, 0-6. They're bound to get rolling eventually, but we are already halfway through this attacking half from NOLPENKI. They've got to crank the dial now.
Get out of my way.
Okay.
Jasmine. It's the camera deep. CNET inside of his own cloud burst. Bruklon, we've seen him play around with this doorway, just gets through. Now he's committed to the position, but Vac will find his head. And we've got NOLPENKI in the post-plant retreat. One man with his feet on the site itself. That's Jessamine just looking to hide and survive.
Not much to work with here, but they're going to give it their best shot.
He's still sitting back. Zadish has now moved from long A to behind enemy lines. Jessamine comes up with 2 kills. The one man on the site, leave him like a landmine. And he blows that hole wide open. 6 rounds to 1. 5-point lead on the attacking side. This is looking very good for their map pick.
Of course, the anti-ecos, you can just farm those kills to secure some extra ults. We're up to 3 on the defense, 2 on the attack. But the attackers have definitely used a lot more. I mean, that's part of the reason you want a lot of kills, is to get the ults on the correct people. Those kills are not coming in, and it's been a problem. Here's a good round where they can potentially bring one back. The Sova ult could mean the world to Enterprise, but of course it's only if it gets used correctly. His initial dart gets destroyed. Do we get some damage in off that shock dart? It looks like not. And there is tons of pressure coming his way. I mean, this is a spot where he might not even be able to pop it. If they come in and fight him, there's no rotation here from the defense to help him out, and they are putting so much pressure on the site right now.
Zadish almost getting the timing here in mid. Meanwhile, his team commits to that B site. Could blast pack back into market, but oh, don't turn around. Magnum, there are players right there ahead of you. He does stop the spike carrier, but it's CNED with the follow-up operator kill. Now, all the while, Zadish inside of the smokes, gets the back turn from Bruklon, and he continues on as the last man sits right in front of him. Adamello, 1 versus 3, trying to force his fight to the site itself. Does not have much more to offer. Last ability attempted to be thrown out, and CNED cuts him down. I'm going to say CNED's operator making a difference here on Ascent. He is always alive and always a threat.
Yeah, man. His movement with Jet is amazing. I can't imagine him playing anyone else after what we've seen so far. This was how he maximizes the use of all of his abilities, all of his all of his movement limitations, and just pushes them to their limits with his skills. Gets where he needs to be. It's really annoying to kill. Super good at finding kills. And even when he doesn't hit his shot, is always out of there with his dash. Like, make sure that he puts himself in a position to leave just as much as he's always trying to have impact.
Down.
Whoa, okay.
Quick one.
Back him out.
Oi. Zeke, and Jessamine. Oh, and CNED with the one-shot sheriff.
Damn, when it rains, it pours. Brooklyn left alone. Oh, he gets his first kill. 1 and 8 now, but he gets it.
Hey, the first one's the hardest.
That's what they say.
Oh, maybe the second one's difficult too.
Okay.
CNED with another sheriff shot.
I think
8-1.
really did want to give them benefit of the doubt and say they were ready for Ascent because they were probably anticipating it in the veto, but they definitely do not look comfortable. And Eric, from what we saw, was so damn good. I feel like utility-wise, like as a Sova on Haven, as an A-side player, and here it doesn't feel like he's like in his zone whatsoever. He's obviously a key piece of the puzzle for their defense and attack on this map. Yeah. A huge focal point, and it doesn't seem like he's getting off. He's not even finding a spot to use his abilities. So finally he'll pop one, and ends up getting a kill. So there it is. He got it 3 rounds ago. He uses it now, and it's suddenly pretty much the best position that we've seen Enterprise in.
Bewildering that there was 5 players back there for NOLPENKI.
I know exactly.
And with the 2-player push plus the Sova ultimate, they only get themselves 2 kills. Now that drone arrow should have been enough. But Eric somehow manages to dodge the damage. Here comes Brooklyn back towards mid. Doesn't want to stick around. He realizes that Enterprise, with so few rounds on the board, cannot offer back this one here and now. They've got 2 more ultimates on the play.
Yeah.
Everybody from both teams was at A, but now they've had to go scrambling.
This is good from Brooklyn, though. He actually makes a rotation back to mid. Oh my god, he just turns away. Why did I just cursed him so hard. He was actually watching that at the perfect timing. Now they're going to walk by, and he's going to walk back, not expecting to be so far out. But he's actually very careful about it. Grabs 2. Almost could have been an incredibly unlucky round for him. Great work from Brooklyn to make sure that if he does miss that timing window, he comes back and watches the passive angle. Full credit there. I thought he was going to get timinged. I was prepared to feel terrible for him.
Right, timing. Let that be the evidence of the nature of the beast, man. We see him walking past the mid-peak. Looks like timing would make him the victim. Instead, he tucks over onto that back peak position, stops, turns, hey-ya. And on top of that, really nice rifle control. Didn't overcommit to the Phantom sprays.
And he didn't commit when he first peeked off Cat 2, which was cool. And and again, it was the rotation that got him the information because he stayed alive at the end. So nicely done. Okay, early info from Magnum over. He thought they were gonna try the same site once again. And oh my god, he hit that?
Was that a headshot?
Was that over top of the box? My god.
Face full of rocket launcher.
Paint.
And he is out.
Damn. He's got Takashi teeth now.
Get ready. This could be it. The little bit of a comeback from Enterprise on the defensive half. You know, again, the last few rounds of each half on Haven. Oh, it's what made the difference for both these teams. Maybe they can do it again.
Okay.
Here we have it. Enterprise, a couple more kills in mid. Leaves a 2 versus 5 on the table. But CNED is one of those 2, and, well...
What's going on? The alts are coming back online. We had an alt come out early that actually netted a frag. They get some map control. They're winning 2 rounds in a row. Let's not get crazy, but still.
Oh, but this is where Arena can shine. He gets his first kill in the 1v5. Dodges the ability. Door's now open, looking for a follow-up pick. That player has minimal HP, and if he could just get a dismiss in this situation, then things go from bad to
10
better.
seconds left.
But he's going to take some damage. Ouch! Drop to 64. They're going to start swarming him, and that is a burnt ultimate coming out of Vac. Only 1 kill in the 1v5. Yes, he got the spike plant. Yes, we're getting into the final round of this first half, but that is a 3rd round for Enterprise, and if we take a look at the scoreboard, you shall see they are making a run of it here at the closing few moments of their defensive half.
Yeah, just being real, it's probably not going to be enough, but at least they're coming online. They're making adaptations. That's just a perfect shot. Really could have easily missed. It's actually the double stack in the back that probably makes it so the AoE can kill him in that range. So that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Of course, he pops the ult and doesn't see anyone. He's still in a pretty good spot just because they get the A control really early, clear that out, scares the other team. But to find a kill on top of it is the icing on the cake.
Get out of my way.
Zeke going up and over with the owl to clear out mid. CNET, oh, updraft to find Brooklyn over on short this time around. He will not be able to fall back. Now it's pretty much anything they desire. 5-on-4 situation. CNED moving up towards the B site as a distraction, of course.
Watch them run. We'll see if he can sell it.
This might look like a bait if they're smart. I mean, he's literally running through the traps, running through the cage. Rotations are going to start to come back, and Monster gets the kill, but now they're already entered.
I know exactly where you are.
Neural Theft comes out. There and then goes the Rolling Thunder. Magnum, he's going to have a very good chance at killing everyone, you'd think. But Vac, he's come back with the double.
How was he not rocked?
Did he dismiss it? Was there a kill to dismiss? Was he?
I don't know.
We'll have to see it in the replay. We'll leave it up to that. Vac, his attention is turned, and Monster loses his head. Vac, he didn't get that 1v5 last round, but he is absolutely delivering the kills here in the 12th. Final peek comes in from Eric, and he goes down. NOLPENKI will add a 9th to the scoreboard at the end of the first half.
Sides.
Don't move a muscle, ladies and gentlemen. It could be Enterprise on the comeback.
Vac ban.
Damn. Man was dodging Rolling Thunders to give them that 9th round. This is how it went down. Here he is. How's he dodge this bad boy?
Oh, he just gets away. He said, I didn't even need to be Reyna. And then he just continues on to get another 2 kills, I think. Not the full ace here, but a disgusting round nonetheless. Just found the spot to be in. We thought it had to be a dismiss.
Dismiss?
No, but he was just prudent.
But he dismissed that ultimate like it was nobody's business. Hides underneath the heaven. +10 movement speed on Reyna, I guess.
quick decision making from Mr. Vac. Okay, 15 and 4 for him. A wonderful map. Just a few rounds away from actually closing this out, and they've got the defensive side to work with. They are smiling wide.
And suddenly they can put that first map result behind them and just head into the third.
I mean, this would literally have to be a choke from NOLPENKI.
Cage triggered. Cage triggered.
Little path of cages here, but oh, hello.
Call out.
Yeah.
The cage train.
Oof. And then the timing on the walk back. Yo, Monster, that's sick. I see you.
He's still here, too. Okay, well, maybe he shouldn't have been. However, it is just a distraction, as NOLPENKI did to them early on. Love that little play.
Get that spike down on the front side of Generator. We're already starting to watch as Bruklon moves all the way back through middle to try and flank anybody on tree. But it's a 4-man push from the heavens. And Enterprise, well, they're going to get scanned. They're going to start relying on the abilities. Jesmin, he's just going to stick this defuse. Goodbye. It's done.
Oh my god. Wait, they just get all the kill. Wait, what just happened? I wasn't ready for that.
Spike got defused. Bruklon kills 3.
It's an objective-based game. That's all you have to do is defuse the spike. It's so easy. Why hasn't everyone figured this out?
Just defuse the spike.
Wow. Forehead.
You heard it here first. 10 rounds for...
After all this.
The boys of NOLPENKI. Dude, this was okay.
This was really cool. Yeah. Little build up to this.
All
for
out. Them there cyber cages.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, we're all dead! But you run the round. Paranoia, perfectly timed. Ooh.
Still in sight.
Yeah. I mean, listen.
Nice double push.
Enterprise gave us something to talk about on Haven.
You called the game already?
Yeah. Looked energetic and great, but I do see that, I mean, NOLPENKI do not look like a team who has only played this map twice in officials. Cannot say the same for Enterprise.
Officials, yeah.
You know? Yeah, they could
what if
be
they practice 500 times?
Vac's gonna go pushing inwards. Him and CNED gonna lay down the law. Push it all onto Eric, who gets swarmed as Zadish comes back from the depths of which they came. NOLPENKI with their 11th round. The pistol here in the second half really spelled disaster, and we will watch Enterprise give it their all as they have potentially this only singular buy on the attacker's side. Let's see what we have in store. They're not going to buy. One will buy.
2 will buy. No. 1 will buy.
2 will buy.
2 will buy.
No.
Okay,
yes.
Everyone's buying.
All right.
All right. Okay, we're buying. I just had to figure out where to put the money. That was the only question. Not how much they were going to spend, just where they were going to put it. But now they've answered that question. Push off short into the Omen smoke. Walk up through mid. Information is gained. Door closes in their faces, but they don't care. They blast it down. However, mid's cracked wide open. Vac, he'll come through from behind. Get a kill, fall back, and turn it into 2.
Then he dismisses to the other side of the box. This is just burning more and more time so that his teammates can come out to lend a helping hand. CNED getting attacked from the back, dodges into the corner. Now it's just going to be the numbers game. And Magnum, well, he's putting up the numbers.
He's not done.
Kills 2 players, and while he's dropped to 47 health, he needs that spike more than anything else. And the longer this takes, the closer his enemies get.
Satchel out.
Could get spammed in this spot. Okay. This fallback will be caught. Magnum's out. 12 rounds for NOLPENKI. They make it look easy. Vac gets to 20. 20 in 15 rounds.
Hot damn.
Wonderful play in this spot here. Can't believe he actually gets away with this one. That's just too much.
Great Reyna play. I'm glad that we got a little shift up in our agents coming into the second map.
Sliggy talked about he didn't like Reyna. He said at top level play doesn't really want to see Reyna. Because if Reyna isn't fragging, then she offers nothing.
Yeah,
like, that was the only thing that he had a problem with, whereas some of the other duelists do have something to work with. You know, Phoenix can use his ult to fall back on at the very minimum.
Yep.
Raze's got full kit that's always useful. Reyna, on the other hand, is a very selfish kid.
But spoiler alert, this Reyna is fragging.
Is fragging is the thing.
He keeps on giving. Vac He's dropped the Empress, goes for it. I mean, he could very well be the difference maker in this second map. He's gonna stick around for a little bit of an elongated fight, and Magnum gonna drop him. And at that point, Bruklon then feels it. Goes peeking out into the defender's spawn. Ooh, for a second kill here in this round. They are not done yet. It is a massive hill ahead, but they're climbing while they can. A 4th round to the board here for Enterprise.
Magnum's keeping up at every turn. I mean, he is really hitting shots, doing well. Is the one to take down Vac a couple of rounds in a row now, at the very least, for what it's worth. But when rounds start off like this, you're scared. You're always on the edge of your seat. So this will be the comeback to end all comebacks. I'll tell you that right now.
Ooh, this one's looking quick. We've seen the boys on Enterprise get aggressive quickly. And when I see 5 players stacked up on long A, my senses are tingling. Starts to lay down that cover. Who's inside of the site? Well, we got one man back here in the corner trying to hide in the cage. Magnum blows Jesmond away, and Monster gets a kill with just his pistol. Neural Theft comes out. Hello, hello. Ooh, through the smoke to the face.
He's keeping up.
Spike's gonna go down. Now it's Vax still in action.
The Owl plus the pop-up. Magnum, maybe another. It's an opportunity, but it's not a kill. Reyna's down low.
CNED swinging out wide. Magnum with the 3rd kill in this round alone. Missed operator shot. Woohoo! Up and over the paint shell. And he is gone.
To the stars.
5th round for Enterprise. Tip of the hat to Magnum. You said he's keeping up in all turns.
He is.
He survived this one as well.
Not only survived, but gets the opening kill again. Gets the trades where he needs them. Creates a lot of space like we saw in Haven. Some super good stuff out of Magnum for what it's worth.
Yikes.
Cool matchup. CNED versus Magnum. That's a cool head-to-head. Cooler than Ice Cubes.
Sounds like some kind of X-Men fight.
It is kind of like an X-Men fight. I mean, both of them like fly. Jet kind of looks like Storm a little bit.
Almost got away. Only he was around that next
I
corner.
don't know what X-Men Rays would be most like. It's a tough call. Some good coordination on the attack. It all starts with the space creation of Magnum. Okay, now over towards the B site this time around, and it is the B site quick.
Yeah, don't forget, of course, the showstopper was a key piece to that last round's victory, and maybe Zeke can lay it all down. Bruklon gets his teleport off from the shadows into the back of the site just to guarantee that they can take it. So, you know, at this point, with your opponents already sitting pretty on 12, you better make the most of those ultimates. Last round they did. Showstopper to the mid site. This time it takes 2 ultimates, and it's not quite there just yet.
Good.
Hunter's Fury goes out, netting them nothing technically. Here comes CNED with the Blade Storm. Headshot after headshot, but now he's back onto the classic. Eric inside of the smoke. They're stranded in the boathouse, but they keep on fighting, and they keep on delivering until CNED cuts them down.
Talk to him, CNED.
And this guy defuse comes through.
No problem. It is the game 1 for NOLPENKI.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time on our weekend days, our broadcasts need a 3rd map. This is not the 2-0s you had gotten used to last weekend. Things are getting close. Not nearly as close as that first map, let's be real. A 13-5 solidly cements Ascent in the back pockets of NOLPENKI. What comes next, I don't think anybody knows. So, don't go too far. Join us after the break.
Welcome to the Flashback, where we'll be taking a closer look at the games from the Week 1 playoffs and showcasing some of the rounds that we saw from the qualified teams. In this episode, we'll look at Liquid versus Prodigy. At Liquid's last big event, they played an experimental new comp featuring no smoking agents and 3 duelists. Whilst there has been some conversation around whether or not this comp holds potential, we saw Liquid redeploy smoke agents in the playoffs this time around. But not everything was as it once was. For the first time in a long time, we had the pleasure of seeing Scream play Jet, and it was every bit as glorious as you imagine. and Link was surprisingly the player that took up the smoking role for Liquid. In the end, they managed to best Prodigy 2-0, and they secured their spot in First Strike. Let's take a quick look at how they went about winning some of those rounds. It's round 10 on Split, and Scream has his sights set on mid control. Hoodie has already missed an op shot, and that gives Cryptix the opening to seize the map control. On the back of that, Scream, who's already made it into upper B after Echo's flash, takes the fight down onto the site and opens up B. A rolling thunder ensues, forcing the remaining players completely out of the site and giving it over to Liquid. But there's still many players to deal with, one of which is Hoodie, and he's got that op ready to take a victim. It's Scream that falls, and at this moment, Eccles realizes that something needs to be done. After waiting for a flanker for long enough, he starts to walk back towards middle, realizing that this could be the gap in Prodigy's retake. His teammates start to fall on the site, one by one, and it looks like Prodigy has the round won. But at that very moment, Eccles strikes from upper and takes the round for Liquid. In round 15, we see a more direct approach by Prodigy. They push quickly into the B bomb site and overwhelm Cryptix. He's in trouble and luckily manages to get away with a kill, and Solgus somehow gets away with that double. But from this point, it's a 3 versus 2, and this is where I want to point out Scream's Jet. He uses this in a way that you don't typically think of, opening up space for his team, going out and creating an extra angle for his enemies to worry about, even finding a position where he can trade his teammate coming out of upper, and then later on winning out this 1v1. Typically you think about, and just because of how it's been popularized, Jet as being an operator agent, but seeing it on screen, that's why maybe you might be surprised by it, but it gives a player with amazing aim the ability to take that extra step towards getting into positions and angles that you don't expect and being a real harasser in your back line. And I think Scream in this series really embodied what a rifling Jet can look like in its best possible form.
That is a good way to enjoy the break. Mitch's voice in a flashback to the playoff games of last week. But now we are here to discuss everything that just happened when it came to Ascent. And it was a hell of a lot of NOLPENKI action. Those guys came to party, and realistically, we made this little thing, didn't we, Launders? We were like, oh, maybe they practiced it. Maybe they were going to be surprising us all. And NOLPENKI went, shut up.
More of a caster than an analyst. Getting the game hyped up, right? Really excited. I really did believe, though, that they should have expected it. Maybe. Yeah. I don't know. Should we be disappointed that they maybe weren't more prepared? What do you think, Maniac?
I think that's the expected result. To be fair, you look at the Enterprise, right? They surely put up a fight on the first map, won it, beautiful. We knew that Ascent was going to be a problem. Numbers don't lie. They haven't played it that much. Problem for them in the veto system. It's only their opponent that was able to remove a map, so they had to play Ascent, which you can argue, right? You have to play 4 maps. Only 4 maps. Come on, man. Play 4 maps.
Y'all are spoiled.
Yeah, that would be the critical point of view, though. But if we just focus on that game, that was NOLPENKI all over the place. They were ahead in every single department of the game. They won both gun rounds. They converted every anti-eco behind it. Individually speaking, you can see the scoreline popping off. VAC, 23 kills. CNET behind with 16. And for Enterprise, really, it was just Magnum fighting back.
Can we just come to the point that I said in the pre-show, right? VAC was most known for incredible aim. You give him a Reyna, you get him feeling comfortable, and he just proved exactly that.
Oh, dude, he was unstoppable, man. And yeah, it's like the thing where if Reyna catches on fire, it's hard to put the fire out. And it was funny, at every turn, it just felt like he was getting all these multi-kills, dismissing perfectly. And of course, Reyna can only snowball. If Reyna doesn't get an opening kill, there's really no abilities for her to use to control rounds. But this is the situation where VAC is getting the opening kill a lot of the time, turning it into a multi, repositioning.
I mean, just to point out that Reyna pick as well and the impact it had, I think when your opponent is having issues on a map and they leave you, spaces, weaknesses in the defense, maybe a little bit disorganized in how they approach the situation, that's where Reyna will shine.
Reyna's a crowbar.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, you have the dismiss, you have the impress, and you can pretty much steamroll. You can use that momentum to just bash your opponent, and that is exactly what VAC did. 23-9, 354 ACS. All right, then.
He was out here making a statement, right? He was saying, okay, that Phoenix, I was bringing it into play. I used a little bit on my Haven and Bind. It is possible we can make it work, but I'm about to show you something special. But the question is, how much more special can he bring? Because Split's coming up next, right? But Maniac, you've got something before that.
Yeah, I think I found a round where everything pretty much fall apart for Enterprise. And I thought that first half, obviously, things looked bleak, but they could have fought back. They had that 4v4 on the second gun round, and they did what they used to do. They plant the spike, they wait for it, but then there's just one element missing in that game. There's something missing. They're not shooting the diffuser. They're not shooting at him. He's just diffusing with no problem.
To be fair to them, I was not even ready. I was just like mentally like, oh my god, okay, what's gonna happen? How can all their abilities? They got this, they got lifts left. They can delay here, and then already the spike is diffused.
It's what you said to Scrawny afterwards as well. It's like, well, what happened?
What happened? I was not ready for that at all. I just missed that one detail, and then
this round right here is the equivalent of having your best friend having his birthday, and you organize everything, but you don't invite your best friend.
You don't show up.
So
have you done that before?
No, I've never done that. I have never done that.
Experience
I have never done that. No. But that would be the equivalent. Everything is ready. The bar is ready, but then just no one invites him. So.
Yeah.
Well, do you know what these two teams have done already? They've played Split.
Ooh.
And last time around, it was another overtime game. It was 15-13, this time in favor of NOLPENKI. Now, when it comes to Split, though, this is a map where we see the agent compositions change out a little bit here. And also, the scary thing for them to deal with is this was when CNED and Vac both did not have a good game.
Oh.
Vac's now warmed up like crazy. He's feeling
super hot,
on fire. And CNED, okay, he doesn't need to have crazy outgoing scores, right? Because you saw it when those knives come out, the impact was there, the operator shots were on point.
Mm-hmm. And you talk about Vac, and I do believe he is going to be a talking point when on to Split, because that's the one map where NOLPENKI actually move him away from the duelist.
Yes.
They have him on Breach, and then it's actually Zeke that's rocking that second duelist. So would you think that, considering Vac's performance right here, do you rethink your plan? Do you maybe try and put him on? But that would be scary.
Yeah.
But that would be playing with instinct. If you play with instinct, you just say, man, you're so activated, we're going to give you something else right now.
I feel like that flexibility would be a blessing. But, like, is it?
Can you do it?
It's a little early, right? Yeah, it's a little early. It feels like maybe one day that might be a thing, but not a lot of teams are prepared to like switch their comp up.
You don't risk it on the third map. Yeah, when you're in a best of three about to qualify for main event, surely. You probably stick to your guns, considering you did win it last time on Split, even if it was in a crazy overtime.
I mean, and feel like, even though he is kind of the support player in this role, right, like for this map, like with Breach, I think you do have the opportunity to get a lot of kills with the specific utility that he has. Very strong flashes right now.
And for Enterprise, though, right, how they're going to come into this, they should come in with the mentality that, okay, Ascent didn't go our way, but we didn't expect much from it. Because obviously those guys know best of how that Ascent play comes into it for themselves here. Now they can go to Split and say, look, this is where we made the last stand last time. Okay, it didn't work out, but we just bested them on Haven in an overtime. We know we can do it. We've got that resilience.
You're right. After the first map, we question, NOLPENKI's resilience. Were they going to be able to bounce back from the fact that they lost Haven, moving on to the second map? And now that same question applies to Enterprise. They've been steamrolled on the second map, but if you want to show that you have what it takes to qualify, it's okay. You just shake it off. You brush it off your shoulder, and you move on to the third map. They have to do that right now.
It's that tenure, whether they can have it or not. But an interesting little tidbit I got when doing the interviews with some of the NOLPENKI players was about how much they know each other. So, Jesmond, you guys have been one of the talking points for European Valorant for quite some time, and now you're one step away from making it to the biggest event so far in Valorant. How does it feel for you guys? What was the emotions like yesterday?
Oh, like I said, like the last couple of weeks have been so rough for us, having a couple of bad games in this best of ones. Like, I'm so happy to finally made it to the best of 3 games. Like, you don't even know, like, I have my own business to have like clients to make works on, and I'm trying to focus to the gaming by fullest, and like it's just so rough to lose those best of 1 games when it matters like so much, but finally we are here.
And obviously I noticed from talking to some of your guys as well, but just explain to the viewers out there how hard it is for you guys at the moment, because you're not full-time, you don't have this as your job committed to just playing Valorant. You guys are having to balance it. So how does it work?
It's actually like I'm pretty like surprised how well it's working for us, because like we are 5 guys from different countries. We don't know each other. We have no clue like how is like every person in real life and stuff like that. It's hard to like trust everyone right now. Like it's playing with, basically 5 randoms playing with each other, and it's somehow working really well for us.
Well, you've certainly got some skilled players for it, mate. That's for sure.
Yeah, yeah. I really like how Vak had this vision, build a team from the guys who don't know each other, have been working for us, and I really like the concept myself.
Well, the concept of not knowing each other is working for them thus far. But one thing I'll say, and we've seen this happen in other teams in Valorant's EU especially so far, is that teams can get in a situation where you start a team like this, it all looks great. Then some players, because you're not signed, get picked and it quickly disappears. You can lose the stars and then the rest crumbles around it. I don't want to see that happen to NOLPENKI because they've put up some proven results.
Because you're not signed. These were your words. And that is the problem for some of these lineups together. Trying to build something, trying to improve as a team, and then someone somewhere with a big bag of cash comes in. They, hey, come to my team. Come see what we have.
It's going to happen. It's going to happen even if you are signed. But if you're not, you're going to be so vulnerable to it. It's a shame. So maybe they'll stick together. They'll have, I mean, they said the weird honesty was where Jasmine said, I don't know if we trust each other. That's what, how do you even read into that statement? What does that mean exactly? In what sense? I don't like the cereal choices of my teammates, or I wouldn't trust them with $10. What kind of trust is it?
Hopefully you trust them to win a clutch, right? And that's probably what's going to be coming up next. It's time for us to get into the next game. It is the deciding map. We're going all the distance here. We're moving to Split, where these two teams have faced off before. Who will take the win? Who will grab that final spot? You'll be finding out after the break. It's time for Split, and it couldn't be closer when it comes to looking at what these two teams have to offer, Maniac. We touched it just a little bit ago with Launders, and the main thing here is that match certainly between those two teams proved that both teams can really deliver some fire, but it's which individuals are feeling good on the day, which I feel like that's what it's going to come down to. I really think we've got a true 50-50.
I agree. And the last time these two teams met, it was 6-6, 6-6. They had to go to overtime. They had to battle it out 15-13. Okay, that was going to be the first question.
Yeah, that was our first.
Would go for the breach instead of staying on the duelist, the Phoenix, the Raze, the Reyna. He's going in for the breach. Now, Adamello should also be mirroring that choice. I'd be surprised not to see him going in with the breach. Zydish, not too big of a question as well. He's the Omen, always going to be the Omen. That is the same for Brooklyn, so we can probably clear these ones quite fast. Omen and Omen. CNET as well, not a question. Jet, but then Magnum. Raze should be.
Raze, yeah, I'd go with Raze for this, right? I love a Raze on Split. So many close quarters, get the paint shells in, showstopper can pop off. There's just a lot of extra damage that can be done there on the close quarters. That's what we're going to see come into play. Now we go to Jesmond, and he has played a Killjoy in it. Well, I'll go.
Should be Cypher, though.
But it should be Cypher. He's not one of these guys that have gone to the Killjoy the whole way. He will stay on the Cypher with it, so this makes sense. And for Monster, well, that should also be, right? That should be the Jet.
Well, Monster, yes, you're right. I was gonna say it could be the only map where he doesn't play the Cypher and he goes for the Jet. So they've made it. They've made the switch, and which means that I want to say poor Eric. Not poor Eric. Cyphers also have feelings. You know, they're human beings. We should treat them accordingly. But Eric will probably go for the Cypher. Zeke, though, on the other side.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes they play with two duelists. They could potentially. And there you have it. That is the Raze coming in from Zeke. You told it. The grenade, middle.
You have to. I'm not a fan of a team that doesn't use a Raze on Split. It's just made for her to be the most annoying, painful agent to go up against. It's like, you walk around the corner, you try to escape. Oh, there's another wall in the way. And like we said, we knew that was going to be the Cypher coming in either way.
Yeah.
So we're pretty happy with this, right? This is the even footing ground. This is what we expect from here.
That's what we expect. Also worth mentioning, Enterprise actually changed their composition from the last time these two teams faced on Split. Back in time, Enterprise had tried to roll with the Sova. We know a lot of teams have shied away from Sova on Split. They're not going to make that mistake again, but they do operate that role switch between Monster and Eric. We have now Monster on the Jet and Eric on the Cypher. So that's going to be a great test, because I agree with Londers. In a theoretical world, we would like to see teams being able to switch positions, roles, playing a Sentinel one day, playing Dualies the other day in terms of preparation, but can you make it work?
Let's see if they can make it work, Maniac. It's time for us to get into Split. It's a first best of 3 that's gone the full distance here for First Strike Europe. Let's see who gets the win. Scrawny and Launders, it's your time to shine.
Thank you. Thank you, James. Launders, you said that you wanted to see them be able to change roles and change positions, and James said, but do you want that on the third map of the qualifying game? And we got it. A little bit of role change going on with the Cyphers, a little mixture coming into this final map where somebody, after this on Split, is booking their ticket to the main event of First Strike, and you know that means the world to both these teams. It's not like last weekend where it's 2-0 after 2-0 after 2-0 with the heavy favorites getting through. Ladies and gentlemen, we came into this matchup with questions, and we have been given some answers, but yet the action still continues. It is time for Split.
This could be a heated head-to-head after this map, depending on who wins, especially with the last time they played Split being such a close map. Now we're going to get the rematch. It looks like Enterprise a little bit stronger now, but after that last map, the confidence has to be high for NOLPENKI. What is going to be the result? We're going to let the map tell the story once again.
I think I speak for everyone when I say,
go ahead.
We hope for something a little closer than Ascent. Because after that first map, with how action-packed it was, how back and forth, and just how ridiculously hyped towards the end, that second map felt kind of flat. But if that flat second map got us here to the decider third, then I'm all aboard the hype train. Ladies and gentlemen, please buckle in. Split is underway.
5v4
Monster,
on the A site.
So patient. So passive. Everybody's afraid to take a fight, but now they're gonna have to. A dash from Monster past CNED, who sits and he hits Eric in the background. Now Monster's able to answer with a double and a third. Oh, how about the fourth? He dashes into the cover, has a teammate come in for him. Brooklyn's lent a helping hand, but Jasmine from the corner finding timing as the Jet turns. 4 kills for Monster.
Chop him up, Monster. 4, 5, 6 kills go to Jet in that round in total. 6 or 7, I don't even know. The ridiculous clothesline frenzy by CNED met back by an even more impressive 4-frag here with the Ghost. Beautiful mechanics, beautiful awareness, nice post-plant situation. They leave it open to heaven and clear the wraparound into the site. Nicely done. Man, that's running into a site stacked and still winning. And we know how valuable these attack rounds can be.
Completely open mid. All the way through the B tower, all the way through the mid vents until now. Those original A players decide to get a little closer.
You have to be really careful on these anti. I mean, your hands are clammy right now, knowing that this could be an absolutely free round, unless you just basically throw it. So Eric is going to move up slowly here towards A. Prime opportunity for a conversion, and it looks like they'll start the entries now.
Trying to dodge the damage as he can. Monster hit hard in the last round. He's trying to give chase to the man to the backside. Brooklyn's able to get himself the kill that the attackers need to alleviate a little bit of pressure. But look how stacked up they are. 3 players behind the bend. They're going to try to fight their way out. Understandably, they need to make a move. Brooklyn's able to get himself a second kill on the round. Then they start to spot the bodies that had begun to flank them. Brooklyn gets dropped. CNED takes 2. And there is where he falls. 2 survivors for Enterprise. This is not a free round. A bit of a dog pile going on at the A site.
Yeah, I don't think they'll care though. You know, just like the round conversion. It's nice. It's not a free round, but they grab it. They get in the site, they grab it. And the stack up, I like how you characterize that. You know, it's a little bit claustrophobic in the J, but at the same time, because there wasn't much utility, it wasn't like they couldn't hit the splash AoE damage from a raise or anything like that. So on any other round, you're definitely thinking, whoa, they're asking to get killed. And now Zeke will be more powered up, better gun, full utility here, but it doesn't look like it's A to begin with. Instead, this walk up towards mid, it looks like they're gonna go silent. Omen smoke to assist, no one in the mail room. Breach playing way back on B stairs.
They're just going to split this B site, huh?
This could be a very strong Heaven attack coming this way.
Monster's going to lead the charge. Updrafts in, has no accuracy, so Jesmin plucks him from the sky. 10 shots left. Down to 7. Now he's going to have to go for the reload, but the Wizard's out, and Jesmin's the one-man army on the hold. Brooklyn able to answer, but CNED so hot, so quick into position that he closes for NOLPENKI, and they'll find their first round.
Creamy from Jesmin. What a play. That was hero vibes. He was fighting against the Heaven Wrap. Look at all these.
Dude, that's second.
Look at these cages, man. Nicolas Cage here.
That 3 shot
what a
onto
performance.
Adamello. Or excuse me, the second player in the mix. He had 10 bullets in the magazine, hits the first 3. A little bit labored on the follow-up spray, but the classic got the job done, damn it. And now, well, Enterprise gonna waste no time. Showing their hand here at this A site. It's Monster on the entry yet again. Goes to the heavens, catches 1. No, not even. It's Eric to find Zeke. And Brooklyn, well, he's back behind the bend. Adamello with the cover. And a 4v2 ensues.
Wait a second. This isn't even winnable at this point. There's CNED up in the heavens. Bladestorm out with a pistol to fall back on. Okay, Operator is here as well. This is interesting. I mean, this is what he was hired to do, right? Pull out rounds like this. Jesmin started to make progress. We saw him be so pivotal in the previous round, but the combination of utility coming his way is so huge. However, CNED from the heavens, up from the top rope, dunks on 2 players, moves now into the defuse, and can potentially pull this off.
Omen teleports. CNED hears that. Now he has the back turned. Oh, Magnum. He turns his head swiftly enough to catch that kill. But tell me, you didn't think that was happening. There was a chance.
There was a chance, yeah.
Oh,
Magnum
what could
PI.
have been.
God damn.
What could have been. Enterprise, 3 rounds to the 1. That dash there from CNED, I mean, you saw Adamello, just couldn't keep up. He was aiming through molasses.
Yeah, he was getting older as that flick went through. Geriatric, almost. He had to put new tennis balls on his walker after that one.
Pop that boom bot. Magnum's right behind it. They took all the space that it created. Oh, he dashed into that shot.
Oh, no. He's just trying to kill his teammate. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, we need that one on
God,
replay. That hurts. And they're going to try to follow it, but they actually run into the Bucky of all things. Is that going to be enough? Jesmin playing behind the box only got the 1. They've gone ahead and swarmed this B site. Spike down.
God damn, they're cooling once again.
Brooklyn's up top.
Quick kills, last one up.
Yep. They know where he should be.
3, 2, 1 spam.
But how about timing? He gets out, takes 1 with him. 3 kills for Magnum and a 4th round for Enterprise.
4th round on attack.
5 rounds
split.
deep. Okay, let's see this, man.
Oh, man.
Look at this. Look at this.
Incidented. Unlucky. Unlucky.
For it.
The bullets did not.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I'm insane.
Wait a second. I swear we saw.
Dude, that's not what I saw. Nope.
Yeah, that's a false replay. Don't care.
Fake replay.
Canceled.
I thought the second player was trying to dash.
They were both right beside each other and the jet dash right behind, right? That's what we saw?
That's what I saw.
Okay. I don't trust Joey.
Fake replays.
Push into the B site. Breach on the back of the site.
Or maybe we're just wrong.
The critical. We probably are. This is a critical round.
Showstopper goes in.
Perfect time to pop the ult. Oh, they get out. This is a post-plant situation.
Yeah.
There's actually potential for a kill walking through. That was so tricky.
Yeah, he didn't want to give away the sound cues of the footsteps, but because he didn't move fast enough, they did get away. Brooklyn takes to the heaven.
Honestly,
3 players on the other side. He pushes in. Nice blind. Can't manage the spray, though. Zeke's able to answer. It's a 4 versus 4, and 2 of the players on the side of NOLPENKI are incredibly low already. They get themselves the double. Monster's able to get one out of the skies, and now he survives in the back of the site. They try to push in, and he goes down, but where has Eric got off to? He comes in with another kill, sees that the last player's on the defuse, chases in as he comes off. A missed shot, but the classic snaps back, and you're telling me NOLPENKI take a second?
with the hops off the classic right-click jumping, are you serious? He could have got spammed.
Get slapped. That hurts. That's a man in pain.
No way he wins that, dude. No way.
He misses
He misses
op
the
shot.
pre-fire. This was even so smart by him to try the pre-fire because he was supposed to die.
Into the jump shot.
Eric was not even willing to put shots down through the box.
Boomba clap.
Wow.
Right to the head,
That's
man.
just nasty.
He's broken.
That's tough. You can't have a round like that ripped away. It's scary, right? You just, any round on attack that gets that close, you were supposed to win.
Oh, the game's starting to heat up. You feel that?
Absolutely. It's getting steamy.
Now we've got ultimates on the board, clearly favoring NOLPENKI. A Rolling Thunder from the Shadows and the Neural Theft versus a Blade Storm. That's nothing. But with numbers, Enterprise take to that A site. 3 cloud bursts across. That is a lane of cover that Monster's trying to exploit. With Jesmyn back in the corner, he's on the cameras, but Monster, he could slip into enemy that never saw it coming. Now he falls back, didn't expect Jesmyn to be in the mix, and the Neural Theft comes through. Everything is known to the enemies. That spike trying to travel over as fast as it can. Quick and crucial trade from Eric, because that's the kill that could enable the spike to come out from Garage, but he waits.
Huh. Interesting.
And then he decides to commit to this.
Yeah, this is a weird spot. They actually pull this back. Let's see if the cage that actually missed ends up working for him. He'll work around it. See, it misses a shot. Eric, he's going for 3. Oh my God. That's with the Omen sticking to plan. He was only supposed to get a couple and leave it to the 1v1. He gets all 3.
A 4K on the round and 3 in the post plant, turning on the player with the operator who thought he could drop and set up shop on that retake. How about no?
Look, it's a missed cage, but he improvises. He gets creative with it. He gets one over the other Cypher. A rare miss by CNED. Oh my goodness.
Dude, swapping back to the Phantom with 5 shots in the magazine.
You're kidding.
Yeah. As quickly as he was dismantled, he's back. 5 to 2.
It's not a 1v3, but it is. It is.
All right. And the rounds just keep on rolling. We've got another aggressive stance being set here at the base of mid. 5 members of Enterprise on the other side of those smokes. They know that NOLPENKI were just here, and it feels as though they're gone, but they come back for second servings, and they get shut down. 3 immediate kills coming in for Enterprise, making absolute mincemeat of these sidearms. Nothing.
Following a clutch. How, I mean, even after that, what are we looking at economically? That is such an awkward spot.
A buyback.
Yeah.
Operator for CNED.
Okay, they have the op on CNED. No, that's something. That's something nice, at least.
Right. Magnum just shooting for the fences, man.
Well, like Maniac said, in terms of Kosha, here we it's dead 6-6 even last time they played in both halves. But they have such a big opportunity to get even more.
Wow, this doesn't even look like... This doesn't look anything like the team that was just dismantled.
But it does look like a team that was on Haven, right?
Yes, exactly. Right back to the comfort zone. Quick flash to try and get a peek in mid. Zeke sees nothing.
Shadows traveling.
Brooklyn waits. Minute on the clock.
Funny, not even any utility left inside of ropes here for Cypher. There has never been a situation where ropes has been overtaken for the A split. Instead, it's always been these B lanes through mid. It looks like we're going to have a same repeat of that. Zeke gets the opening. We'll fall back off some utility, but this is a great start for the team.
Ooh, no escape for Cypher.
Oh man, a good time to actually move back. Interesting to see. We've got Raze moving into the site. Zeke gets him down. Magnum's out of the round.
30 seconds left.
It'll be a rotation, but it's 2 on 5.
Ooh. But Eric, oh, he almost waits long enough to find Zeke off guard. Flawless round regardless. So what if Zeke dies? He'd done a really good job with the paint shell to turn them back from heaven into mid.
Doesn't even.
They get left, right, and centered.
What a sweet round from Zeke. First of all, just holding that angle, stopping them there. I mean, they've done a great job on the B site. It just, without any mailroom control and without any mid presence at all, you're not surprised that Enterprise are going for it. Like, it just seems like it is a really good strat for them to try out over and over again. It's resulted in a pretty good half so far. But in general, it's just been an affinity for B. They're going to try this time through long. CNED is in a spot to actually shoot and fall back. It's an unanswered trade and a repeat as well.
And suddenly 5v3 out of nowhere.
Oh, that's alarming. This is a spot where
there's still 2 defenders in position.
Yeah.
Vac just going to let CNED make that contact. Look, they're scoped in on Vac as if he is the player on the operator. But CNED, the Cyclops, walks in, scoped up. Yeah, I love it. Oh, Vac tries to end it on his own. Really good combination of play. CNED up close with the operator. That's a showstopper on the other side. Oh, but he gets killed by the Classic. And then the defenders pick up the round because Zeke comes in at a 4th for NOLPENKI.
Man, he made that site look like it had so much cover to work with, even though he just played with the same angle a couple of different ways. And then, yeah, I mean, just beautiful. Like, first shot miss, but he finds a new opening. It's slightly different. He dashes away, comes back.
Again with 50 health.
Similar thing, right? And then wraps the other side of the pillar, which is kind of the same fight. Very nicely done.
4 kills for him.
Nasty.
I gotta say, like, again, a round where he's picking up kills with 50 health. You know, when you can have somebody who remains composed like that, it is value in abundance.
Well, they're gone.
There ain't nobody there, bud.
Go get it.
Unfortunate use of the showstopper.
Missed a pack there.
Sent the rats back into their spawn.
Okay. Monster will pull out the blades. What do they await? To see if Raze is still aggressive. Raze has fallen away back to the heavens. Seems like they're going to try to press through this together. I would assume Cage comes out, actually going through lower this time.
Shell splits them. 2 go in, 2 go back. Not ideal. Brooklyn tries to give chase, and Jessamine is now dead. Monster, though, he's got that Blade Storm up and ready to go. 3 versus 3. Magnum takes one away from it. Monster still just looking for a target. And, well,
what is even happening?
He's going to walk out right into it.
Planted.
Aaron's down. We've got 2 Blade Storms, 1 on each side. Knives aplenty. However, Enterprise, clearly favored to close this. Should be a matter of time. The players on the site have no reason to leave. He misses with the majority of the knives, and the Classic gets the kill in the end, but a thrifty round win for Enterprise.
Yikes, they actually make it into A off of that strat, and that's with the Raze alt pop on the defense to push them out of that A attack in the first place. And all they did was just like cut noise, fall back, came back into it. Very simple strat to move in, and even the opening kill on Cypher goes towards the defenders. They still somehow managed to bring that back. That is surprising.
Even that paint shell separating the attackers when they decided to commit.
Right.
Hit right at the base of ramp. Looked like maybe that'd be enough to isolate 2 separate 2vx's. And even then they follow through. So Enterprise not letting NOLPENKI steal all of these final rounds back. However, still a chance for a 5th perhaps. Alt count, Neural Theft and a Rolling Thunder for the boys on Enterprise, and a From the Shadows for NOLPENKI.
Shadows traveling. Interesting kill trip inside the A site this time around, with Enterprise looking to come towards it. I wonder what happens to the defense in this position. Raze is on the other side of the map holding back. I think we've seen a position like this where Raze would walk into B, ult or not. I don't know if that's coming on this time around. But they've also got a Rolling Thunder to work with.
Ooh. Executed.
Yeah, just walks in again.
Magnum looking like more of a pea shooter this round.
Cage triggered.
Jesmyn, he's up in heaven. Monster already on that site. That 3.
Everything's cleared.
Yeah, the 3 Cloudburst play. Monster, this is not the first time he's used it to wrap into the site, but an ultimate coming up, or ability rather, from Breach makes things awkward. 2 versus 2. Vac, he knows he's about to get spotted, so he gets cut down by Eric, and now it is on Zeke. Dodges the operator shot, hones in for the headshot as the spike is planted. No abilities. It is a straight up duel. He's trying to bait out the shot, and now he's been revealed, so it goes from bad to worse, but he keeps on fighting, and maybe, just maybe, he'll be able to close this. He gets that dart pulled out. Needs the reload. It was 1 shot left. Oh, and he hits the headshot. That is it. A 5th round for Zeke and NOLPENKI. Keeping this one close. It was split down the middle last time these teams met, and it's damn near close yet again. Ladies and gentlemen, join us after the break as this 3rd map will lead one of these teams to the First Strike main event. 5-7 scoreline gives Enterprise an edge. A slight lead in map 3 could be enough to take it to the end. Will they qualify? NOLPENKI stand in their way.
What do you think?
I think Enterprise take this.
You think? I think Enterprise take it.
Enterprise take this.
Yeah, I know it's close, and yes, they are leaning heavily now with the a solid amount of attacking rounds. But of course, NOLPENKI are the favorites. It just feels like Enterprise. It feels like they're playing so damn well today. But we can see kind of like their level of comfortability change a bit when they swap sides. We'll see if they have troubles on defense rotating around. I think that was one of their slight struggles on Haven. They did figure it out, but they figured it out quite late, and it came down to an OT situation. Can they afford that again, is the question.
Well, I think after that first half, they've given themselves a margin of error that could lead them to a late transition. We'll see. We'll see. Let these players speak for themselves. It's a very quick hit into the B site. Eric will fall with nothing to his name, and Monster can't see anything because they crash his cross. Back, spike plant, behind box.
Triple mail room, a retake, all coming in through Heaven.
Met by an Omen smoke.
Yeah, they'll start to rotate around now.
Monster puts down 2 cloud bursts, now has none left. Oh, and what? CNED. Oh my god, and then Jesmine in with another one. The Frenzies are making a difference. Adamello with only 1 kill on the retake. Enterprise give up pistol.
It's always a high pitch. What with CNED? It feels like every round. What? It's like it's an HWHAT. What? But again, they split the pistols. So quite like the first map to keep it competitive, moving into the second, which is always good. We want to see teams split pistols. I think that's what we want to see for sure. Okay, so attack leaning towards A. Heavy defense at mid. Thinking about walking down, it looks like. We'll see what this information leads to and how long NOLPENKI will take to pick where they're going. But look at this lean. They're all coming up through ropes now. They're not wasting any time whatsoever.
No, they are genuinely getting ahead of this. Paint shell at the feet of a couple. And, ooh, ow. Boombot hurts.
Hold on.
Magnum and Monster each with a kill apiece. Oh, Eric's in with 1 as well, but the Classic just can't close. However, you know NOLPENKI. That comms right there, that was panic.
Definitely. That's an NT in chat. I mean, that's where the paint shells are so valuable, right? You separate. You cannot, there's no counter to them. You just have to separate, basically, if they're thrown at the right time. And in from Heaven, that was the perfect time. It splits them up. 2 players in the site, they have to fend for themselves. And we've got all of these defenders gushing in over the heavens like a waterfall, ready to try to trade. And it just puts so much pressure on the Spectres from down low to adjust their aim and go crazy to try to pick up the slack for their teammates who are separated from them all the way back in the spawn.
Now, if Enterprise want an easy game, if they don't want to have to ride the roller coaster of emotion like they did on Haven,
I dropped the spike.
then an early gun round win would be huge. We see the setup. We've got the Cypher cage over in ropes and another one here in Heaven. So forfeiting mid.
Okay, this cam is pretty big. So this
Cage gets popped. 4 players on the other side of this one. Monster, he's going to stay committed to his corner. Oh, 2 headshots. Looking for the 3rd, but he falls in the end as CNED takes him down. But just as quickly as those kills come through for the attackers, the rotate's already up into Heaven. It's the dish at the base of the rope. 2 players above him. 1 member for Enterprise in Brooklyn back on the defender's spawn. He just tries to stay tucked. Magnum's gonna sniff him out. Now suddenly the last 2 players for NOLPENKI, they get dodged as Magnum flies over top, calls in the retake alongside his team, and with 3 members alive, they will win their first round on defense.
Yeah, and some kills are coming in that is going to lead to ults, and we know what that means. Potentially a free round if it's played properly. A quick first rifle to their name. Monster, great moves here. Made a mistake here. See, look, he'll look to the right here after these 2 kills and look to dodge. But I think it's a level of comfort thing where some Jets are not just dodging sideways. They're trying to look in the direction they want to dodge and then dodge straight. But that's time wasted when you're trying to look, when you could just dodge in any direction that you press. And I feel like that's actually what gets him killed. So either way, he gets the great lineup and gets 2. And it's a nice Cypher setup with him to make sure they have Heaven covered. That'll be a problem for NOLPENKI moving forward. But for now, it's going to be the B side head-on through the tunnel this time.
That alt orb just gave him Blade Storm. And they're going to use that to go for the entry because NOLPENKI, they're low on weaponry. They're able to use the momentum. Oh, it's Zeke actually on the other side of the smoke to catch Monster on the fallback. Jessamyn's going to lay down the spike. The boombot glows and clears back Cubby. They try to follow it. 2 players on the peak. They wanted the weaponry. And check this out. It's CNED from the corner, from the Cubby. Zeke back in with the showstopper, blows Brooklyn into tomorrow. And the Phantom, with 2 bullets left, has 2 HP as well here on Adamello.
This is more than a difficult round now. It's pretty much over. Cypher would have to blow this. He's got a cam ready as well. Flash out. Going up top, he's not spotted. Adamello has no idea, and he gets shot in the back. What a play, pushing into spawn, following the boombot.
Dude, Launders, that actually hinges on 2 crucial movements. 1, they get the ultimate onto CNED. They go for the orb first and foremost. They had eyes up on the site, but nobody from the defensive Enterprise challenged. They gave him Blade Storm. With that, him and Raze dash and boom blast their way into the site itself, and then once they had that deep site control, they won. They went 1 further, all the way back. Zeke, 3 kills on the round, showstopper at his feet. He was going down with the cause. Yes, that's a heavy investment in terms of ultimates, but when you consider the economy that hinged on that round, absolutely worth it. They had lackluster guns. They made up for it with abilities. We are tied at 8. And Enterprise have their hands full yet again because now they are in the place that their enemies were just 1 round ago. And guess what? They have the same ultimates available. A Showstopper and a Blade Storm between Magnum and Monster. And Magnum takes the fight forward into Jessamyn. Eric with the Judge buys a bit of time, but still only gets himself 1. And Monster's got that Blade Storm out.
Interesting.
Knives ready.
Has to worry about the late wrap around the site. When does he play this? Has to be careful. He'll open up with this 1 kill. Move into a strong position. Clean headshot with the Blade Storm. Looking for another. It's a bunch of blades to the chest of CNED, and CNED will die in the smoke.
Thrifty round win back and forth. Enterprise due to NOLPENKI what was done to them. And because of that, as we said, the economy looms over the head of the losers. Another tough decision to make. But the beauty of this is they still have specialty tools to work with. Rolling Thunder from the shadows and a Neural Theft. Can they find a way to make this work? Because if not, we are staring at Enterprise sitting pretty on at least a 2-round lead.
There is a cancel out opportunity with the Rolling Thunders depending on where, where it gets triggered from. But as soon as you see it, you can use 1 back. You could wait, let them have a site. If they're using it to take the site, use it in the post plant. We'll see what happens. They're moving quickly now into A.
Yeah, Adamello, he was just spamming through the cage.
God, it's so open. This is a very dangerous situation.
Oh, they're going to take these fights right to them. Oh, there goes the Rolling Thunder. It's perfect. It stuns 2 players, if not 3. And then Zadish dies. Magnum from the skies trying to land back in on screens. All 3 remaining players of NOLPENKI are back there. Oh, man. And CNED, he catches the head, but another thrifty round win.
You're kidding.
3 in a row. Back and forth we go.
Oh, my God. They left A so open to the attack and then tried to come in for it. But what's been so good about NOLPENKI is they don't rest on their laurels. When they take the site, they are going for the full round. They'll push through. They realize they don't win unless they get further control, and that's what throws Enterprise off completely.
They punished Adamello. He was sat back in screens, uses an entire magazine of the Vandal to try and just catch damage through that Cypher trap, when in reality, they weren't crossing for ramp. They were just waiting for him to reload so that they could charge forward and take what they wanted, that A site. And then again, just like when they won the thrifty round on B, they get the site first and foremost, and then they follow through with deep control and abuse ultimates for the win.
No doubt the nerves are setting in. and for good reason. Oh man, they're both so close they can taste it.
It's crazy. NOLPENKI making the absolute most of ultimates. Bladestorm, Showstopper, over on that B site. Rolling Thunder, last round here on A. And now Enterprise trying to dish one back. But you can see the tension of this moment, the back and forth nature has led this round to have so much on its shoulders. They welcome them into the A site.
Oh, Omen's tucked. Oh my god.
Rolling Thunder backside. Brooklyn, he needs to spot this.
He
needs to spot that. He comes out with the Sheriff, but he absolutely whiffs it. And because of that, NOLPENKI should absolutely take the momentum of this back and forth affair.
Well, at least it's just an anti-eco victory. What we were hoping to see for these past couple of rounds both ways. Crazy, but wait, hold on. Paint shells go high and over. It's into a good spot. It'll make the opposition uncomfortable. There is a cluster of the attack in the corner, and now it'll take one heroic Sheriff play, and it looks like Monster's got a badge on his chest. Let's see if he can get two more.
Oh, there was a chance, but Jesmin, he ducks underneath it. I'm thinking to myself that the setup, that play, I'm expecting Omen to play that contact, and then once he sees somebody walking up, that could have been a Rolling Thunder from the middle of the A site to what would have been a 4-player stun, and then the chance to swarm them. But Brooklyn, poor Adamello, I feel like he's left out to dry.
Yeah, tough spot. Could have been a huge play if he just had hit some shots there, but we've all been there. They're not looking at you. You don't know how they're going to strafe, where the movement is, and
there's so many of them.
And you're just scared. You're just scared because the circumstances are insane at the moment.
Biggest game of your life. It's all fun and games when it's just your friends watching. Now the pressure of the moment sinks in. 1 round the lead for NOLPENKI. CNED taking over the server. 21 kills. Only mirrored by Magnum.
He's always good for it. They are always good for it. Two different styles of play, equal impact. They're thinking about the B lean. Monster, oh man, he's also just been pretty sick, and he's tucked in this position, no rotations close by.
Get out of my way.
Monster,
they run by.
2 players.
Oh, they cover it. That could be the one by Vac.
Vac, you nasty. Magnum's gonna chuck that paint shell into the back of the site. Boombot goes down. 4 players now from NOLPENKI trying to cross over. Here comes that Rolling Thunder. It stuns 2 of them. Can there be cover, or does Magnum punish? He sees the player in the corner, and it is kills coming in for Enterprise.
They know where he is
10 seconds left. Jesmin from heaven looks to deliver, but now he goes down, and it's all on Vac. Fake plant, no frags, 4 kills for Eric, and a 10th round for EP.
With the 5v4 opening on the B site, not a rotator that you could see with binoculars. They were so far away. That should have been locked up. But the Rolling Thunder comes through, and the perfect cohesion on the retake. You see them following up right behind it to lock down all of these frags. The tough part about that jet position is, I think we were talking about this, where the jet dashes in, the jet doesn't have to engage, but as soon as the jet dashes in, your position, if you're in a corner, is known to your teammates. They come up for the hard clear, they kill him, and then it's just scary. It's super scary. Jet can't even get away, and he doesn't know who to focus on. The only reason I bring that up is because that means there is a vulnerability in the B site. We'll see how it gets played this time around, maybe slightly differently, but surely it's got to be on the mind of NOLPENKI to try this again eventually.
The seriousness of the situation sinks in. 10 rounds each.
My God.
As Mathieu had said, last time these teams met on Split, it was overtime needed.
wonder what NOLPENKI will try this time around. Split up look for mid control. No one's playing mid as much here. From Enterprise, not playing in the mailroom at all. There's no like sentinel punishment in the mailroom, and like simultaneously no attacking really in through the mailroom up through A. They're like leaving that open. Pretty much no one's messing with the heaven area at all when they're entering the site. The only splits come through over towards B. So we'll have to see what they want to try, but it doesn't feel like very defaulty Valorant here on Split, like it did on Haven, where it was like, which site is open? Let's rotate until we find out what's open and then walk in. On this, they just can commit. It's very closed off. I think as Maniac brought up. This is why Raze shines so much, because you're always susceptible to taking huge damage from the AoE of her paint shells and ult. And that also means there's just a bit more structure and a bit more commitment, deliberate commitment out of spawn to what you want to do, as opposed to trying to respond to what you think the defender's doing. Because a lot of the time, these defenders just have a particular setup on a site, like in B, and you just have to figure out which one it is. Once you figure out where that first Cypher trap is, maybe you have an idea, you figure out where the cam is, you spot the jet, you find that opening, you just follow up as quickly as possible.
Right back into it, folks. Thank you for your patience. The game goes on. Magnum just hoping the trajectory of that bot doesn't find him. Ooh. Oh, CNET, he peeks right into it, but that is a perfect stun. Magnum, in the messiness of that,
he gets caught out.
Isn't able to get the perfect angle with the showstopper, and then yes, as he falls back with that delayed boom bot, still finds Zeke. That takes him down to 48 HP. Brooklyn peaks, and it's perfect, but here comes the showstopper in from the skies. Zeke, he's able to get one off at the site. Two defenders back towards the screens. They have to hold, but
they're getting picked off.
Now the neural theft comes in.
Two on site.
They know there is nowhere to go. Eric hits the dink. It all falls onto the last man standing. Zeke damaged as the players trickle in. Enterprise take an 11.
They got control, but they got picked off at every single turn. As soon as they try the A split, which they have never tried so far, it falls flat. They really just took too much damage getting shot in the side of the head in all of these different turns, right? The rotations were just fine. The trades to get to a certain point were okay, but we'll see. I mean, NOLPENKI are going to call attack pause here and talk about things, but it really looked like they never were comfortable at any point of this round, consistently just fighting from behind based on the utility that's getting used. This is a great round from Breach from the utility that we see here. Extremely frustrating situation, and now we're just brimming. We're just on the precipice now of the game being over. Couple rounds to go. 11-10 here for Enterprise. Yeah, you know, you've just got to be terrified if you're them. And it looks like on this round there are going to be a series of concessions made. SMGs, a Frenzy, a Guardian at best.
Unarmored Vac. They do have that Rolling Thunder. They do have the neural theft.
They're thinking about next round.
So they took all of this into mind off of the back of their tac pause. They have made the calculations.
Interesting. It looks like A is promising. I mean, it looks like, you know.
Oh my God, they're gonna go through this.
Yeah.
Dude, that double dash. We have seen it on both sides of the map. Jet and Raze going in first. Okay, with the blast packs and the dash, it works out.
This control into spawn was what their issue was last time. Let's see if it continues to be an issue. They know what this duel is going to be. They're walking up now to fight them here.
Yep. They don't want to take that damage. They wait. Oh, but it baits them into the Rolling Thunder. They got closer and closer, and now they are sent as far as possible. Magnum, he's going to lead the charge back in here for this retake. A legit 5v5. Zeke from beneath their feet in with a kill. Takes himself a second. Jessamine, crossfire's great. Adamello falls, and so does Enterprise. NOLPENKI take it again.
With the space, they get to a position to use that ult, and even though they can't follow up with the kills, they delay. They make them uncomfortable. They push them back in their spawn. They combine it.
That is perfect. Look at the panic that sinks in.
God, yeah,
they thought, oh, we'll just stay at the cusp of his lesser abilities, and then Rolling Thunder sends them all the way back into spawn, and they know what they just let happen. We are tied at 11. And
that wasn't even about guns.
Oh.
They made them fight all these close angles. They could have won with anything. A smart investment for NOLPENKI to put themselves in just such a powerful spot. Again, they could have fully invested in one, and now they still can buy whatever they want. No concessions whatsoever.
Cage triggered.
The double dash.
Feeling here.
That aggressive entry from Jet and Raze, I love it. And I feel like Eric, I mean, we may see it work out here yet again. It's like a grappling hook that just hits into the back of the site and then pulls the rest of the team in, because at least they have the info, and it creates bedlam. It creates chaos, and Enterprise, well, they're still asking questions because NOLPENKI have fallen back again.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting. They've destroyed, I think they're going to continue with the B split this time with 3 towards mailroom. Look at the rotation. They're giving up on the B site. It's wide open.
Oh, no.
They're trying to read this as a gamble stack. There are no ults for the defenders to go for this retake, and they're frantically trying to come back in. Now Eric, oh my God, he's gonna roll him down with 3.
Perfect timing on the peak. You just said no abilities were gonna get it done, but how about a little gunplay? A big brain timing from Eric, and now there's a chance for NOLPENKI to still hang on. They have little cover, but they're still delivering a quarter HP and a double in from Zadish. How have they done that?
Fill the kill feed with red. It's 12-11 for NOLPENKI after the heroics from Eric. They bring it all the way back. You can't be serious.
A 2 versus 5. Both players relegated to behind that pillar. Look at Eric's timing. Headshot, headshot, transitions to the spray. 1 bullet left. Zadish on the side of the smoke welcomes them in to line them up, knock them down, and take that 12th round. Map and match point with first strike on the line.
And now who's got stingers? Who's got specters? Who has got concessions? It's the defenders.
NOLPENKI completely grouped up outside of this A site. Dude, when they rotated preemptively to A last round, it looked like it was over. Eric nearly saving the day. How do you bounce back from a disappointing round like that? Enterprise will have to dig deeper than they have ever done before. The most important round of Valorant they have ever played. We saw them take it on Haven into these high-pressured situations. Silence falls across the server as the 40-second mark is hit. Adamello revealing himself. First headshot and first kill for Enterprise. He drops that boom bot to give him the cover. He's trying to work it, but Zeke, he's able to answer. And now that neural theft comes in big. Adamello's position absolutely known. He's hoping a teammate can come help him out. 20 seconds to spare as Vac gets the spike in. 4v4 and a fight to unfold here on site. Showstopper over the top. Zeke goes deep
for 3.
4 kills on the round when it absolutely matters. And Eric, well, we saw him with the 3K last round, but it wasn't enough. Now it has to be everything, and he goes down. An ace from Zeke to get a spot at the First Strike main event.
I got nothing to add to that.
God damn. 27 kills from Zeke in the end. Oh, what a game of Valorant. What a series of Valorant. An absolute delivery from the boys on NOLPENKI, but props to Enterprise testing them every step of the way.
That one's gonna hurt for a long time. God damn. Zeke,
wow.
You gotta be happy for Zeke. After having such an amazing performance across the series, to close out on an ace, there's probably not many more things that he's done recently to get his endorphins going like that.
Yeah.
Plus the top frag to top it all off. Congratulations, NOLPENKI. You've made it.
Valorant, hell of a drug. Join us after the break with the analysts, and believe it or not, we've got more action to come.
Welcome to the Flashback, where we'll be taking a closer look at the games from the Week 1 playoffs and showcasing some of the rounds that we saw from the qualified teams. In this episode, we'll be covering FPX versus Opportunist. Now, when it comes to tactical approach to the game, I think FPX are far above most of the other teams out there. This is a team that has their sights set firmly on the long term, building a team of talented youth around an experienced FPS god of Angel, with the goal of one day being the best. The goal isn't far out of reach though, and they proved that in the Blast Twitch Invitational, when they lost 13-11 on the final map of BO5 to the European giants of G2. At 12-8, FPX sent their sights on the A site yet again. They've pushed here a couple of times at this stage, and even just in the previous round. This is going to be a quick one, with smokes deployed quickly in towards Heaven and Spawn. You have the recon drone coming up through short, clearing out those angles, and eventually spotting Tankus, allowing for that frag to come through. 3 players barreling up long, make for an easy trade if they were to lose any of these duels, but they never do. This is a more pointed approach, one that we don't normally see from FPX. They like to take it slow and steady, but in this one, upping the pace, perhaps feeling that the A site is the weakness that they can exploit. In the 2v4, you can see Hunter's Fury is enabled. That's why you see the Sova all the way back towards long. You've also got a Showstopper, which doesn't actually end up finding anything, because Meadow is quick to find those frags and close out the game. Realistically, nobody plays Viper, certainly not in Europe, and for Angel to pull it out of all players was shocking. Playing it as the controller, you saw Viper used to set up on the defensive side this wall across B consistently, used in hookah and on long to completely block off sight and, more importantly, open up retake opportunities by blocking vision. Then towards the A site, the setup of the one-way smoke, using her poison orb alongside the snake bites to deter any faster rushes, was an insane play. Now in this round right here, Opportunist faked B perfectly. There's only 2 players on A to defend, but look at this. The snake bite makes it so easy for them to just shred the pushing players and ends up stopping what was a push after a fake. Those are usually the full commits, the rushes, where you've got the massive man advantages, but the Viper utility here is what stops them, slows them, and then Zipan's ultimate alongside his paint shells scare them away. And no way they can win with 15 seconds on the clock, and Xiao makes sure of it by hammering home those bullets. This overall was a masterclass from FPX in how to play Viper viably within Bind, and I was up.
City, 2, last 2.
Let's go! CNET! CNET!
CNET! I've even CNET's name as well. He saved them from a potential elimination. Let's be honest, right? That round just there was the 5v2, and they dropped it hard.
That was actually so nuts. Like, we saw the last 2 kills mainly. But like CNET had to like do everything. He literally had to be like David Blaine and Dalsim all in one, like disappearing, going to new directions. Like he was nuts. He was so good.
We'll talk about what NOLPENKI did well. Obviously, a ton of things went their way in that game. But for Enterprises, there are a few games in your career that really hurt, and a few losses that you don't forget. And I think is one of these. Yeah. This is a game that they're going to look back. Obviously, they're going to watch the VODs together and trying to figure out how they lost it. And they're going to cry.
I would
they
never
are going
watch
to cry.
These VODs. I will
But you have to watch these VODs if you want to make sure it doesn't happen in the future, right? But that one's going to hurt.
What I would do is I would not watch the VOD, and then I would go cast.
All right, cool. Then, never happened. Just go cast.
Lord is on the retirement plan for these players before their careers even started. I don't think they'll be following your advice on this one.
But sorry, but yeah, like it is. You have to, but it's just, it hurts. It's got to hurt. Oh, man.
And it's one of those moments, right, where right now they may not realize how close they came. It was such a solid start from them in that round, right? You're looking at this, you're thinking, okay, this is looking bad. How many times did we see NOLPENKI break through sites with very low buys? Pure force buy, Stingers in play, Spectres in play.
And you talk about these force buys, and I actually have a clip lined up, and we have many of them in that game. But it is once more, as you're talking about, NOLPENKI understanding what they need to do to turn around the situation. Would you look at this round? 3 versus 4. They understand they need to take the fight. Zeke's going in, spawn, and then CNET is right behind. Then we have the showstopper coming in because they found that kill, and now suddenly it's a 2 versus 1. That started with a 3v4, completely in favor of Enterprise. And that round, that structure happened 3 times in that second half. 3 times NOLPENKI were able to find a way back into a round where they had no business winning.
And yes, well, I was just gonna say at that point it was like you could see the nerves were there, but you could understand why. You sympathize completely. It wasn't like, oh, they're choking or something like that. It went the other way as well. There was an eco back, but NOLPENKI, they just knew exactly how to play the eco to make it look like they were rifling almost. The way they took control into the spawn, as you were mentioning, finding on that moment, realizing they grabbed the raise ult and then using it perfectly. Like they had more composure in those moments when everybody was kind of choking.
And just looking at the scoreline, right, this could be completely flipped on its head, potentially more in favor for Enterprise here, given if you put those rounds into effect.
Yeah.
You've got to give a lot of credit to NOLPENKI for making those kind of rounds work. But when you look at it, it's just the bad positioning you see, right? It's how like aggressive they were at the beginning at points where they were just allowing them to walk up and get up close and personal. Like when you have the superior weaponry, play at some distance, yeah, but make sure you're checking. Like you can't leave the whole site. You can't just be looking down long and go, no one's there, it's fine.
This really looks to me like a result of the nerves, right?
Yeah.
The nerves. They will see it here happening once more. It starts with Eric finding a crazy timing. 11-11, 5v2. But then, this is where the nerve starts kicking. They are just gonna go a little too fast. The spike just went down now. They have a lot of time to play with. Monster peeks in first. No one is in position to trade. Then CNET again has another kill. And then they just go out the smoke. So that right here, that screams nerves for me. It is a 5 versus 2 where the spike just went down. You have more than 40 seconds to play the round. You can organize, you can wait out the utilities. But when you're young and when you want it and when you can feel that qualification just around the corner, you just go too fast. You want to be the one making the difference, and then it just falls apart.
You got to light a couple candles, get Hugo, all right, get in position, go for the retake, take your time. As you mentioned, everything should be clocked down.
Absolutely.
First of all, when the spike timer, the round timer, and that's like a clear sign that someone's nervous when they don't play clock down.
Well, do you know someone who's no longer nervous right now? It's going to be Zeke from NOLPENKI. He gave us some of his moves once you guys win. But Zeke, that was an incredible ending there. So close. Honestly, when you won that round, we heard your comms, right? They played that just back for us. That 5v2, did you think that was even possible? Do you think that was just it?
No, I think that was just it. I think it was the end. I mean, we had still one more round, but I think this was such an important round. It's amazing that we won that. Like CNET is just built different.
He truly is built different. But one thing you seem built different on as well is these force-up rounds. You were able to break into the A site so many times and catch them with superior weaponry. What was your calls going into this? What was the game plan? Did you know they had a weakness? Did you spotted it out?
Honestly, I was just in the zone. Like, I don't even remember what was the plans. Like now, the adrenaline rush is on me. Like, I can't even remember what we. Like, I think we were really calm in this game. At the end game, we were still calm. I was just in the zone and trying to kill everyone. Like, it was Aaron and Jesmond calling the late rounds. That's why we were able to win them.
And explain to me how this calling works, right? Because as far as I understood it from talking to some of your other teammates in there, you're the loudest voice in the team, but everyone else kind of chimes in with it. How do you make this decision? Like, does it sometimes not get chaotic?
Yeah, sometimes it gets really chaotic, especially when we have, the language barrier. Everyone is from the different country, so it's not that easy sometimes to communicate. But I think individual skill really helps us to get through these errors.
And I've got to ask, right, how much does it mean to you guys? Because you were a team that forever was in the shadows of other teams with organizations behind them, and now you've made it to the 100K main event.
Honestly, how does it feel like? this just feels amazing, you know. For us, I think we all wanted to prove ourselves. We don't have an organization, you know. We built this team 2 months ago. Our goal was to win First Strike, and now that's a first step to do it.
Listen, first of all, congratulations. That was amazing. Now, you talked about communication and you talked about nerves. I want to know, in these clutch situations, how do you make sure that things don't get chaotic on your team speak? How do you make sure you stay calm?
Honestly, we don't stay calm. we just don't stay calm. The chaos, like in these clutch situations, the chaos is all over the place. Like it's really hard for us to keep composure, but somehow we are winning. So I think if that works, we don't need to change it.
Yeah, I was about to ask you, do you think that it could just be the way that you guys will play the clutch situation? You know, very hyped, very vocal, or do you want to calm down for the future?
I was actually when I'm playing like really important matches, I'm actually much more calm when I'm playing again, like in qualifications or like the earlier stages. You know, when I play these important matches, I'm calm and it's. I don't even understand. I don't know how to explain. Like I don't know how to answer this question honestly.
It's all good.
It's like adrenaline rush is on me. Like I just won. Played really good.
Yeah, it was a great match, man. I wanted some clarifications. Your in-game leader said something about trust, that your teammates might not have the easiest time trusting each other because you don't know each other, you haven't met each other yet, nothing's on LAN yet, and you're all from different places. Could you kind of expand on that? What does that trust actually mean? Does it come down to trusting each other in 2-on-2 situations? Is the communication causing trust issues? What does that mean with the trust? And do you agree?
With the trust, I think it's the like. You can get the natural synergy without communicating. You like understand each other. Sometimes when someone goes for the play and like someone says, you need to say trust me, because like if you just say the play, sometimes like someone might not understand it or maybe be scared to do the play. Actually, we had quite a few situations where I didn't trust my teammates. That's why we could lose the rounds. So I think it's like, when you trust your teammates, it's so good. But when you don't trust your teammates, like the rounds might fall apart really easy.
Right. Well, at least you play Raze and you can ace. Okay. The second question: what did you have for breakfast?
Shrimps with rice.
What?
Shrimps?
Shrimps, yes.
Like shrimps and fries and garlic for breakfast.
No. Shrimps with rice. Yeah, and garlic rice with shrimps.
Okay. Oh, got you. Okay, that's the secret. That's what I want to know. That to have the same performance. I understand now. Okay, cool. I'm gonna copy and paste that breakfast. Thank you so much.
There we go. We've got breakfast conversation here. That's a new one for us. Zeke, I got to say, congratulations to all of you guys. What an absolutely incredible achievement you guys have managed to achieve. But now the real work begins, and I wish you the best of luck going forward.
Thank you very much.
NOLPENKI, our first team through today, guys. And it was a 3-mapper, the first 3-mapper we've had across the playoffs. But like we said, right, the first week was more of the known teams, the names we were looking at, the ones that came from the Ignition Series events and had their big wins. Now we're starting to see some of the teams that didn't get so many opportunities, and you saw how much that win meant for them.
It's incredible. And honestly, besides a couple of teams that we talked about first week, the concept of favorites and challenger this week is very in flux. It's unsure. Sure. NOLPENKI came in here and they had to win. They did it, but it was oh so hard, oh so tense and incredible to watch. So now looking ahead, and the next game might just be the same.
Yeah, it really might just be the same, right? Because this is a thing where the next game isn't as clear-cut when it comes to it. But we haven't just finished with this yet, right? Because at least for when you're seeing what NOLPENKI have done here, this is great. But for the Czech guys, they have made a big statement of moving on forward, right? They came out of nowhere. A lot of teams underestimated them beyond what we're still looking at NOLPENKI. And you've got to say, the fight they put up there, other than Ascent, which we knew wasn't going to be too much, you've got to respect it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I don't know. I have kind of like a not pessimistic view on this, but I just think that now it's actually the grinding gets even harder. You have to stay together. You have to, because sometimes the farther back you get from results like this, the more it becomes black and white. We won or we lost. Not it was close and we played well, and you contextualize this and it rested on just a few small moments and we stick together to get better. No, it can just become, oh, we lost. And if you lose sight of that, that can be bad. But James, like you're saying, if they don't lose sight of that and they remember how damn well they played and how close it actually was, then maybe they can produce some better results and still achieve stuff in the future.
100%. And the way they approached these rounds, most of them were very sound, very interesting. Individually speaking, they had some players, Magnum, for example, is the one I have in mind, popping off. Monster on that last map as well. The rounds they lost, albeit very frustrating and disappointing, are not too bad. You can fix that with experience. You can fix that with composure. And I agree with you. They should actually stick together. They should work and look ahead. That loss is going to hurt, and that's how it's supposed to be in sports, esports. Some losses hurt, but just look ahead. They have a great future.
It's all about how you bounce back. And you mentioned Magnum. We've got him here for a loser's interview with us now. Magnum, I know these ones are always tough to do, but I just got to start with this. You guys put up an incredible fight, right? The overtime in the first game. Okay, Ascent, we know it's not a map you guys play on. That kind of got out the way, but Split again. Are you guys still proud of what you managed to achieve?
Yeah, of course we are, but we are still a bit disappointed because we choked that 5v2. But all we gotta do is to grind more, and let's hope that next major or minor we're gonna win.
And that's what it's all about, right? Keeping that grind going. So I'm loving the attitude I'm hearing from you so far. But did you guys realize, right, like what it was? Did you notice maybe it was a bit of communication or so? Because, for example, you mentioned that 5v2 there. It was so close, and we could see like, oh, this is easy. They've got this. And then all of a sudden, you guys were just pushing.
I mean, what I remember what happened was that I flew from CT and like without waiting on my teammates, and my teammates died on Heaven, and then I just got destroyed by CNET. Like, well played CNET there. He definitely won that round. But all we gotta do like is to grind more and hope like next time it's gonna be okay, so we don't choke those rounds.
And it's all about the learning, right? And when it comes to this, you're playing in lots of cups and lots of the open matches going on. Now, okay, you haven't made it to first strike, but I would definitely say, and I'm hoping you guys are going to do this, right? You stick together and you just continue to put as much work in as possible, because the results you had leading into this are very impressive.
Yeah, thanks. We are, of course, gonna stick together. But like, I'm a bit disappointed that we didn't have much time to practice Ascent, because we changed our roster like 1 week before qualification, and there was no time to practice Ascent, so we just focus on the other 3 maps.
Look, first of all, commiseration for that game. That was an amazing series, as James pointed out. I just wanted to talk to you about the roles and the agent. You are, or you look to be, one of the teams that are doing the most changes. For example, Monster could be playing Cypher, and then he'd be playing a duelist. Is that a philosophy that you want to keep and you want to push in that way for the future?
Yeah, we are trying like to put like our people on agents with who they are confident on like different maps. And basically, I played Sova and Cypher back in the days, but I switched to Race. And like we are trying to switch Monster like to Jet and Eric to Cypher on all maps. But like it's just we need Sova as well on other maps, so we are doing that. That's why Eric is playing Sova and Eric on different maps.
Right, and now just talking about composure, resilience, staying calm, do you feel like these games that you've just played now, that's what you need to get that experience, to get to the next level?
Yeah, definitely. Like we gained so much experience like from those qualifications here, and good luck NOLPENKI, good luck to everybody, and like that's all I can say.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. And honestly, I'm just looking forward to seeing you back when it comes to more events. Keep the grind going, and we look forward to seeing you back in action, man.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
That guy's a class act.
It's always tough, right? And the thing is,
so nice.
Yeah.
He's obviously quite young as well. How many loser interviews have I done at different events with pros of all levels, and they're normally just like miserable, can't actually answer correctly, just don't give you enough.
He's like,
with it.
CNED, nice shot, man.
Yeah, like he's legit just taking it on the chin.
You have no idea how many keyboard, mice, and headset I have broken when I was a kid. I promise you, I was raging.
Yeah, you got to see Maniac behind closed doors.
I mean,
I would take Maniac for that, you know.
No, I was crazy when I was a kid. Really, I was really nervous, and then he's just sitting here very calm, like, yeah, we were a bit nervous. That was good experience, man. That composure, that's nice. I like it.
He's lived 1,000 years.
I'm just shocked, right? Okay, now the name makes sense. I thought it was just like a meme.
No,
like,
the name picked him.
Yeah. See, there we go. I just thought like he was always been the nice guy, just had the Maniac name with it. No, he's actually completely insane. There we go. Here we go. Well, we got one more game coming up, guys, and it is going to be a banger for sure that people won't want to miss out on. We got one more team that will make it forward to the main event. It's Prodigy going up against Institute after the break. Prodigy going up against Institute. Another best of 3, another team that can march on forward to the Valorant First Strike main event for Europe. But it is not going to be easy. Prodigy have found themselves in this position once before, while Institute here, they're the new boys on the block, a very experienced leader to it, but we've also got an experienced man joining us back on the desk. We got Scrawny here.
Hello.
You had a good bit of fun on that first best of 3. Pretty hype, pretty crazy.
Yeah, man, those last few rounds
that
were...
smile has changed.
Yeah, those last few rounds were nuts. Particularly that B site, you know, a little 2v5 gets the blood pumping. Yeah, some good Valorant, James.
It was some real good Valorant, right? But let's remind ourselves why we are here and what is going on, because this is a journey that all of these teams are on. And this is it. We're on the final week. This is the last weekend of playoffs, and this is only day 1 of 2, but we're already down 1 best of 3. The top 4 teams will advance. 1 has already gone through in NOLPENKI. They found their way to the finals, and that's what it's all about. When it gets to the finals, it's 100K on the line for the best teams from the region. It's best of 3s, but it's single elimination, so you cannot slip up. And remember, the first 4 teams that qualified will face the 4 teams that qualified this time around. The seeding works out like that. So the 4 that have already gone through will find themselves on different parts of the bracket, at least to start off with. I'm most interested in how G2, where they'll be, and where FPX will be, and how quickly we'll get that matchup come into play. But we've got to find all our teams before we get into that. But let's meet our next team, right? Let's start with this team, who've been here before. They gave it their best shot, but they've got another swing at it. It's Prodigy.
First Strike EU has been a brutal battle, and Prodigy hold the honor of being the only team to reach the playoffs twice. A 13-11, 13-5 loss to Team Liquid sent them back to the start of the bracket, but they have only come back stronger. Their staying power is due in no small part to the extensive FPS experience of their roster, notably Happy, but also Pipson. But their delivery to the playoffs relies just as much on their new talent. With 1 week behind them and the scars healing over, can they take it home this time round?
And this is the Prodigy lineup. Now, if you're an organization looking for a team, Prodigy is not an organization, it is an agency. Pipson, the in-game leader, usually seen on the Brimstone. Boo on the Omen. Happy, the legendary player of old, back with a new form on the Rays. Delzy on Sova, and Hoodie, the second star of this team, on the Jet.
What a better occasion than this game right now to showcase your talent for Prodigy and trying to find that ever so needed organization, right? Their positions changed from week 1.
Yeah.
Week 1, they were the challenger, they were going up against Liquid, no one really gave them, the chance of day. Today, it's a different story. Today, they come here as returning contender from the first week, and they are the favorite. They need to showcase that. The first map against Liquid, that 13-11, where they almost beat them, that was not for nothing. They have the talent, and they deserve that spot.
And coming back to that, right, you got to remember it, those link moments at the end when it was so close. If it wasn't for that, Prodigy could have won the first map. We could have seen a 3-mapper.
Yeah, we genuinely could have. And I think that's why, it's a little bit of an added pressure, seeing as you are one of the few teams who get a second chance. But at the same time, you were that close last weekend when things weren't, expected of you. So I hope for Prodigy's sake, as they are another one of these teams, one of these many teams that is still looking for financial home.
Yeah.
I like your little line there, right? They're not an organization, they're an agency. And that just seems like a good motto to get behind as they try to win this last BO3.
Well, let's see if they can get themselves an organization. But before we get to that stage, before we get to the game, I was able to catch up with their in-game leader, Pipson, before going into this one. So, Pipson, you are back with Prodigy again at the playoff stages. Last time you lost out to Liquid. But the first thing I want to start off with here is you guys have played so many matches in a really tough qualifier. How does it feel? It must be exhausting to have to kind of think of things and try new tactics and not also show everything you have.
Yeah, it's actually really, really hard to play best of 1 matches, and the format is really hard, and every single team is playing a little bit different, and they can surprise you, and you need to be ready to adapt to any situation which happens on the map. Like, for example, yesterday we first time met Sky, on official game. It's Hip played the Sky, and we felt really uncomfortable on one time. So it's just, you need to really adapt, and everyone is playing crazy good, and everyone can upset you,
Now, when it came to you guys going up against Liquid last week, Ascent, right, really close. Certainly could have been a game that you guys might have been able to win there. But Split, they looked very dominant when it came to it. What do you think needs to happen for you guys to be able to put up a better fight on maps like Split? Or is it just maybe not your game when it came to that?
Actually, I should say credit to Liquid. They played really good. And they showed us the weakness we have, and we talked about that after the game, and we talked about that during the practice, which we got for this week, because let's say we kind of had no Sentinel on Split, and they abused the executes and contacts plays because they think that we have no Sentinel, which is our weakness, but at the same time, in my point, it can be our strength, if we will be able to learn how to defend on which timings we need to be strong on a certain zones, because for example, if you are playing with Brimstone can defend the execute even stronger than Cypher, for example, because let's say his Molotov is one of the strongest in the game, and if he will put it on the right timing and you will have the proper setup around it, or Race also with the nade and robot, she can stop any execute, right? So they just showed us that they tried to abuse our weakness, and we were not ready for that, but at the same time we were really mentally destroyed, I think, after the Ascent, because we knew that we could won that Ascent, and it was really close game, as you said, and I think we just we didn't play good, we didn't play our game, and at the same time they played really good, and so that happened like this, and we fixed already the stuff they showed us. So
now today you're going up against Institute, another team that's interesting to me because it's got existence, right, everyone knows of, but then some young gun players in there as well. Have you practiced against them before? Do you know much about them?
No, we never played each other, so I think it they have at least something to watch the way we played. For example, against Liquid, they could understand some of the ideas we have, and we couldn't do anything because there are no streams, no watts, no demos in this game, so we will just completely just play out of the situation, and it's going to be tough, but they are a good team. They qualified, and I think there are no bad teams right now, right? Everyone who passed the qualifiers are good, and they can definitely surprise you and beat you and all of that stuff, so we just need to be ready on 100%.
Now, one thing you have to do when you look at Prodigy is just look at the amount of games, official games, they played throughout these two qualifiers. 10 games before we've even got to this stage. That is not easy.
They survived it. They survived 10 VO1s, which proved that you can actually do it. But there was an interesting point brought up by Pipson in that interview, and that's the point with no Sentinel, right? We know that Prodigy like to try and play some up without a Cypher, without a Killjoy, and he's right. It can work, but the problem is they haven't made it work so far. When they played Liquid, they got abused a lot because of that lack of Sentinel, and Liquid really figured that one out. He said, listen, they thought it was our weakness, it's our strength. Well, show it to us. Now's the time.
That's the thing, right? It can't just be saying that this is going to work. You need to prove it in theory. I like teams that are thinking out the box, right? We're in a stage in Valorant where we need to see that for sure, but also you need to then be able to execute in a way that we're wowed by it. We've seen Liquid throw out some random agent compositions. It didn't work. They put it to the side real quick. How long are you going to live or die on this?
Yeah, you can try and pull out the curveball. You can try to commit to this, a unique identity you want to hang on to, but if you're getting 13 forward on Ascent last weekend, then clearly you've got a problem. And whatever you're doing needs some adjustment, or you need to have protocols in place for when out of the gates things don't go your way. He says that they've already solved those issues, right? He said that they identified the problem and they've dealt with it. So if Ascent comes up again tonight, and if the compositions don't change, maybe it's time to prove it.
Maybe it is time to prove it. Well, we've got another team to look at here, and I'm going to give this one to Scrawny because we're going to take a look at
l'Institut.
They say the cream always rises to the top, and in the EU Valorant scene, French lineup l'Institut continue to prove that talent wins games. One of several emerging heavyweights in the EU space, they have battled their way through the bracket to the closed play-ins both weeks, delivering win after win after win. Look out for APO and Tweenie, both with a knack for snagging unbelievable 3Ks as they take to the biggest stage yet for the playoffs week 2.
The beauty of my job right now is I have a French Canadian and I have a French Swiss.
Oh my God, I thought you were going to say French. I was going to get so mad. I was so ready.
Don't worry, Maniac. I'm not going to tilt you on it. But you know what could be tilting for Prodigy is losing to this lineup. Because when I spoke to these guys, I was speaking to Loki. By the way, shout at him. French player that actually gives interviews, doesn't care about what he's saying. He's just straight there, giving it all he could. He said, we're a mix. He said, we've hardly practiced together. We're having a lot of fun. We listen to Existence, but the whole thing, they don't even care if they win or lose. They don't care if they go pro off the back of this. He said it would just be a nice to have.
That's a good way to spend time with your friends. Look, they've been together for about less than 3 weeks. I thought with Existence last night. They don't even have 4 maps ready. So I can tell you right off the bat, the veto is going to be annoying for them because Prodigy has the upper hand, right? So strategically speaking, they have a couple of maps where they know what they're going to do. And in terms of profiles in that team, you have obviously Existence. We're gonna touch on him later. You have to give me my 2 hours. And then you have the 2 experienced players on Loki and Fisher. And then Tween and Apo are like, they're the new blood. They're the rookies on the block. And Kevin told me about how they are improving day by day. But 2 weeks ago, they were a little bit lackluster, flustered a little bit by the pressure of some of these games, because even though they say it's no pressure, once you're in it, the adrenaline kicks in and then you start to realize, wait a minute, I don't want to lose. And they're trying to figure out how to play at that high level. But the last night, when we saw them play, Apo on Cypher, he was nuts.
Yeah, Apo looked really good. Apo.
Yeah.
Here we go.
It was real nice. I'm not going to lie, man. That Cypher, it's not often that you get to see Cyphers or Sentinels in general at the top of the scoreboard, but he was absolutely taking over the server. And I think that's just predominantly because he was finding himself in positions where his role works best. Always in the clutch and always pulling them out in crucial rounds as well. So I look to him in those moments to kind of shine here again tonight. But like you said, he's not the star of this roster. He is surrounded by players who have far more tenure than him.
Now, Maniac, there's one thing you like to say is how you used to play with Existence, right? But let's have a comparison for Existence and Happy here, because this is a grudge match we do want to see go down, and I never expected to see it in Valorant.
Yeah, right. There's so much to say about that matchup. First of all, accepting the fact that Happy is not the IGL of Prodigy, right? Pipson is doing that role. I guarantee you right now that Happy built a game plan going into that game with Pipson knowing Existence. Because we talk about it, there's going to be a lack of preparation for Existence, which means he's going to have to micromanage. He's going to go back to what works for him. I promise you, I know some of the strategies they will be using because they use it with me. And there's going to be, what was it, Lipin? How did we say that? The Thorn. They're going to do the Thorn with the Omen, which is basically Omen TPing in the spawn. They're going to do that. But so yeah, Existence is basically going to go with what he knows best. And Happy's played with him. We play together in Valorant. So there's going to be a great amount of mind games going into that matchup. And I'm a little bit scared for Existence because in terms of depth and roster, Prodigy, they look better.
Yeah, that's a crazy thing, right? Is Prodigy look better? Existence has got that kind of looseness that he can play with when it comes to it. But you know what I want to take a look at, guys? I want to get into the maps. Because like you said, Prodigy have the upper hand in this in a big way. We haven't really seen Bind come into play when it is looking at Institute here. And look, straight into it. Picked by Institute, split. Which means picked by Prodigy. Okay, so that means they banned out Haven on the Prodigy side.
So, but that's exactly what was supposed to happen. I know that Existence wanted to avoid Bind, but that would be a no-go.
He hasn't got the choice. He's
exactly, he doesn't have the choice. So Haven is removed by Prodigy. Split as a pick makes sense for l'Institut, because I know he likes the map. We've seen them win on it as well quite decisively in the qualifier. Then you have the Ascent pin coming out of Prodigy, and unfortunately for l'Institut, Bind as a third. So that would be extremely complicated for them to pull it out. I almost feel like we're talking about a 2-0 or nothing for l'Institut if they have to pull it off, because they have not played Bind. They have not played Bind. Simple as that.
And I like your point here, right? It needs to be the 2-0 maybe for Institute, but what is that second map? Ascent, a map that we saw Prodigy fall short on last week. So it's like either you go ahead and abuse them like Liquid did to get that 2-0 and to move forward into the event, or maybe you fizzle out in that third one, assuming maybe things get that far.
Well, let's find out what's going to happen. We're heading to a quick break, then we're going into our agent selection, and then we're getting into this final best of 3 of the day. It's Prodigy taking on Institute. It is time for our agent picks to get underway for the opening map of Split. Maniac, I love this part with you. We get to have some fun. We get to see if we're going to get any curveballs. Now, I believe, right, it's going to be Pipson on here. He should be the Brimstone with it, as we expect.
Starts right up. There
we
you have
go.
it. That is the discussion. The no Sentinel gameplay probably coming out of Prodigy. Maybe they have a curveball down the line. I don't think so. Loki is going to be on the Jet. Boo should be on the Omen as well. That's usually his pick. Then you have Tweeny. He played Raze last time, and I would be surprised to see them change considering they have very little tenure together.
And it's Split, which just you want to have a Raze on. You want to see all the damage that can be done with it. Happy will be, well, the Raze as well, you know. No change up there.
Yeah, it's going to be the Raze. Apple on the Cypher as well. Connor was talking about it. He was clutch in the end of round scenarios. We have Delazy. Actually, Delazy is a strong, I mean, interesting conversation, right? He used to play Sova, but we know on Split that's not going to be a Sova. It should be the Breach. It's usually preferred. There you have it. Existence on the Omen. You can pretty much write that one. Otherwise, I'll lose my mind.
That would be a real surprise for us if it did go that way. And when it comes to this, we should be seeing Hoodie on the Jet. Give him all that speed, let him run around, have all the boosts you want with it. Exactly that. And then for Fisher,
the Breach.
You
have the Breach. You have to have a Breach.
Yeah.
The amount of team play that you bring to the table with Breach is just too big to be ignored. On a map like Split, so many angles you can clear the fault line as well, and we don't even have to talk about, obviously, the Rolling Thunder, retake sites, and all of that shenanigans with the Breach. So we have the lineups, same as both teams used last time they played Split, so it's known ground for both teams.
Maniac, who do you want to win?
Who do I want to win? And you know, Existence is one of my best friends. How can I not be biased here? You know, I own it.
Gulps, you're going to lose then, yeah? Prodigy going all the way. Let's see what Lordy and Scrawners think of this one. We got Bias Maniac all the way. We're going to Split, and it's Prodigy's time to shine up against Institute.
We always knew he was a bad person. Bias. It's coming full circle. Okay, Existence. Happy's right there. Okay, does he get no respect? You Frenchie, he Frenchie.
See?
I'm actually from Switzerland.
Now he's playing it.
Every time.
You told me about it, how you got different corners, different like German, French.
Get out of here.
You know you're from the French part. You're Frenchy, okay?
Happy versus Existence. L'Institut versus Prodigy. It's gonna be a good game, man. Prodigy, one of the teams that actually gets 2 chances.
Existence, hair down.
Oh, hey Loki. Ooh,
I
Loki
like
Tweeny 2-man combo. Fist bumps adding power to their prowess. And this second series of the second week, day 1, it starts on Split.
It's gonna be a hard game to follow, but if there's a matchup that can do it, it's Prodigy versus L'Institut. And I think Split is going to be a great place to start. We watched the qualifiers with L'Institut. Should I just say Institute?
Well, technically, it's institution.
Okay,
the
institution.
English. But then we would be leaving James out to dry.
Yeah.
You know, so...
Was he trying? Was he doing the...
He was an institute guy.
Okay.
He says institute. L'Institut is really the institution.
Institute.
But institute is also an English word that's more similar to l'Institut. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
I'll leave you to squirm and decide.
Okay.
I don't think anybody's going to blame you, no matter where you end up. As long as you're not as mean as Maniac. We've got 2 players inside of this B site. We've got Tweeny. And Tweeny again. 2 Tweeny kills to start this first round. Happy to the high ground. Can't see anything. Omen smoke pops right on top of him. Whoa!
He can't see, but he knows.
Paint Shell forces him to run away. That's information gained as his little pitter-patter footsteps were heard on the retreat. Now we get the abilities at the base of that rope. Nobody in position where there once was someone. Delazy finally gonna get something here for Prodigy. Hoodie on the flank. It's a very low Omen he's giving chase to, but Loki finds the headshot from behind. And a second kill into Delazy. It is all on Hoodie. They know exactly where he is. The desperate spray will connect. However, he's on 29 health. He's gonna dash into the site and nearly take another, but Fisher's had enough, and L'Institut wins the first round.
Can't steady that aim. And Loki with the high key flank comes through into heaven and gets a couple of kills. Nicely done, but it's scary again when the attackers pull out the pistol. That's when it gets really terrifying. So we'll see what the eco is going to be. There were so many nerves in that last match on Split. It was charming.
It was charming.
It made it interesting to watch. It was, you know, I feel like we were right there with them with just how intense it got. And I think we're just going to see more of that now. It feels like Split is just really just brings out the emoticons within us. The emojis.
Big eyes. As this B site is open for the taking. Well-timed Omen smoke. Is that enough to convince them not to go, though? Jet dash into it. And Apple.
Cage trigger.
He will drop the cage towards the defender's spawn. Everything's good.
They keep it clean, they keep it clinical.
Nice and easy. 5v5 spike plant. They know somebody's over here cowering in the corners, and they have a hunch that there are men above, which is the case. 3 of which trying to retake from in there. Happy with the deep paint shell onto the feet of Fisher. Apo's ready to swing out, but he gets 2 kills in his engagement. A third. Not even
down in the choke point.
It's actually just a good old team affair here for the attackers. The Institute takes a 2nd round to their name.
You said Institute.
Well, I'm throwing you the life raft.
Oh, okay. So we're just okay. So
I'm gonna switch between.
You can. I mean. Yeah. Okay.
It looked like 3 kills. Did he?
1, 2.
Oh, he did get the raise. I was mistaken.
2, 2, 1 to the Omen there. Zen Buddhism. Prayer hands. Emoji. Time to center yourself.
It's a good time to. You know,
for
there's
this
a lot on the line.
Coming round.
Guns up. Gloves down.
Ooh, freebie for Hoodie.
Yeah, Apo's looking the wrong direction. Now that's immediately going to give Prodigy a chance to try and plug the potential hole that is the vent drop. And you just saw Institute kind of sniffing it out a little. But there was nobody there.
The Heaven Crawl. Jet looking to create some space. Creating almost like a dash point. Oh my god, what just happened in the face of Boo?
Loki just flies right in, Happy, trying to dodge back into the cover as his teammates go down. 2 kills additionally for Loki. That is a 3-piece on the play.
Oh, cracked open like a tuna can.
And how about a 5th? He's got the tuna can open, spread it on the bread. Get this breach out of here.
Time for mayonnaise.
Bah! Big old ace from Loki, and he is feeling it. That was the Zen coming into fruition. 5 kills in round 3.
God. Even threw a couple of Thai chili peppers on it, threw it on a pita, put it in the oven for 10 minutes. Delicious.
Just chasing him down. Oh, that's a nasty transition. And number 5 never had a chance.
It's so early for these kind of plays, man. We used up so much juice in that last series.
Yeah.
Calm down, Loki.
Wait for map 3.
Camera taken out.
Loki, as far as he's concerned, it's not getting that far. He's looking to break his opponents here on map 1. Tipson on the side of the Omen smoke has to fall back here. Just the sidearm to work with. That's all they've got here, Prodigy. 4 sheriffs. And 1 shouty.
You can't let another, I don't care. You've only got sheriffs. You can't let this slip. It means the world. Boo will get 1. But quick answer back. Pipson drops in. Oh, buddy. Cannot find another. 3rd player in the site. 4th. Ready to come on in. Happy, what can he do?
Limited situation with just these pistols. Happy's now been spotted. That's the 2-sided peek. Ooh, Hoodie gets called out inside of the smoke. Later, a 4th round for l'Institut on their T side. Attacking. T for attacking.
Yeah.
And, well, so far so good. We've got 3 ultimates on each side. This game's about to get hot.
really strong start. A map that neither of them can afford to give up, if that makes any sense. It's just not a map that you could call too early between these two teams. So we'll see what now happens. Again, Happy has this ridiculous ACS. Like, he's all-time, I think he's top 6. He, like, 280 or something average in all his pro matches.
Yep.
A ridiculous score.
Yeah, that Happy to existence head-to-head just completely one-sided.
Right.
Get out of my way.
And just
Happy.
always on raise as well.
Putting up them stats.
Interesting. Well, Loki's been so good. He's earned himself a Blade Storm. He's always opening up sites in the same ways. The reason is because it's hard to stop. We'll now move through, get ready to go. Up into the heavens, shut down immediately by Delezi.
Nice. It's a crucial headshot for Delezi. Tweenie, he's going to whip out the showstopper. And look how they just scatter, man. They run back. They want none of that. And he doesn't go all that much further, but a nice stun coming in versus Prodigy. They are very much kerneled and clustered back on their spawn. Apple waiting for the players to push past, one of which is already inside of the Omen smoke. That's Happy, covered by Hoodie. Dashes away from the shots. The camera's looking to give him some information. We've got rolling thunders upon rolling thunders. It's a storm out here on this A site. More abilities, rocket launchers, kills coming in, but all of them for Prodigy. And Boo already on top of the spike, forces Apo to go running in. He nearly lines it up, but he sticks it through and through.
Almost dead on the diffuser. They were not covering him at all. There was a chance from the heavens that Apo could have denied. That was close. Very good try. But as you mentioned, in this flurry of utility that got used from both sides, ultimates canceling ultimates, it was really one-sided when it came down to the actual frags. L'Institut couldn't pull it off.
That's a feels bad moment.
Yeah.
Anytime you got them blades out, you just get one shot blasted back.
Yeah, I mean, it feels terrible
Fast
both
one.
ways, right? The right click coming your way.
Hey now.
Okay.
They're just gonna run rampantly.
Oh my God.
Into heaven.
That's got to be frustrating to have such a weapon X like Loki at the moment. Oh, perfect angle hold. Happy, good night.
Yeah, retake this, says L'Institut. Off of the back of a nice retake from Prodigy. They stuck that defuse.
Walked through the cage.
Yeah. Just ran right in.
He walked through the cage like it was a pickup game. That's tough. Because
he jumped that cage like Khabib.
People nice. People are not even going heaven sometimes to enter into the site. They're going down the lower ramp. Cage goes up on the ramp. He's looking for a lurk. Somebody's waiting to hold it because that's the punishment. He still kills you. It's not even strategy at that point. It's just he's better.
Blunt force trauma.
Yeah.
It's gonna leave a mark, I'll tell you that much. Loki 11 and 2.
Right here.
You know, he wants his Blade Storm back as fast as he can just because he's looking for redemption after getting shut down in the one round that Prodigy have added to the board. Loki absolutely eyes on him at the start of this map. Happy yet to really get the ball rolling. Not to the degree that we expect from him.
Yeah.
You know, he's amidst the pack.
That goes there.
But it's a weakened pack from Prodigy.
Yeah.
Where's the alpha male in Happy that we have come to expect? It's not too late. We're only 6 rounds deep, but nice commitment here from Boo at the base of the ramp. Lays down a shadow. They're going to push through this, and he has a teammate to lend a helping hand. But Apple gets himself 2. Boo had killed 3.
This is big for Tweenie. At least that info. He can make so much more space now. We see a lot of those ults get wasted. This is not one of those situations. But Hoodie, his awareness is at 100. However, Apple will answer back with a kill into heaven. Spike plant certainly imminent. Will it be a fake?
Oh, he just gets into the cover. So Apo has all 3 of the kills so far. He's got his camera for information.
Yeah.
He's got a cage to work with.
I mean, let's be real. He's probably not going to win, right?
You'd think not.
Okay.
But all the abilities he has to use are out. You can see him on your screen. Ah!
Cage triggered.
He's getting kind of forced into a corner here. He's hoping the fires fade. He's already used the cage. No abilities remain. And 30 HP left over. They're both anticipating this exact peak. And so it goes the way you'd expect it to. Pipson lays down the cover and a second round for Prodigy.
We talked about in that last game playing the retakes a little bit more slowly, like Maniac mentioned. That's a perfect example. Like, they literally iced out every single angle to the point that there couldn't be a mistake to be made. Like, I mean, 2v1's usually pretty simple, but that was just beautiful. Back of the actual main plant zone, to the wall, watching the wrap into sight. The defuse can come in, and even if it's a wrap the other way, it can't actually be caught without a trade. It's literally perfect. There was no way to win. Look at this beautiful crossfire. It was just done.
Dead.
Nice try from Mappo, but that's a wrap. Rappo.
Rappo it up. Omen ults into the spawn. And then stopped. But the beauty of it is obviously this is with smoke, so keep an eye on the radar. Look how this is completely keeping the attention of Happy and Delazy.
They got to make sure on all the smokes too.
Or Boo, rather, excuse me.
This is it's like a fake too, because they use this strat. Maniac's yelling in the green room, "It's a fake, it's a fake!"
Yeah, he's calling it by its name. This is the B2 Thorn play.
Thorn play.
I did this too, huh?
See ya.
Boo gets wrecked. Loki, he's able to open up. Delazy from within the A site. He's got the abilities flying by him. This is definitely drawing the rotate, but again, it's going to be L'Institut with the play from Heaven into A. They really like using this Heaven avenue, and they could still lock it down for the post plant if Happy hadn't just flustered their feet, but he pulls out the paint shell, and that absolutely costs him. Hoodie's gonna get pressured now. He's back here on the screens, lands the shot, but dropped to 32 HP, means the attackers will take another round. And oh boy, with only 4 left, they already have 6 on the attacking half of Split.
But it's not just that, right? It's that they're getting pulverized. Pummeled.
Almost.
What'd you say? Punished?
Punished.
Could have been a third one.
NT.
Shoot. Okay. Wow. Yeah, like they're not really close. It's full control. Every trick is working.
Yep.
They're confused. It's not close. It's not even like the other game.
These Heaven to A plays, man, I'm liking it.
Yeah.
Up the ramps, into the tower.
This is not the Prodigy we know.
But it is the Institute we know.
Facts.
On Split.
Facts.
Oh, fight for Happy. Almost lines up the second headshot. Can't quite kill him.
It's not worthwhile for Happy to go 1-for-1. I think that's one thing that's unique for this team because of how consistent he is and how much impact he has, and also like if there's anybody you'd want in a clutch, it's probably him. On top of, like, it's just not. Why would you want him to be used as an entry or an open and kill?
Well, that's the problem. Is it's great for opening kills when he gets more than one. He has the most deaths on the server right now because he's clearly always in the fight. But, oh my god, he's getting chased down inside of the site. Loki loses vision, and Boo somehow survives long enough to take a player with him. 2v2 ensues. And we've got that Blade Storm whipped out. Delazy tries to go for the stun. That fault line sent back the other direction. That does slow them down. But the retake is coming. And the second player for L'Institut is so far away. Still all the way back up in Heaven. Fisher getting one more. That is 3 kills for him on the play. Delazy's already out onto the site. Time is ticking quickly. He extends in for the win. A 7 for the attack.
Pretty much the best place that Apo could have been in that spot. So yeah, nothing more you can expect for him. Nicely played, and it got close. It got a little bit weird in this 2v2 situation. Like right here. Okay. Lots of bullets being missed on the other side of that gun barrel. And in this one-on-one, you just got to give it to Apo. Like, that's a lock. That is a lock. Wow.
You know, for a bunch of guys who said, we don't care if we win or lose, they sure look like they're enjoying winning.
Facts. Yeah. L'Institut.
Yeah.
Versus Le Clinic. Le Clinical.
Low-key contact play towards the B site. Nobody's home. Not even Macaulay Culkin.
But there's like 10 Home Alones.
Yeah, I can't keep track.
Always Home Alone.
Turns out he was the least favorite kid.
Yeah.
Plot twist. It was all on purpose.
Oh, no.
They will find out the B site's open. No traps. No tricks. No tomfoolery. You get in there, plant that spike, and take yourself an 8th round. Let me say that again. 8 rounds already on the attacker's half of split. And even those 2 rounds that Prodigy have in their back pocket, they're very shallow back pockets, both by way of defuse.
Yeah.
So couple kills go the other way, and this one's a stomp.
Yeah, quite a conflict. Just such a good half. Such a good attacking half. Okay, some damage dealt. They're gonna run in for it. See, no matter how far away, everyone's just gonna give it their best shot. Get the teleport to the other side. Okay, 2 ways to get shot in the back of the head. Rearranges his molecules, only to get them blown out of his brain.
And they'll attempt the retake, but at this point, there's already no time. So try as you might, this one slips through the fingertips of Prodigy yet again. That's what happens when you find a site for free. And Prodigy, with no real route back into the retake, had to let it go.
Most often, yeah. This time, so we've got 6 ults in this round, right? Which is, it's a scary prospect for the defenders because we've got some very good attacking ults, and Breach and Breach, Jet, and Raze can all create space and attack simultaneously. But because we have similar ults on defense, Omen's not so great from the shadows. Not going to be able to do much except get some info. If it becomes a late round situation, their Omen ult could be huge for a fast flank or just like the call out if it's a fake. But this could be a round where everyone burns their ults, but Prodigy could still win because they're pretty even strength. So you have to be very careful here, of course, if you're L'Institut. And yeah, you just got to be very aware of balancing versus the attack as to what they want to do. This is going to take, you're going to have to burn a lot of calories on this round mentally. We know Happy and Existence both are constantly burning calories when it comes to thinking about these games.
It's the price you pay for having big brains.
Yeah. You gotta have shrimp fried rice for dinner or whatever.
Breakfast.
Breakfast, yeah. I think that's what he had, right?
3 meals a day.
Eat a lot.
Boo has got the first kill. This could bode well for the boys on Prodigy, but here comes the showstopper. A silent showstopper. It's taken out, but not yet fired. And Existence, well, he just picked up the headshot into Hoodie. That's a good start.
Okay, that's one back.
Yes, it is.
Okay, Spike can get planted. Eyes on 6, Tweenie moving in for some pressure.
Spike planted.
Rolling Thunder goes back towards the screens, but
Fisher flanks.
A little delayed. Fisher, yep, good timing, finds it. Pipson able to answer one quickly. Now all of a sudden the retake's coming in. 1v3 in the post plant.
What on earth?
6 shots left over. Defuse currently being stuck, and it's easy cover. A third one from Prodigy. Is it too little too late? Well, the second half still not here yet. One more round for Prodigy's defense to go.
And they do maintain Happy's ult, so they actually maintain all 3 off that round, which is pretty surprising. So pretty much as good as it gets. They use their Raze ult to walk in, but it doesn't end up actually netting them the round. You got to, you know, if you're on attack in that spot, you definitely want to use your ults here. Because, of course, 1 round left. There's still technically a chance you could have some crazy round where an ult could come back. Someone else could get it. Cypher and Jet still have theirs. But, yeah, it's actually a pretty solid situation now for Prodigy to at least maybe net 1 more. Maybe.
Cover going out.
I don't want to get too excited.
Ooh, good lineup. Boo and Happy taking down 2 players. Happy's got the showstopper out. Rocket goes deep, no kill. Spike, however, dropped on the front of the exit, so going to be very difficult to get their way back in unless Apo can come from heaven with a quick strike. But the defenders will double their rounds in the last 2 of the half Can they claw it all the way back? Join us after the break to find out. An 8-4 scoreline that was looking far more dire. Had those last 2 rounds not been picked up by Prodigy, I think it would have been fair to write them off. Mohan, there's a chance that they bounce back, Prodigy, but Institute clearly showing us that they own this map.
Yeah, it'll be on them to prove what they can do on the attack. Like, that's the bottom line. It's going to be tough. It's going to be grueling, but I think they could actually put up a pretty crafty. I think their attacking side is unique because of Happy, so I think it'll be. I don't know. I don't want to like look at it as just like this is a I don't want to think about this. Did we miss something?
I think maybe the game wasn't paused.
My eyes are. I need glasses. I need glasses. Okay. I think this would be a really. I think this could be a really unique situation. I think. Okay.
Restart.
Okay. I just wasn't sure if that pistol had been okay. No problem. So, of course, Happy is like interesting in Valorant with his raise because he can do aggressive lurks. He can work picks by himself. It was a bit weird seeing him in the first half, but I mean, they could have been countering him without us really realizing it, just like understanding where he would be and like understanding how to take fights versus him. Also, Loki was just an individual that just took control of the game, which made some of those rounds just really hard to come back into. With the entries he got and the way he got them, it's not often you see 2 kills early into his site when teams are playing back, but Loki was able to, like, you know,
really
get bad spots, still get the kill.
Yeah. really dig deep on those moments. I get what you mean. He was just able to close the distance and follow up with like the moments he created for himself. You know, some players will sprint in, get one kill, and create space and a chance for his teammates. But he was unstoppable in those kinds of moments. So he was creating his own space, which then just further developed the better moments for his teammates and allowed for them to follow up all sorts of different kills.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens here. Like, of course, you know, without a pistol in the spot, things get really hairy. But I think even without a pistol, if they've really got what it takes, then they'll at least make a dignified attempt at the comeback.
Yeah.
Like we should, if they were good enough to win, maybe we can talk about the pistol at the end, even if they don't pull it off. But if they don't pull it off, they get back to like 10 rounds, be like, that was a pretty solid attacking side. So we'll see. I mean, it won't matter to them. All they care about is the win at this point. But
yeah, I think again, like you just said, right? Like it's really on them to perform. Let's see it.
Yeah, let's see it.
Oh, Existence. He's got his autograph on the wall behind his head. Move, please.
Oh, that's cool.
Excuse me, sir. I'm gonna ask you to. Thank you.
There we go. Almost out. On the chair, on the wall.
The old LDLC jersey.
In the lower third. Well. He's got it on the jersey. It's 4 times. It's Existence is seen in this photo.
You know, he's getting older, so in case he ever forgets what his name is.
Right. Funnily enough, it's not his name in the game.
Yeah, that's true, right?
I think it's Akukos.
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 But, I mean, we know who you are.
Yeah.
You can't escape it.
Maniac said his name means like death to all my enemies or something in some foreign language.
Okay.
I don't know if Maniac was trolling, but
it's hard to tell. He's a very bad person.
He is a bad person and a troll. Weird combination. Seems like a nice guy that's not a troll, but it's actually the opposite that's true.
You have to trust us because we're the ones who know him in person.
That's a fact. I like the hair down. It's chill. Oh, cat. Majestic cat. You think cats know they're on camera? I swear,
Dude,
they always...
100%.
They're aware.
100%.
That's why they get on the keyboards. That's why they stand by the lights.
Yeah.
Like, what's he thinking about? He's pretending to be cool.
You see how he's posing?
Yeah.
Literally center shot, right on the edge of the couch.
That's not a
like
coincidence.
That. Nah, cats are too aware.
Yeah.
Too smart. They're like roommates.
Pipson looked like he got hit by a rolling thunder here with the camera tilted.
Yeah, literal tilt.
Action angle. This is a clean room.
I appreciate it.
Connor likes a clean room. It looks like that bed is really well made.
Things should be neat and tidy.
Orderly. Let's move forward. Awful angle.
Just straight to the point.
Not much content to work with. Happy.
Oh, wait.
Okay.
Look at the back of the monitor. That looks like, okay, you know when you buy something new, how it has the plastic on it? Like that thin film plastic that you're supposed to peel off?
He's got to do an unboxing video, just peel it off for all his fans.
Dude, look how old and crusty that looks. That has been there since he got that monitor years ago.
I just want to rip it off and put it in my mouth.
People that don't take the plastic off of their electronics, there's a special place in hell for them.
I tried to, they want to cut us off and throw to a break. I think it's getting a little bit weird.
Yep, our tech pause needs to be fixed.
Let's do that.
We'll see you guys in a second.
To the flashback, where we'll be taking a closer look at the games from the Week 1 playoffs and showcasing some of the rounds that we saw from the qualified teams. In this episode, we'll look at Summon FC versus Exile Esports. Summon are a team that have been around for a long time, but suffered in the public eye by missing out on invites to closed tournaments. When qualifiers were there, so too were Summon FC, and you'd regularly see them make it all the way, or at least to the final stages of these qualifiers. As a core, they've been together a long time, and with one addition of TSAC, we've seen this roster reach new heights, culminating in their name being amongst the first 4 to make it to First Strike. We're 5-5 on Haven, Summon FC on the attack. A buy round for both teams as Summon use out their drone early to clear long and short. They're actually clearing the corners, making sure nobody from Exile has pushed up to get early information. The same can be seen on long on C, where the Omen on the map is just peeking that angle, slowly making sure nobody is pushed up, and the turret on middle again, ensuring that there's no advanced information. At this point, they know Exile are tucked in. Usually, this means that it's going to be a 2-1-2 setup, but Exile have actually droned out A themselves. On the back of that, they rotate around an extra player to C, and so Summon FC, unbeknownst to them, are running into a stack. This smoke from Omen is really interesting. You see it on the minimap there. It's outside of B. This is what you throw when you're pushing the B site, but in fact they use it to fake those players and drag one over towards B. They still run into a stack though and lose the opening duel. But here's where it gets interesting. A position by Boaster in Garage catches them off guard. He finds a frag, ults the back of the site, and they look to push forward. His trust in his teammates in this instance is insane. He doesn't even clear that back corner. His teammates instead coming out, Doma checks it and takes down the Omen instantly. This coordinated attack allows them to overrun the bomb site, each checking an angle and having trust that their teammate has their back. And then Summon FC win the round with 3 players left alive, even though they had ran into a heavy stack. Now that is some damn good reactions. Summon FC are behind in round number 18 until Mystic pulls a 3k out of nowhere. He then shows us exactly how you should deal with Hunter's Fury when you have the man advantage. He sticks the spike, starting the defuse up till the halfway mark, and then, knowing that he'll die, allows Doma to run in and begin sticking it anew. While he's doing this, you'll notice Boaster runs all the way down short to try and take the fight, distracting and delaying the retake for long enough so that Doma can win out the 1v2 after he dies and win the round. This is perfect decision making from Summon FC from start to finish, and a masterclass really in how to deal with Hunter's Fury. With Haven under their belt, Split went to Summon FC as well, confirming them as one of the first 4 teams to go on through.
Welcome back, my friends. We're going to keep this short and clear. We've reset the score to 8-4 where it was after the first half, but unfortunately, we've lost our statistics on the scoreboard. So from here on out, and chat, it's up to you to remind the newcomers that trickle in from this point forward. From here on out, the scoreboard will only be for the statistics of the second half. The score stays the same, but the scoreboard is only for the second half. You got it, chat? Loud and clear? Good.
mesmerizing top-down view.
A little bit of vertigo.
So many floors. Floors on floors on floors. What's in all these floors?
Storage?
Are they asleep?
Is this where they put the utility that they go and grab at the beginning of the round when they make the purchases?
Could be.
Is this where Jet gets her tailwind? No one knows. Loki walking down mid. We are into the pistol.
No charges left.
Loki gets the kill. Pipson's out of the round. No one's there to trade. And now it'll become interesting. We're going to cut the music because things have already gotten started. Happy taking over Heaven Control. I don't know if he's been spotted or not.
I don't think so. It doesn't seem so. Although at the same time, they are avoiding it. Existence back here on the site gets paranoid. Oh, and he gets wrecked by DeLazy, who pushes beyond him. Happy, feeling like he wants to strike through the Omen smoke. Fisher just caught the tail end of him, and the Frenzy gets the better of it. Apo 1 kill and down for the count. Tweenie and Loki in a 2 versus 3 with everybody on that site trying to find cover. They're stuck behind the center screens. And Tweenie comes barreling downwards. Now he knows, he flicks over. Oh, he hits the player in the back. A dig shot from Loki. Can he close it? He's got 3 bullets, and that's all he needs.
1, 2, 3, all to the chest. A little bit of HP left on both in the 1v1. Could have gone either way, but leave it to Loki because he has been nuts. He has been nuts. 2 important kills on the pistol. A 9th here. Now on defense. This is a tall task. Okay, and it's not a skinny. It's not a skinny glass either. It's a wide glass, tall glass. This is gonna be a hard one. This is gonna be a hard one to come back from. Very difficult. Oof.
Man, I really think that pistol round kind of a little bit of it hinges on the Happy situation. You know, playing on the side of that smoke.
Yeah.
They could have come out with the kills plus screens control that would have completely countered the Heaven drop.
I'm kind of curious about this spot that Loki's playing because we saw it in that last in the last matchup and how it could have gone wrong. But like since they're going up against the Jet again, like what happens here? So they're half clearing it. It's not properly cleared. I think this is gonna be an awkward situation if they come into it. He looked like he was done. Checking that angle. Walk back in towards the mail room. Camera gets shot down. The Cypher lets us know. And Apo, when does he swing? He's thinking about it.
I found my wire.
Boo causing a distraction, making a lot of noise through these cages. In and out he goes. But there are still 5 guys left alive.
This is such a cluster. They're coming up the ropes into Existence. He's got Fisher to try and help him. So far, so good.
30 seconds
Nice little accuracy reset here, and yeah, they'll get through it. You know, any of those moments where there's so many players grouped up, there's always that chance that they just, you know, do 20 damage each, 1 shot from each pistol, and boom, they've got their footing into that A site. But okay, Existence and Fisher lay down that law. They take their 10th round. Now 3 away from locking up Split.
Yeah, ropes is closed. It was kind of nuts how we almost never saw rope splits to A in that last match. Kind of both ways. Just wasn't a real thing that they wanted to try. But here's something a little bit different. Loki didn't get spotted in this position once again inside of the B site, so there's a chance we get to see this getting used the way he wanted it to. I'm kind of surprised because of the way that it was cleared last round. Like he saw a shoulder, I think, from Happy. And Happy, he's again walking up towards the B site. I was trying to feel out, I guess, where the Cypher's traps are laid. but now they regroup. Of course, we can see the lean of 2 players over towards the A site. But because the spike is with the middle guys, okay, now they start to connect with the A guys. I was just going to say it was up for a debate a little bit. Look at this triple A push down the ramp. Ooh. From the defenders. Damage is done. Info has gained, but it cost them a life.
Yeah, poor Tweenie, he looked away from it. Existence, not the best of weapons, but he still makes that first one work.
Great
All
angle.
4 of his opponents lie ahead.
Oh.
Wow, and he's still doing good damage.
The gunplay.
Tries to whip out the Sheriff, and that is where he falls to the hands of DeLazy.
Maniac is on his feet.
Stunned as he tries to get in here. They've got a
30
player
seconds
back
left.
on the screens. Another one up here in heaven. That was Fisher who could have laid it down, but instead he gets dropped. Apple ready to peek, and it's there that Happy will be toppled. DeLazy tries to go for the play as opposed to the plant, and it costs him his life. It costs them an 11th round to the favor of Institute. 2 more to go.
Appo and Existence. The Wombo combo, the only 2 that you need. This is beautiful. I mean, they forget all about Existence. Oh, awkward.
Body block.
Luckily, he stayed alive for that. I mean, but it was only to die a little bit later. This is really nice rifle work here by Existence. And it looks like the second kill's so easy. That's because of his own headshot that he got from earlier.
Yeah.
He did all the damage.
He's feeling it, as they should be. This is not just a win, but a dismantlement of their opponents. And Prodigy looked promising last weekend. Bit of a struggle here on map 1. Still, 5 players for Prodigy grouped outside of the B site. They've got no map control anywhere else. And unfortunately for them, Loki, the heaviest hitter from Institute, is in mid, calling out this stack. So they will attempt to push through regardless. Happy, gonna miss his shots, but his teammates are on point, especially Boo with the double.
They look a bit discombobulated. Getting wrapped on the site, everybody's so uncomfortable, and there's so many deaths. Oh my god, the trade's only 1 for 1 in that spot. Leaving Fisher, 1 on 3. He'll grab the first. There's a chance to knock out the second. Headshot for Fisher. 1 player creeping up on the left. Is he gonna grab this kill? He'll peek, he'll spot, he'll get the info, and the tag that he needs to win the round.
Flash after flash. That man had no clue what universe he was in. And that second kill from Fisher?
Stay out of
Flicking down onto his feet, shooting through the floorboards, clears up close ropes into the double flash. That one, wow, poor Happy. Look at this. He knows he's still blind.
And the double flash, beautiful stuff.
1, 2, and 3. Gets himself and his team onto 12.
My god.
Hands moving so fast you can't even see them.
They didn't even need the round to win, probably.
What a clutch.
Wow.
Fisher and Existence.
I like how you mixed Fisher and Flicker.
Yeah, right?
He's just flicking. It's flicky.
Fisher. He took my breath and vocabulary away. And I don't know what else he's taken from Prodigy, but it has to have hurt.
Well, this camera's going to be highly effective.
Look at that. Spots feet. Oh, he saw that dash pass.
It's such a good spot, actually. Oh my god. Critical that he hits the headshot.
I know.
Make it a double.
Drops the neural theft, but does go down in the meantime. Hoodie came over to clear him. Still, I mean, you've got 2 ultimates on the 3 remaining players from Institute, one of which the Rolling Thunder. So he goes for the big stun. That's going to hit the players on the back of the site. Loki runs in as they're still trying to recover. Blade Storm is deadly, and so is l'Institut. 12 rounds to 13. Loki, a monster. And an easy map 1 win.
That gets swept away. Well done with the Blade Storm in the end. So many key plays being made. I mean, these guys look incredible. I did not expect Prodigy to lose by this margin. I thought this game, and what was sold to me, was that it was going to be closer than this.
You know, we saw Prodigy last weekend, but this isn't the Prodigy we saw. At least not on Split. That's how it kind of felt. But at the same time, I'd say it went for expectations. Institute, this is the map they got here based on, and we saw a similar situation, but arguably with less needed from Apo. His clutches weren't needed when everything was going so well. Loki looked fantastic. Our analysts will be back after the break, and we'll see you guys soon for Map 2.
Welcome to the Flashback, where we'll be taking a closer look at the games from the Week 1 playoffs and showcasing some of the rounds that we saw from the qualified teams. For this episode, we're going to take a look at G2 versus NIP. G2 have long been a staple of the European region, so it's no surprise to see them qualify for first strike on their initial attempt. In their final match versus NIP, it came close, but ultimately, the Giants of Europe prevailed, taking the series 2-0. On Haven, we saw the new G2 agent comp featuring a Breach return and another Cypher pick, even with the recent nerf, after a short experiment with Killjoy when G2 faced NIP previously. We start the round with double shock darts fired from Artis that fail to find a victim, and after they pass, NIP move to middle, but are scared back by the camera and fault line usage from David P on B. They opt for a C push, but have no idea that as they rotate, Patatek is tucked in on long, hearing every step. This allows G2 to rotate all of their players to the bomb site, where David P quickly pops a flash onto the site and swings in, finding a double kill. Mixwell's quick reactions to smoke off long then allow Pith to spray through the cloudburst, finding a lucky double whilst his opponents try to fall back through the choke point. The round is then left down to Rhyme, but after Artis leaves him with 20 HP, this round is already over, and G2 walk away with a huge round early on Haven. The leg up Brimstone has over Omen in the smoke game is his ability to quickly deploy 3 smokes versus Omen's more staggered utility, allowing for much faster executes if you choose to have Brimstone. G2 have found an interesting way around this, combining Cloudbursts, Sage Slows, and Cypher Cages to quickly initiate and execute. In round 4, we see G2 focus on B straight away. It begins with a shock dart and slow warp thrown into market, ensuring nobody can push through while the Omen smoke follows to obscure their opponent's vision. While this is being set up, Mixwell lobs a cloudburst into the defender spawn to allow them access to the site. Pith's cage, placed in the close right corner, also blocks out a very commonly held sneaky angle just below the platform to market. In just over a second, G2 have effectively blocked out every available angle for a crossfire on the B site, allowing them to push forward and erect a Sage wall to block off the defender spawn, whilst also dropping the market door, halting any retake from that angle before their smokes even dissipate. This site is now theirs, and if there was a player on the B site, they would have been quickly overwhelmed by this fast-paced execute.
Four rounds is all Prodigy were able to get, all on their attacking side, and it didn't look good for them from start to finish on it, right? You gotta say, Le Institute, pretty legit.
Le Institute, making remix here, how's it go? That's perfect, I like it.
I'm trying, leave me alone.
I appreciate
so
the effort. Let's be real here, right? They picked Split, and we knew coming here that that would be probably the most prepared they would look in the entire series. But I had no idea they could even theoretically overrun Prodigy the way they did. They smacked them.
Yeah, Loki's performance kind of left me stunned. And I'm sure that's kind of the feeling for Prodigy as well, right? Like, again, what we saw from them to get to this point was leaning on Apo. And that's kind of what I expected again tonight. I thought there'd be more mid-round moments, but dude, it wasn't even close.
No, Loki was having a big field day with it all, just running away with it.
And he was amazing. And, you know, I talked with Existence when they qualified, and I said, you know, tell me about your teams, tell me about your members. And he said, listen, what happened tonight, Apo played great, but Loki is the man. He's the one that carries us day in, day out. I said, okay, I didn't see that yesterday, but I take you at your word. I believe you. And he popped off today. He took so much space with Jet. And as we could see, he had clutch moment. Obviously, that pistol round here, that's the $1 million pistol round, winning that duel at the very end. But yeah, again, the space he was taking, his spacing and the refrag, and look at this, the way he uses the ultimate, just dies on him and finishes, boom. That was amazing from Loki.
Yeah, Loki was making it look oh so easy with the Jet. And just to come back to it, right, okay, defensive side, supposed to be generally the easier side of it, and they got 4 rounds on the Prodigy side. And Prodigy, we saw it last time, they got slapped around by Liquid, but that was me thinking, okay, that's Liquid, right?
Yeah.
You're going up against one of the best in Europe. Now you're going up against a mixed team, and you're still being slapped like that. You've had a whole week to prepare. That's not good enough if you're Prodigy.
Well, the calls from Existence in general were really, really on point. I felt like he had a good read of the situation. And it's funny, you guys mentioned me on the desk. Yes, Mind Games were going to be into play. And when Existence throws in the double smoke spawn and doesn't TP into spawn, and I'm looking at the radar and I'm seeing the rotations coming in, and I say, you dirty, dirty boy. I know what you're doing in here. You're faking them. And he's used it as much as he could. And obviously, he had a couple of his players popping off and kind of gifting him some rounds he really needed. But overall, the way they approached that offense was marvelous.
You mentioned about like the smokes, right? And then him doing the fake ultimate teleport on the Omen. And it's hilarious because they were at one point looking one tunnel vision, thinking, obviously Happy's called it. Oh yeah, it's going to be spawn. And then what do? They just walk their way up into the site and they're like, hey guys, like, we're going to take this fight now. And that's some real next level mind games coming in there. And that's what Prodigy can't allow to happen to him, because here and now, when you look at it, you said about low-key, right? But you guys mentioned Apo from his games yesterday. In this one, he had some just real big power moves. That clutch he got was huge.
Yeah, really. And when he was hiding behind the flower, just waiting for the right moment, gets into the trap, doesn't even shoot. He did not shoot at Jet. Nasty. He just got caught in the trap because he wanted to go for that double kill. He gets the double kill and then the ultimate. Then he has time to pop the ultimate before he dies. So individuals truly shining for Existence and Co. Right now, if you talk about Prodigy, Happy, usually on top of the scoreboard, was quiet that game. I think it's only fair to say he did not have the same impact as we used to see on Prodigy. Pipson as well was getting caught off guard time and time again, but we move on to another map where they should show a different form.
And this is it, right? This is the map where they went 13-11 against Liquid. It was still a loss against Liquid, but it was where they had a good showing. This is where now Prodigy need to bring that level up and make a statement here. I need to see a very convincing win against this lineup if they want to make this say to us that they're a team that can compete here at First Strike main event. Because look at the teams that have made it here already. They're not playing to this standard.
It's not going to be easy. It is not going to be easy. And in the pre-show of that game, I said if Lancitude is going to make it, it's going to be 2-0. Because I do not believe in their bind. I've talked with Existence. I know they don't play the map. They haven't practiced the map. So there is a lot on the line on this Ascent. And Prodigy, they've looked more than potent, more than efficient on that map. They made life for Liquid very complicated. If they were able to win it, push it to bind, then suddenly the whole momentum would shift.
Yeah, 100%. So let's hope that, again, like I said right at the end of that cast, we saw Prodigy last weekend, but this doesn't look like that Prodigy.
Yes.
Because Happy wasn't able to find those big impactful multi-kills. There was a point at the start of that map, halfway through or so, Happy had more deaths than anybody else in the server. And it's not because what he was doing was necessarily failing, but just because the trade potential from the Institute was so high that he was never able to walk away with 2 kills. He was never able to walk away with something impactful. It was just one and dones or nothing at all. And when you don't have him rolling to the level that we know he can get to, then yes, you are missing a piece from Prodigy. You are missing the heaviest hitter. So if that's not seen again here tonight on Ascent, like it was versus Liquid, he was absolutely in the mix when they nearly caused that upset. I don't know, man. Seems like Prodigy's in trouble.
And I honestly would say, though, when it comes to Ascent, Happy can get away with what he does and what he does best, what he's known for here, right? With that raise, he can open up the site, he can open up some space in there, he can make them move around, and they can play off the back of it, right? They can do some double smokes in mid and try and push through. They can cause a bit of chaos, allow him to lurk if needed, if that's what they want him to do in this position. But what they need to do is get him going and get him feeling it to get into that position. That's my big worry here, is because you got shut down so hard that you may not have even expected that.
I think I'd have to give to him that he has the experience to bounce back from a absolutely frustrating first map. There's no way around it. He did not find his groove in that map, but I know he can. I know he can just regather, recollect his thought. Going to the second map, you give him 1 or 2 rounds, and he's going to be there, right? And it's not just the Happy show. I don't think that team is about the Happy show. He has good roles that he utilizes to the max. He has like second lurk waves where Pipson is going from behind. They get rid of Pipson, and then Happy is coming in as that kind of surprising element. Sometimes does entries with the raise and the ultimate. So they have a structure to make sure that he gets activated. And I think he has it. He has it in himself to bounce back from a complicated first map.
Especially on Ascent. Especially because the map itself plays to his capabilities. It plays to his style. It's harder to nail flanks on split when you're first of all limited on routes, and then secondly, just limited on the space. We talk about how kind of suffocating Split can be just in map design. And now with Ascent being way more wide open, I truly believe Happy will have a chance to shine here. And yes, it doesn't need to be him, but let's be real. If it's going to be him, then Prodigy could take this as, I would say, as demanding as they just lost that first map. You know, like there's very serious like room for improvement based off what we saw Split. You're not gonna assess what Prodigy have to offer on that one map of Split. And like you said, man, he's been here before. Happy has lost hundreds of maps across his FPS career. Why would that last one be the one that breaks him?
It definitely shouldn't be the one that breaks him, but we are going to go to a break and we're going to find out what's going to be happening on Ascent straight after it. Let's see if Prodigy can bounce back or if the institution here can get that 2-0 that no one expected. Now, soon enough, it'll be getting to the all-important agent picks. But one thing we didn't get to bring up, I want to bring this back into the mix here, Maniac, is they had that game to get them here, Prodigy, on Ascent, where they only just won against B7 Warriors. It was 14-12, and it took both Happy and Hoodie, the two, as I put them, stars in this roster right there, the heavy hitters. It took both of them to really pop off in order for them to get the win there. And yet, this was the same Prodigy that challenged Liquid.
And before that, 13-11 against Fifi on Ascent, so they've been having issues. Now we go into this agent pick, and I'm just going to tell you right off the bat, it is possible that Last T2 completely changed things around. Compared to Split, the way they could approach Ascent will be different. For Peepson now, as he's opening up the ceremony, he should go back to Cypher. I'd be surprised to see a Brimstone popping if they've been using the Sentinels on the map, and so he does. Now the changes that we could see from Last T2, right? The roles are going to shift around. Low-key was a beast on Jet. He could bring in the Sage.
Yes.
They've been doing it on that map. Let's see if he comes in it. Yes, he does. Boo should be the Omen. No big surprise on that one.
Tweenie coming in should be the Cypher, right? We should be expecting
change
to be playing
again
on that.
There you have the change.
In it.
I mean, Tweenie obviously was not playing the Cypher on Split because it was Apo, his teammate, and now he's going to be the Sentinel. Happy, you know, sticking with the Raze. There's no big conversation here. He's the one-trick pony Raze for now. And Apo, I'm actually not sure. You know, I'm not sure. Sova could be.
You've got to for Ascent, surely.
They have to be, and I do believe they play without duelists. So he is going to be with the Sova. Now, Delazy could also be on the Sova. To me, that makes sense. The map, very needed. You have it. Existence will stick to the Omen. There's no conversation with that. And now Hoodie. Jet? Not exactly sure.
It's always Jet for Hoodie, right? It should be anyway. That comes into play. And for Fisher, well, he had some great moments going in towards the end of that game. He should be bringing out the breach.
He will. He will. And as I pointed out, Last T2 is actually going to go into this game with no duelist. They have no duelist in the lineup. They really put the emphasis on team play, information, control. You have the Sage. You can think about the B entrance and how you can slow down. You can use the wall as well to peek. We've seen Guild rocking the Sage. Infamously at some point, but they were using it to a good extent as well to slow down the avenues of push. So let's see if it works out. They've beaten big during the qualifier, 13-9 on Ascent with that composition. So it's been proven, but is it going to be enough?
Is it going to be enough? Prodigy are facing a composition that is not so normal when it comes to Ascent, but they need to take the win here to not be eliminated and have their chances ruined to get towards the main event. We got Scrawny and Launders to bring us the action for potentially one last time, so let's get into it.
Let's, James, let's. One step closer to Ascent. Obviously, Prodigy, man, they've got to bounce back from what was a bit of a whooping on Split, I'd say.
Yeah, they got stomped. I mean, that was really rough. And it was because, I mean, it looked like fundamental issues, which is the scary part. I don't know. Yeah, it looked like they were just a little bit discombobulated the entire way through. Meanwhile, we got a man with 500 notes and a dog in the background having a great time with his friend. Like, everybody is way too happy. Like, is he supposed to be listening?
Yeah, right?
Or was he like, what?
Man's got a
Or is this Existence? Who is
20-page spreadsheet.
What is going on here? Oh my god.
Who's behind that door? Do you see that shadow moving?
Another Dodge.
Ooh, spooky.
Haunted house.
Well, listen, man. Whatever's outside his door, it is not as scary as what is ahead of him, or rather what just happened. A bit of a dismantlement on map 1 leads us into Ascent. You know, Prodigy talked about how they played this map unorthodox. They wanted that brimstone, no sentinel. Well, there's a sentinel on their side, and Institute with no duelists. What is going on? Where are we? What is this? Well, it's Valorant First Strike EU Qualifier Week 2, Day 1, and one of these teams is getting a spot tonight. Will it be Institute? Will it be 2-0?
I think Sage is really good on this map. I think it's becoming more and more common, and I feel like the wall can be used for all kinds of situations. Not just for locking sights off. Okay, Loki, he ends up dying really quickly early on. It is a push through to mid. Interesting. There's a paranoia that comes through. Would have been great. Hoodie punishes him trying to fly on in, and everybody is falling apart here.
Queenie's going to tag one with the dart.
One enemy remaining.
Now all of a sudden he's the last man
Wait a
left.
second.
He'll take Boo with him.
Just 1 second.
That's it. 1 second, 1 round.
Okay.
Prodigy, pick up pistol.
Well, there was a series of attempts. Lots of different plays that went on. The early Sage peek, the Omen paranoia flash through the smoke, I think his own smoke in a cage maybe, to jump through, only get blasted by Hoodie. And then, yeah, I mean, there was some info gained, some small timing windows where they could have got kills. But at every single obstacle, it was Prodigy who were able to hop over. No problem. So a good start for them. That's good to see.
That's what they need. An early chance to bounce back from their beating. And remember, Maniacs alluded to it. Third map, not one that Existence and Institute play or have prepared for. Second round, a little more tense than the pistol. Sage in Loki, yet again, kind of extending into B main, but not going so far as to get killed by Omen, who sits patiently beyond it. Now he does start to kind of shuffle his feet forward, and Apo's able to get 1 kill off. Long Boo turns his back at the worst possible timing, but a classic from behind and with shots. He'll take his orb. Consolation prize, really. Boo. Able to cross already. They know he's in there. And what's he going to do about it? Absolutely nothing. Gets cut down as he attempts to desperately jump outwards. 2 more players that could pick up kills, but it's looking good for Prodigy.
Very clean stuff. I think, so we'll see some more of what Happy can do on attack. I'm glad it's the starting side here. We'll see the full amount of rounds, the full 12 rounds here. And a lot of it comes down to how much he scares people with the way he plays slowly, but also is leading and taking mid control and threatening the A split all the time. Not always pushing up into it or actually committing, but pushing people out of mid. I think that's really where Happy's strong suit is, finding a way to stay alive and get map control simultaneously. Though here, it looks like more of a heavy B lean right from the get-go. Delezi with an arrow to boot.
Ooh, they try to get super aggressive.
Yeah, they'll get scanned in the sight. That's an opening kill, though. I mean, this execute's already a little bit discombobulated, and they lose a second player. 2 players still deep in the site here. That gets shut down. Something went wrong, I feel like. Was there a Sage slow that separated the player who came in first from everybody else? Because it felt like people were really far behind.
Yeah, I didn't quite catch it.
Yeah,
I didn't see a slow myself.
Maybe we could get a replay of that, exactly why people were so far behind after that opening move. Okay, Loki, another kill for him. Spike down in vision and some damage on to Lezzy, but there is now the spike retrieve. Okay, gets dropped once again. Hot potato with the spike.
Yeah, blindsided from the cat peek. Boo, able to cancel that one off. Ooh, almost lining up his shot, but then he will be punished as he swaps those weapons. So the defenders are on the board. The Institute able to cut off what was the front side of that push with what was behind it. How and why they stopped, here you go.
Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah,
fault line.
So they were stopped. So it was just a great fault line, actually made a world of difference, slowed things down quite a bit, and then this is where Loki got his second kill. Or the second kill, not his.
So perfectly timed fault line. Obviously, then the jet dash kind of extends her outwards, so makes that gap even bigger. Really reduces the potential for a trade frag. Can they tie early? Or will Prodigy get right back on the board? Well, contact at long A seen first and foremost. Lots of presence from Prodigy out mid.
And again, they always kind of pseudo-commit. So we'll see. This is crazy, actually. Loki's going ahead and pushing through. This is such an enormous info play. My God. They already, like, in their minds already won this round because of this.
Got a trap wire that just gets canceled out. Existence lays down the paranoia. Tweenie can't see anything, and Boo comes right into trade. But Fisher and Apo with a kill apiece get us right back to the 3v3. Recon dart goes out, denied. Loki wants to hit this flank, but timing is everything, and they keep eyes back upon him. Pipson able to make the difference. Owl drone downstairs. Fisher goes for the flash underneath, drops in, can't quite find him. He's changing spots left, right, and center. Apo needs this final kill. Sova v Sova. But the health advantage easily to the side of Prodigy, and DeLazy gets the final kill, a third round for the attackers.
They could not find him when Breach flashed it down into the floor. A good idea, but they couldn't find him. Which side he was on, he came to and got the frag. This is a round where they got such a huge push to begin with, but two really, really fast entries made a big difference here. So the shock dart is good, but they just don't get the final damage. If it was just two shock darts in a row on that plant spot, man would have been dead. The thorn in their sides. But instead, it's the attackers to win a round. And this is, again, off of a really big info play. So things become even more interesting now.
This is where Prodigy just got to let things simmer. Push Institute around as they did to them in the first half of Split.
Cage triggered.
That, of course, was a mid-cubby cage. Goes all the way over.
Two coming up close. Paranoia is a bit late. They cannot trade, and Existence will have to fall back. They're trying to push A or B early in different positions. What's interesting here is here's a strong rotation, and it's actually a really, really good read here, I guess, by Happy if he calls this. But there's still enough like spread on the players that maybe it won't make a world of difference. We'll see what Loki can do.
Well-timed slow orb.
30 seconds left.
Unless he leaves. But with the spy cam being thrown out, ooh, nice shock dart. And then, Loki, 2 kills, easy. They're still gonna try to cross paths here. 15 seconds left. Player on the back of the site now revealing his position. But as long as he stays tucked, all he has to do is deny that spike plant. They start to trickle in on him, and now Prodigy are able to answer with 2 kills on the feed. A 2 versus 2. And a Hunter's Fury for the defenders, or rather attackers in the post plant.
You will not kill my
That's going to be easy for the Hunter's Fury. Hones in on the player revive. He could actually get them both. They are so low. Do they have a heal? No, but that gets the Rolling Thunder back. It's perfect. That's supposed to stun both players, but Boo and DeLazy still able to kill. It's all on Loki. 39 HP, walks into his death as DeLazy locks it down.
What a move. I mean, there's so much to unpack here, but it's just a fantastic round from DeLazy. That is so nuts. How he gets the kill, first of all, in Boathouse, gets control of it, delays for long enough. Hunter's Fury tags both of them, of the players that are the player that's rezzing and the player that's being rezzed. Player that's rezzed, the player that's being rezzed, yes. And this is after like Loki sprays 2 down on the hold as well. It looked like this round was completely over, but he had him dancing. Frustrating to not finalize a kill, but after the Rolling Thunder, you'd think no way they survive in the site. How do they even get those kills? I don't know. So then Loki's a bit late to push in with them while they're rocked.
Such low health on 2 of the 3 there in the post. I mean, they use the res to get the Rolling Thunder, which in your mind would work out, but because they were so low on the HP, then you just burned 2 ultimates in a retake that didn't even look like it ever had a chance.
Yeah.
Despite it, on paper, being perfect. Good damage here from Existence. Player creeping in on him, however. Good trade. Hoodie's starting to be the...
Oh, the Sheriff back on the other side.
Hold on now.
3-1. Okay. Things calm down a bit.
They throw the Neural Theft in, as if they hadn't already burned ultimates last round. Tweenie decides to throw his out. How is Eppo ever expected to clutch this 1v3?
Yeah, it's going to make a long rotation around. Door is still intact. And that's going to be round. So, I mean, they get good damage off the Sheriff's. Nice shots. But that's it. A couple of frags. Mowed down. 5-1 on the attack for Prodigy. Really strong, of course, Ascent. Leaning very heavily towards attack.
5-1.
I mean, a couple of the rounds rest on such small margins, but we are seeing a bit more discomfort from L'Institut than like in the same fashion that we saw from Prodigy on Split.
Agreed.
So it kind of feels like they're asking for it a little bit.
Home field advantage, it seems. And Institute, I feel like, are a bit jumpy. You know, some of these ultimates feel like burns. Their opponents, who are leading 5-1, also lead in currently ultimates 4-1. Only the Hunter's Fury for the Institute.
Shadows traveling.
Wow, this is going to be heard. Okay, so I don't know if he realizes this, but he's going to need to try to leave. Interesting spot. Okay, that's worth it to take a little bit of damage, and it just shows you how many people are out there. At least a couple. Minimal damage, really. Chip damage. Oh my God! How did he do that?
Oh, it just is.
The 2K spray downs from Loki. Another one. Will it be 3? Headshot through the wall to finish off Happy, and it looks like they just want to feed him the clip. That's it. 4 kills. Where's the last guy? Line him up. Okay, easy for Existence. What a round from Loki.
Yeah.
What the hell?
I guess I'm a little bit fired up.
Okay.
Gets Buddy out of his chair. Looked like he was asleep one round ago, and then Loki suddenly reminds us that they have what it takes.
Swings it back. Pop, pop.
Listen, man's got headshots.
Holy.
Following slower. I mean, he re-peeks before the reloads even finish. Still takes down his 4th. Yeah.
Oh, they're salty about that.
Feels good moment.
Praise the sun, they all say.
Whoa!
What is happening?
Storm.
Ninja attack.
Hoodie goes wild. All of a sudden, the Hunter's Fury comes out versus this push. Off of the start of the round, they go sprinting in. DeLazy!
Okay, he's making plays.
He's not even stopping to move. He's just shooting and somehow taking players down with him, but he still stands. 85 HP, dropped by Loki. The defenders win a round that just started out of the gates with such tenacity.
That's tough. Okay, the Hunter's Fury is enormous. So this, just like the fault line had the same effect at that one choke point, when they rushed, they absolutely got stuffed. So this might encourage Prodigy to partake in a slower pace, maybe, just to slow it down a little bit. Some of this early utility is really good. It seems like this is what L'Institut is more well-equipped at dealing with. So We'll see what happens now. But that was quite a convincing round, quite a chaotic round. And in the midst of those rounds, it looks like Delezi is the man to watch for, because he is making all kinds of plays with Sova, whether it comes to just his rifle skill or his ability to use his utility. Another great opening by Loki. He's a bit of a mercenary, isn't he, with Sage?
Yeah, top frag and Sage. Man just knifed an Owl's drone.
Someone call PETA.
Do what you gotta do. Loki's got an ultimate for Institute. Prodigy sitting on 4, but Delazy's no longer available because he's dead. Loki, perfect flank.
He just pushed mid and then flanked mid. Wow.
3 kills for him already.
Clean as hell.
And they've got that one man back on mid, dead to right.
Man, he's
another flawless round.
He's got the golden straw hat on. Okay, it's the straw hat award because he's farming, right?
Okay.
Yeah. He's got the toothpick in his teeth.
Farmer Joe over here.
Absolutely Farmer Joe right now.
He's 12-6.
Yep.
Now, this is starting to turn into what we had on the first map. Loki leaps and bounds above his teammates. And if he's giving them guns, if they're standing on financial legs in terms of buys, they've got ultimates starting to get pieced together here.
Yeah.
There's still some life in this first half of Ascent for the Institute, but...
Loki opping.
Loki opping. Really fighting for this mid control. I mean, we've seen Prodigy attest this.
They going through it.
Oh! Happy. Oh, great timing.
Oh, what the...
3 kills off the smoke push. They want to go for the mid play. They want to challenge what belongs to Happy. Yeah, he's got other ideas. 4 ultimates still up for Prodigy, none of which are needed. The patience, meant to pay off, but Eppo's able to get one from the B peak. Hoodie, with eyes on flank, was just about to catch Tweenie. Cybercam.
So awkward. Yeah, Tweenie about to walk up on that. Okay, the push comes in now towards A. Tweenie will try to meet him halfway. Cage goes up in his face.
Met by a shock dart. Nose doors closed. No ultimate here.
He's got a cam of his own.
2v4.
Hold on a second. Looking for the spam through the box. And the spike goes down back at Jenny. Oh, wait, this is actually
winnable.
It feels like it. Okay, 1 player close left and 1 behind the box. He knows about both. He knows.
Oh! Damn, man, we're getting close.
Yeah.
We are getting close in some of these moments, but it's going to be Prodigy. That's a hard one tonight. Prodigy to pick it up. I can't believe they're still sitting on these 4 ultimates. Like, they haven't used any of them for now, what, going into a 3rd round?
Yeah, that is kind of nuts, actually. I mean, it's like here, this crazy individual play by Happy. He was 1 second off of, Existence watching him push that smoke and then killing him, and instead he gets 3 frags.
Yeah, big moment.
Needed a whiff from Loki. Loki definitely got a little nervous there. But still, Happy absolutely punishes. Okay. 4-6. Push in from Hoodie. Trying to follow up quickly, but quietly this time. They didn't RSVP. They're just knocking on the door.
Hoping they can walk right in.
This could be a flick.
Right. Hunter's Fury from Delazy, just going to clear out all the corners that they can. Omen moves in from the shadows, so that's 2 of the 4 ultimates we were talking about already now used here in this 11th round. But that's going to hurt. Oh, Pibson down to 13 HP. Damage through the floorboards, though. You love to see it.
Oh,
Loki's now low. Paranoia.
Both ways.
Yes, sir. And Hoodie with another shot off of the operator. Fisher's trying to find his angle into the site, but nobody's giving him an inch.
This is where you'd want the spam to come through. Wall up will go down. There's 2 underneath. That's not going to last very long. They need to get these kills. The wall gets shut down, and the underbalk players are just fine. It is the attackers picking up another. Didn't really feel like there was a lot of hope there at that point.
No, but they had to go for it. Waning few moments of this first half. And, well, they did have them kind of isolated on site. Because of that tree control, they knew that there was a couple dudes still on site. And we saw them stranded, desperate, underneath. Excuse me. And, well, even though they didn't have any way out, they at least still had teammates on long to keep them alive.
You know, if there's anybody that could come back in a situation like this, this is kind of like, so once upon a time, Existence, really, really good on attack. Even when maps were not sided towards attack, okay? And here in Valorant right now, we've got a map that is definitely not favored towards attack. But what was funny about Existence is that his teams would always would overachieve on the harder side and underachieve on the easier side. Maybe because his T sides were so interesting, not as much thought was going into the other half. We'll see if anything will be similar here. With even more variety in the utility that you can use, you get even more kind of complicated, complex, and sometimes too convoluted, but creative with the executes.
Well, can't get too creative when you just go 4 guys on long. Prodigy maybe just looking to keep it simple, but they're met by a slow orb. 2 ultimates per team in the final 30 seconds of this last round on the first
30
half.
seconds left.
Loki's just going to take to his corner. Spy cam on the wall of the arch. Loki's looking to buy time. He's already incredibly low on HP, 28 left. He heals himself to keep himself standing. And Prodigy, well, they've got themselves in the post plant. Here comes Loki. Anticipates that second player, but can't quite nail the shot. Hoodie's gonna get blocked off by, oh, the cyber cage that then doesn't get Tweenie anything forward. It's Fisher to drop down into the site. He's got the cover of a Poe from behind. Hoodie's whipping out the knives. A 3 versus 2 for the retake, but a low HP player deep on long. There is, in fact, now Prodigy with the man advantage, and they hang on for what it's worth. Time is ticking quickly. Fisher, he's already got that defuse halfway through. An attempt from Happy. He gets the player in the front, but not the back. And the institution will take a 5th round at the end of this first half. Don't go too far. With qualification on the line, Institute posting up a map win on Split, now have 5 rounds, thanks to a bit of a resurgence there, Launders. It was 5-1 for Prodigy, closed 7-5.
Yeah, true. It was that steep at one point.
It was 5-1, Launders.
They went 3 rounds in a row. I didn't even notice that. I blinked. I must have blinked.
Loki. He's what you missed in those 3 rounds.
Man's Mr. Consistent. Oh yeah, I thought the 2K spray down, the 4K. Skitty pop pop. Monster. All right, well, let's see what this Existence attacking side will look like. I can see Maniac's smile from here.
Now, this is one of the powerhouses of the Sage play on Ascent, man. Walls inside of B main.
Dude, that window is so huge for information.
Yeah.
Even if you use a jet to updraft.
Ooh, kills coming in. Prodigy trade 1. It's the fact that you can see into market, into the site, into the shelf just beneath you. Prodigy, man advantage.
And a push.
Ooh, Pipson's gonna kill him while he takes that orb.
Oh, he's not. Wow, he gets away quick.
Yikes. Paranoia hit.
What is happening? He's out. He's in. I mean, he's okay. I'm not exactly sure what's happening right now, but we've entered into the boathouse basically with Loki, so he's in a potentially powerful spot. They're trying to remove him. Wow. Everybody's getting kills except for Institute.
Oh, Delazy with the headshot into Epo. So they got footing down onto the B site because there was a fight going down on A. But they never got the spike planted. His teammates weren't able to actually come help. This was a bit of an insulting kill. Poor Tweenie. Check this out.
Does Tweenie not get this?
Boom!
Oh.
Little jump, dash back. Yeah.
Ah! Throw something, hit something. I feel that, man. I know what you mean. That's tough.
So, 8-5. That's a big pistol round win for Prodigy. That's both the pistols here on this map, which just paints a really good picture for them to take this to the decider. You know, last weekend was nothing.
Decider?
D-E-Cider. B-Y-O-C. Last weekend we had nothing but 2 O's.
Toes.
And this first day of week 2, we could be going the distance in both series.
I have retrieved the spike.
Working with minimal pistols here. L'Institut just plays out around the map. They're going into this A split clearly. 2 guys long, 3 from Catwalk. Paranoia goes in first, trying to make things uncomfortable for Prodigy. They've got Happy up above and Pipson down beneath. He walks outwards, trying to deny the spike plant, which he will. 2 kills from Pipson. Happy able to give that cover. Hoodie adds 1 to the tally as Happy survives it all. 9-5 to the favor of Prodigy.
Nice play from Pipson. Jumping in, getting the kills, denying the spike from going down as well. It seemed like it was free at that point. But he had his little, he set up his little octagon, his little cage, his ring. Only to escape it himself. Here he pops out. And it serves as a nice barrier between him and his other 2 enemies on the right. Kind of like this position to be played. 5-9. The end is near.
Waiting for the push. Prodigy really going to give this to them? Ooh,
oh, the smoke.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Forces Loki. Well, doesn't force him, but convinces him, rather, to walk into his own death. Thought he was going to catch them off guard, but oh, how the turntables. Happy inside of what seems like layers of smokes. And oh, Fisher is able to best him, but the door's busted open. Pipson peeks out. And all of a sudden, it's a 4 versus 3 here for Prodigy's favor. They've got players back on Heaven waiting, and he's still in the same corner. Pipson plays that position too long. Tweenie with the double and the 3rd kill on top.
One enemy
Oh,
remaining.
DeLazy gets one back. However, it's the straight up 1v1.
Yeah, anyone's game really. DeLazy gets turned back here towards the site. Will he push through? The full stick is coming in.
Spike
This
planted.
is a strong position to be in. How will it be played? I don't think this is going to be expected. Oh, there was a chance. But now things get weird. DeLazy has been so good, I feel like, in these spots. Oh my god, absolutely plays Tweeny like a fiddle. But he is not playing around at all.
Not at all. DeLazy takes to the top of the scoreboard for Prodigy with that kill. And we talked about, you know, Institute showing up as a team on the first map. Prodigy right here. 14, 13, 12, and 11 down the scoreboard. Everybody delivering. Tweeny trying his damnedest to keep Institute in this game.
I feel like right when he had him locked into heaven, he should have been fighting him before he could come out on the headshot angle and taking that initial duel before he wrapped around the Jenny. I don't normally like to talk specifically about like micro decisions like that because it's a clutch. It's not a. It's more of an art than a science. But I think with the amount of health he had DeLazy in a pretty decent spot. There was a little bit of timing there though. That didn't work in his favor. Nice shot here from Hoodie.
Damn. Prodigy really starting to ramp up the pressure.
Nice try.
Tries to change up levels. Absolutely wrecked Fisher with one. Good flash, but Paint Shell's gonna soften him up as he goes into the peak. Happy, able to blow him into tomorrow. Mohan, this has quickly fizzled out for L'Institut, and we know that what comes next may be even more difficult.
Right, yeah, map that they're just not ready for. Okay. Unlike that fight, that Existence was very much ready for.
This is a 1v4 play.
Mm-hmm. Time's there.
Yep.
Health's okay.
He's
got a nice
smoke.
skin.
He's gonna have 2 smokes in 8 seconds.
Second smoke. It is Existence.
30 seconds left.
Existence.
Little teleport here that could get him onto the short shelf if he needs.
Ooh, he's gonna get creative. Feels like I'm watching Maniac stream again.
Oh, but the dart makes him look away, and then Hoodie strikes him down. That's a bit of a robbery. That's a little bit of BM. Man was looking to clutch, and they turned his head around. And Hoodie, well, he was turning everybody back on this mid play. Loki tries to go for the challenge, absolutely costs him. Happy recovering from the blind with the grenade at the feet of his opponent. Oh, Happy deserved it. He could have killed him. But he was looking to play with his food. It chomped back. 11-5. 2 rounds here for Prodigy to take us to the third. Ooh, have to fall off because of the paranoia.
Yeah, that's huge. Can't
No way
really
for him to
get back
up.
on that wall. So that is a play denied. Stuffed at the rim. Stuffed like a Panzerotti.
Off your feet!
And quick like a Maserati. They're about to go sprinting into this site, but Hoodie is so prepared for them. That is so much information as well. 3 players revealed here inside of the tree. They go for the revive. Loki trying to add numbers back on the board. Could work. Tweeny, he's gotten himself 1 kill. Can't nail the second. Pipson doing it all on his own, damn it. And now it falls on Fisher. Oh, and he gets shaved off the side. A 3rd kill for Pipson, a 12th round for Prodigy, and a 3rd map for this series, only 1 round away.
A big half for Pipson overall. Last few rounds, lots of kills. Had a bit of a struggle in the beginning. I feel like he was only on something like 7 and 13. Here is all the information that's necessary right there. 3 coming up through short, a nice op angle, and Pipson coming out of heaven. He can't even be killed right now. So now, with a 7-round lead, it is absolutely Prodigy's game to lose. They look like they're in the driver's seat, brand new team. It's really, these 2 teams have switched up entirely. But as you're mentioning, this might be their best chance to actually close it. Without the 2-0, Prodigy could be favored. Prodigy's Hoodie is now starting to light up the scoreboard as well.
Pipson peeks around the side of the smoke, but it's Hoodie who keeps them at bay.
This is a good angle.
Gone. Just like that. Looked like things were going to slow down for a moment into the mid-round, but just as they felt a comfort zone, they were killed. Ascent picked up by Prodigy. Pipson feeling it after his team was squashed on that opening map. And now, as we had said on the desk, right, it's all about the comeback. It's about the perseverance. And we've seen Prodigy bounce back after the first weekend's loss to show up here again tonight. Down a map and looking to reverse the series. We'll have to move to that third map to see if they can truly do it or whether l'Institut can close this series. Join us after the break to see what's up.
Welcome to the Flashback, where we'll be taking a closer look at the games from the Week 1 playoffs and showcasing some of the rounds that we saw from the qualified teams. In this episode, we'll be covering FPX versus Opportunist. Now, when it comes to tactical approach to the game, I think FPX are far above most of the other teams out there. This is a team that has their sights set firmly on the long term, building a team of talented youth around an experienced FPS god of Angel, with the goal of one day being the best. The goal isn't far out of reach though, and they proved that in the Blast Twitch Invitational, when they lost 13-11 on the final map of BO5 to the European giants of G2. At 12-8, FPX sent their sights on the A site yet again. They've pushed here a couple of times at this stage, and even just in the previous round. This is going to be a quick one, with smokes deployed quickly in towards Heaven and Spawn. You have the recon drone coming up through short, clearing out those angles, and eventually spotting Tankus, allowing for that frag to come through. 3 players barreling up long make for an easy trade if they were to lose any of these duels, but they never do. This is a more pointed approach, one that we don't normally see from FPX. They like to take it slow and steady, but in this one, upping the pace, perhaps feeling that the A site is the weakness that they can exploit. In the 2v4, you can see Hunter's Fury is enabled. That's why you see the Sova all the way back towards long. You've also got a Showstopper, which doesn't actually end up finding anything, because Meadow is quick to find those frags and close out the game. Realistically, nobody plays Viper, certainly not in Europe, and for Angel to pull it out of all players was shocking. Playing it as the controller, you saw Viper used to set up on the defensive side this wall across B consistently, used in hookah and on long to completely block off sight and, more importantly, open up retake opportunities by blocking vision. Then towards the A site, the setup of the one-way smoke, using her poison orb alongside the snake bites to deter any faster rushes, was an insane play. Now in this round right here, Opportunist faked B perfectly. There's only 2 players on A to defend, but look at this. The snake bite makes it so easy for them to just shred the pushing players and ends up stopping what was a push after a fake. Those are usually the full commits, the rushes, where you've got the massive man advantages, but the Viper utility here is what stops them, slows them, and then Zipan's ultimate alongside his paint shells scare them away. And no way they can win with 15 seconds on the clock, and Xiao makes sure of it by hammering home those bullets. This overall was a masterclass from FPX in how to play Viper viably within Bind, and I was up.
Hoodie got full long. One long still.
Nice.
Alright, GG. You see, boys, I told you, first map doesn't matter, okay?
Yeah.
They have no confidence right now. Let's just destroy them on the third one, okay? Come on, nice game, bravo, boys.
Some motivational words coming out from Pipson there. And yes, okay, first game may not matter. You may feel like you've got them, but you can never be overconfident when it comes to a game like this. 2 games, 2 very one-sided score lines, but you got to say there, it looked like Institute, they were running out of ideas.
Yeah, that was a great reaction coming out of Prodigy, to be honest. We called them out after the first map, and they showed here dominance, they showed here control, they were the better team, they were acting as favorite, winning all the 50-50 situations, all these clutches that could go either way, mostly going in favor of Prodigy. They won both pistol rounds, they converted both of these situations, which meant they had a great advantage going into the game. And if it wasn't for Loki and his shenanigans and his couple of multi-kills he found, that could have been an even more one-sided affair.
Yeah, that's the scary thing. Loki delivered in certain key rounds, and those were the few they actually picked up. So I'm in complete agreement here with Matthew. That could have been even worse for the institution, which makes things even more scary considering what comes up next.
And this is the thing, right? When we're looking at this, you spoke about Loki there, and you have to pinpoint him because they were down 5-1, and it wasn't until you saw him pushing mid, putting the wall down, going in for pops, trying to push on B, try and get the flanks on go. He was able to be a nuisance to Prodigy, but that was it. That's all you were having there, right? There was nothing else coming out. There was no other players. It was to really step up and put the pain back towards Prodigy.
Again, there were a couple of key moments. I feel like some clutches. For example, APO pulling the trigger too fast on that B bow house when he was alone, 15 seconds left, and then he starts shooting through the wall. Panic just a little bit. That could have been around going in for Institute. You have the 21v1 playing around with the Sova on top of him, and then he loses it. Some of these situations all went for Prodigy. And on top of that, you can clearly see that they mastered the map way more than Split. Hood is a good example on top of the stats with the operator. The amount of first kill he found, I think he had 6 in that map, which is huge if you consider how many rounds they've played. So they were way more comfortable. And if Institute's level is going to go, with the map, knowing that Bind is the one that is coming now, that's a complicated prospect.
When we're looking at this, right, we spoke about Happy so much. He's like the star player coming to this. Well, it's Hoodie as well. He's the secondary player to this role, and he was looking oh so much better throughout all of this. He was able to take these challenges. He was able to be finger on the trigger, and that operator play was oh so nice. But I'll be honest, they weren't the really difficult operator shots to hit a lot of the time, and this is where I felt like Institute were running out of ideas because they were just walking into him.
Right, but that's it. At least it was there for them to walk into. I feel like it wasn't even a part of the equation or the conversation on Split. That operator never was rolling, and I think Hoodie was absolutely the difference maker. Listen, Prodigy as a team looked better here on Ascent, and I think if they were using that mentality that clearly Pipson was trying to implement in that the first map doesn't matter and that now their opponents are broken, that they don't have the confidence, well, listen, everybody on Prodigy can deliver, and especially Hoodie, with that op, we saw it just happen quite convincingly.
You talk about everybody, and a player that I believe deserves credit for that game as well was Delezi on the Sova. If you were careful with it, the amount of kills they could get because of the recon bolt, well timed, 2v1, he wins the 1v2 because the bolt is behind Existence, doesn't see it, doesn't take it out, gets a kill through the smoke. Lancitude is about to split that A side. Bam! Recon ball towards catwalk, towards three players being found by the arrow. So he was dead on. He was always in the right position at the right timing.
And we spoke about it when it came to Ascent. The thing you have to look out for when it comes to Prodigy, those smokes that were going down, the way Happy was able to just push through it at times, right? He was popping out expecting Loki to get aggressive, shutting it down early, and then they could just steamroll to either side because they had full control of where they wanted to go. So they definitely knew the game plan going into this one. But now we're going on to Bind. And this is where I don't have any answers here for Institute because they don't like to play it themselves. We don't know what we're going to see from them going into it. And you said Existence said, like, it's not a map we've even practiced.
To my knowledge, they have not practiced and prepared that map yet. It is a new team. We talked about it. They've been playing together for about 2 to 3 weeks now. But I do want to point out, and I want to paint an honest picture for the viewers, right? There are 4 maps in VALORANT. 5 now with Icebox coming in.
Yeah.
You play ranked like everyone, competitive like everyone. We all grind the game. These players have played Bind. They know Bind. It is not an unknown quantity where they have no idea about the positions, they don't know how to call outs and whatnot. They individually know how to play the map, which means there is a chance because individuals can pop off. But the pressure is all going to be on the individuals to make miracles because I do not expect Institute to come in here with well-refined executes and good protocols on the defense, knowing how to retakes. That's going to be messy. It's going to be on the fly. It's going to be spontaneous. Sure, you can make up some plans, but it's going to be limited.
And now we're going on to one of Prodigy's better maps in here. 31 plays, 71% win ratio, similar to what we get on the Ascent side of things. But like you said there, Bind is played by everyone. Everyone knows these maps by now. We can sit there and queue official games all day, right? Matchmaking with friends and just chill. We're going to get a nice, good, like, sample size here to play off of. I feel when it comes to this, though, it's that team that we spoke about when it comes to the synergy we already see from Prodigy. The fact they've run it back through now 2 of these qualifiers, it gives them such a massive advantage in this one.
Yeah, again, and with Prodigy, you know, the talent runs deep. I think if that second map taught me anything, it's that Prodigy, on average, have the better players. Loki is a top-heavy fragger for the Institute. We saw it across both maps, so he can deliver consistency in performance. He did it across 2 different agents, even. But if that's all you have, or if that's what you have to rely on in the face of adversity, and we just saw them face adversity on Ascent, then I don't think that you can take all of these different layers of difficulty, stack them on top of each other, and somehow expect Institute to come out with this without that special ingredient, that upset potential that maybe it's there, but it's going to take something we have not seen yet in this series.
And what we haven't seen is Existence taking over individually. And I'll be honest, I'll call him out on that. I think he has to do more individually with the Omen. We know Omen can be a playmaker agent, creating space, making moves. And for playing with him, for knowing Kevin very well, he's got to do a lot of micromanaging at the moment. Right? Granted, the preparation is not on top of things with that lineup, so which means he has to organize a lot. And his level individually decreases, unfortunately. But I think he's the one that must do more. He must bring more to the table as an individual. Use his game sense, use the character, find the gaps. We know there are going to be gaps in the defense of Prodigies. They've proven that to us many times. No. So he needs to do a little bit more. I agree with you. Loki right now, a little bit alone on top. Fisher as well. Fisher is supposed to be very solid on that breach, very reliable in terms of consistency and what he can bring. He's had up and downs moment. I think he was a little bit too trigger happy in some of these clutches as well. He needs to stay calm. So the individuals for Institute have to step up. It cannot only be Loki.
But when it comes to Prodigy, right, this is where it plays into them perfectly. They knew the veto was always going to look good for them. They knew you could sit comfortable on it. And like Pipson was saying, you can happily ignore what you saw in the first map. You just did a great scoreline coming into your map pick, and now you'll be riding high on that confidence. All it is about now is limiting those mistakes.
Yeah, and that's the mentality that I think that they would benefit the most from, is like knowing now what they are thinking coming into this third map. If Pipson can really instill that thought process into his lineup, then they are very much poised to take this series. I feel like, again, we said from the get-go it had to be the 2-0. And I think, Mathieu, you're good at your job and that you're well-informed. So for you to have that opinion before this series ever started, why wouldn't this come into effect here and now, right? I think you nailed it on the head before it began, and I think we're going to watch Prodigy prove you correct.
Yeah. The only risk for Prodigy right now would to be thinking that they've won already.
Absolutely.
And that is the trap they could fall in, right? Being aware of the veto situation, knowing that if they were to push it to a third, all the odds would go in their favor. They'll be the champs, la la la, cue the trumpets. But that is not over. There are still 13 rounds to be won for them. And if they relax a little bit too much, and we've seen it, different FPSs, different games all across the board, when you think and you see yourself with that qualification spot already, sometimes it can backfire. And the player from Lightning Stew, they play bind. They know bind. So there is still a game to be played.
Well, there is still a game to be played. It is the deciding map coming up. It is bind that is massively favored toward Prodigy. But can the Institute run it forward, get the gold, and achieve success where no one expected it to be possible? We'll be finding out in just a few moments. The deciding map is coming your way. One of these teams will make it to the main event. And last week, Maniac, what did we get? 2-0s the whole way. It was like, okay. Then we got the Summon Exile game. bit more explosive, bit more close, but still, someone took the 2-0, they managed to make it happen. Today we're getting the treat. Today we're getting all the maps, not quite all the rounds though between these two, and potentially it's another one-sided affair. And at least though, like what you said there with Existence, all his experience, right? All of his knowledge, all his ability to come in and micromanage has to come into play now so that he can really show more than just his worth in the server, more than just his worth of fragging out, what he can do with some players who are not in a comfortable position.
To be completely honest, I think the fact that we are here tonight talking about the third map of that game versus Prodigy in itself is already an achievement for that lineup. They've been together for about 3 weeks. You had that interview with Loki where he said, you know, they've taken it easy, there's not too much pressure, they're just playing, feeling it, seeing how things are happening. Well, it's great. It's a great result so far. They're 1 map away from qualifying to the main event. Now, I do want to, you know, just hit on that no pressure side of things.
Yeah.
You could see on the webcams, whenever they are playing, there is pressure. You still want to win. You could see at the end of the tunnel, you see that light, and it's the first strike main event qualifier. You win it, you qualify. So, okay, you can take it easy, but we know, and I look at you, I see you, I know there's pressure coming on.
Well, there's pressure for the players, there's pressure for the teams, but there's an agent select that is about to happen here. Pipson comes in with the Cypher. It is kind of, yeah, normally the Brimstone, right, that comes into play.
Exactly.
So for him, okay, he can play the Cypher on it, and it's definitely a map that can be played on Bind, but normally he loves the extra smokes in there. Loki's going to bring the Jet into play. We already liked what we've seen from Loki on the Jet, and I wouldn't be using a nerf Sage on this map.
No, I wouldn't either. The matter of fact is, for Institute, we have very little to go on their Bind rosters. We're going to discover as we go. Boo is going to stick with the Omen. That makes sense. Tweenie now could go back to the Cypher. The question becomes, is it going to be Tweenie or is it going to be Apo on the Sentinel? We're going to have the answer right here. Tweenie is going to stick on the Cypher. That is one of the first answers we were looking for. Happy.
Oh, what's he going to go for? Same again, you know, no surprise there. This is where Apo should go for the Sova though, right? We should feel him to get in that position where he's getting the extra information out there. Is it going to be a surprise? No, it's not. They're sticking with it. That means Existence definitely be on the Omen at the same time as well.
Delizzy on Sova. That makes sense. I think he was flamboyant on Ascent, and he's going to be needed on Bind. That makes sense. Existence will stick to Omen. He used to play Brimstone, but I'll be surprised. There we have it. The Omen pick coming out of Existence. Now, Hoodie, he's been, you know, having some fun with the second Julius. Sometimes Reyna, sometimes could be Jet. I'll see what he goes for. He goes for the Jet this time around.
I wanted the Reyna so bad.
Yes, but that is going to be the Jet, unfortunately, James. And then Fisher should be on the Breach. I'd be surprised to see anything else coming on. So, all things considered, a pretty normal, conventional lineup for the Institute. I'm happy, I agree with you, to see Loki back on the Jet, because the least we could say is that, mechanically speaking, he's been activated, and now he has the champ, he has the agent to go forward, to make the difference, to take that space on the map, and he's going to be also needed.
And it's a big map, though, with a lot of space, and we've only got the Omen smokes coming out there for Prodigy. Now Brimstone's not going to come into play. Slight change, but then you have a Cypher, which is also so very needed. So we're going to have to see how this one pans out. Prodigy, certainly the ones that are heavily favored in this, but Institute, they could certainly cause an upset. And who never upsets, they always impress. It's Launders and Scrawny with their commentary.
Oh, James, you're so kind. We are one step closer to getting another team into the First Strike main event here in Europe. Yes, they've got a lot to prove here on this third map. There's questions that surround the side of the Institute. I do appreciate the fact that we've got him back on Jet, though. Loki, he was really good on Split when it came to closing that distance, closing the gap to his opponents, disrupting the backline, and while he still performed well in terms of kills on Sage, he wasn't able to get in their face. And now that he's back on Jet, I think maybe, just maybe, he can set his team up to succeed. Will Prodigy lock things down with their second chance to qualify, or does Institute run through them and cause this upset? It's time to find out.
I'm right there with you. We saw a top-fragging Sage, which was impressive. But imagine if he had the tools of Jet again in that second map, how much more he could have done and how much he showed us in that first map. But it's gonna be a lot more about the map itself, I think, which will make things maybe a bit harder here for l'Institut. And Loki, I don't know how individually comfortable he is on this map. Maybe he's the reason they don't play it. I don't know. It'll be really on Prodigy to show us what they can do. Okay, he makes space across the site. A couple of shots in. Classic kill for him, but trade back.
Tweenie was able to catch a kill on Delazzy. That one going down on the A site in the meantime. Boo's committed to the corner, trying to shave one off of the hookah. They've got 2 players trying to push out. Nice teleport from Existence. You know, we said that he is on Omen, the playmaker in and of itself. Well, he's delivering. This is a player with years of experience in these kinds of high-pressured situations when games matter most. So why wouldn't we look to him to deliver here in this third map?
That was an interesting one. The Omen teleport. The Omen teleport into that corner. He saw him in the corner, but he like teleported right in front of him, but he had a teammate shooting at him from hookah.
Kind of just looked to swarm, to overwhelm. But I mean, look, we just talked about how we wanted to see, or rather I just mentioned how getting Loki back on the jet gave him a chance to close gaps.
I want to see that, yeah.
Bro, did you not see it right in the pistol? Immediately dashing into the middle of the site.
You really don't even have to like read the rule book. You can just Tony's gonna drop this frenzy. Wants to get a kill. Or the shot, I guess. Yeah, honestly, jump. Dash. Get across the site. Everybody just needs to follow you. Go on command. It's super easy. Tons of space. That's why Jet's so popular. Jet's always sitting at the cool kids table. And Val. It all starts with a pistol. We are pausing the game for just a moment. I can't promise that, but it doesn't. I don't feel like it's going to be long.
The lobby needs to be reset.
Yeah, so we'll reset the lobby. It all starts with a pistol. Where do you put? Okay, what's your favorite maps? Let's go map tier list. Your favorite
tier
maps.
list.
Just your favorite maps.
Number 1.
Yeah.
Haven.
Okay.
Number 2.
Wait, don't forget about Icebox included.
It's not included.
Okay, well, I thought you like it.
I
No,
like
wait,
it
do you like it
because I can abuse noobs who don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
You know, listen, maybe it'll get there in the end. Maybe it needs some fine-tuning.
I feel like I'm the noob because I feel like I've heard people say that when you're like good at it, you like it, and only noobs say that it's a bad map.
Are you calling me a noob?
No, because I'm the same way. Like I don't.
That's what I thought.
I'm also a noob, so.
Haven, Ascent, top tier.
Okay.
Bind and Split, middle of the pack.
Okay.
Icebox, not good.
Not good. Don't like it.
No, that's my personal opinion.
Yeah.
But I think I may also be biased. I just have never liked snow maps. Ever since Snowbound in Halo 3.
I don't like snow maps either.
Dude, I don't like snow
because
maps.
it's too white.
It's very white.
It's too bright.
It looks cold. You know, I live in Montreal.
We don't stay inside in the winters in Canada.
You know,
to play on virtual freezing maps.
Exactly. I look out my window in the middle of the winter to a tundra. I do not look back to my monitor to enjoy a tundra. Put me on some tropical stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Connor basically has to wear snowshoes inside to get around. That's how much snow there is where he lives.
I don't need that.
And then he wants to play Icebox.
But then at the same time, there's also, I know there's a demographic of people who are like, well, I love playing on snow maps because snow is so beautiful. Those people don't live in snow.
They don't live in snow. And they're right, but they're not. They don't know why.
Yeah, that is fair.
They're right, but they don't know why. Snow is beautiful in real life, actually. It's just not the cold that comes with it that's not fun.
Yeah.
And then to have to relive that in a video game, which is also not
in
fun.
hindsight, I actually enjoy winter weather more than I enjoy winter maps. So maybe it's something else about it.
It is weird, actually.
Maybe it's the visual.
I've actually come full circle on that, too. I think that same thing.
Weird place to be in. What's your tier list for maps?
I have a tier list. Okay. Okay, for me, I think I have 3 tier lists. I have the maps I like, the maps I think are good, and the maps that I like to watch.
Okay. You're a complex guy. I'm not surprised.
The maps I like to watch in Pro. Bind is number 1. Haven's near the bottom, actually. Haven't seen Icebox yet. Split is near the bottom, and what's the other map I'm missing? Missing one map. Haven, Split, Bind.
Ascent.
Ascent.
And Icebox.
No, not really. I really like watching Bind, I'd say, for some reason. But Bind is very low on my playing tier list.
Right. You know what's cool about Bind is the teleporters. I like the fact that Valorant maps have unique elements every time. You got 3 bomb sites, spike sites.
I do like the one instance of teleporting into teleporting and making your opponent run through spawn 2 ways.
I just like maps
I like
with rotation.
watching that.
I like that the B site on Haven is less. I find it honestly, it's less of a site as it is a rotate that you can plant the spike at. You know, it's a very common route that people need to use to rotate.
I like Haven.
Yeah.
Except for the retake meta.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah. People abandoning bomb sites.
People are almost not. It's almost like, where is anyone playing if no one's even playing on a bomb site ever?
Yeah.
Sometimes people are not playing on any bomb sites.
Honestly, Haven actually has 2 attacking halves.
It does feel like
both
that.
sides are attacking.
You're attacking from the retaking.
You attack an empty bomb site, and then you attack a planted spike.
Usually sites, you know, you'll have like one site that gets retooken.
Yeah.
Retaketh it more. But on Haven, it's like all 3 are actually very friendly to retakes, which is a little different. But I think it comes with the territory with the skills. We get a lot more retake situations, but it's an interesting one. Where I feel like because of the way that Bind is set up a bit, it feels more like more stable in that regard, where you can play on sites. You don't have to play retakes.
I think
you don't feel dumb for playing on sites.
It's kind of the nature of having 3 sites.
3 sites.
You know, if there's 2 sites, you're not going to completely abandon one unless maybe you don't have enough weapons. You know, you're trying to go 5 pistols on one site, whatever it has to be. But when you have 3 sites, you kind of have to abandon one.
It does feel like that a little bit. But sometimes they're abandoning 2, or you know what I mean? It feels like no one's even in a site sometimes.
Right, which would be the equivalent of abandoning 1 if there was only 2.
If there was only 2, kind of. Not exactly correct on the math, but it's close.
It doesn't make sense, but it sounds like it does.
It sounds sense.
You can follow the logic. Or maybe there is no logic to follow. Let's talk about Icebox.
Okay. I mean, I had fun playing it with everybody the other day.
We did enjoy ourselves. I don't think our opponents did.
Yeah.
Icebox is cool in that it introduced verticality. You know, I enjoy verticality in my video games. I like being able to walk into a location and kind of having to check up and down and left and right. I love the mouse movement that comes with a map like Icebox.
My sense is very low.
But there's also kind of a lot of verticality. Or there's verticality added with an abundance of locations. I don't mind having to look up and down, but I don't need to look up, down, left, right, up, down, right, left, up, right,
like the
down.
Konami code.
It's a little too much. You know, you walk through the middle of that A site on Icebox, I essentially just spin my mouse in circles and hope it lands on
like
someone.
A dishwasher.
Do what you gotta do.
I mean, I can't. I'm on a very low sense. 0.22 at 0.22 at 800 DPI? 0.22? Yeah. What are you at? You know?
1.26, I think.
Holy smoke.
800 DPI.
Wait a second.
Don't look at me like that.
Seems very high.
Maybe it's 0.26.
I mean, mine is low.
Sorry, it's 0.26.
That makes more sense.
I'm an elbow player.
Me too.
Yeah, dude, I gotta.
You gotta be at that set.
I gotta swing that.
Or you gotta have like the longest wrists of all time. Abnormally long wrists.
I don't get the wrist flickers. Can't do it. Not built that way.
I'm not built different either.
My arms
I enjoy just the full arm control.
Yeah.
I just want to be part of it, like a painting. Right? I don't want to be drawing with a pencil. I want to be drawing with a paintbrush.
Yeah, give me that big canvas.
Brush strokes.
You know, one day, I don't know how to make this happen. I mean, I do know how to make it happen, but I don't really have the space to make it happen. You know, it's the equivalent of like, I think if somebody said like, okay, what you got to do an art project.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be good, but you have to do it. You just have to accomplish one.
Yeah.
I want a big canvas.
Yeah.
I want a 12-foot tall, 12-foot wide canvas, and I just want to have 24 paint cans.
Yeah.
And to just be able to
fire in the hole.
Exactly, man. Raise me up.
Okay.
Let me just chuck that paint. Like, think about
They're gonna start
think of the
swinging arrows at it.
emotion. Think of the physical connection and emphasis you could put into just spraying a canvas that big with a paint can.
Yeah.
Tell me that wouldn't be rewarding. That is art in its essence.
I think you belong at Burning Man.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe I do.
Go sober though.
That's the plan. Always on point. Like Pipson.
Pipson. Boo. He looks unshaken. This music is a vibe.
Like that?
Yeah.
I remember I was saying that like one of the beautiful things about Valorant is how I don't mind waiting for my friends if they're taking a long time to sit down to play.
Yeah.
Because I can just sit at the main menu. Main menu music in Valorant is top tier.
Yeah. It's like it's like yeah. It's like Firelink music in Dark Souls.
Ooh.
It stays with you.
Good comparison. Ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
I see all chat. I see teams readying up.
Cool.
I believe.
Should casters end the tech pause?
I believe we're ready.
Awesome.
Soon, TM.
Man, his blinds are really they're destroyed. But blinds like that always get destroyed.
Always in that same place. It's always after the string.
You could not touch them for 6 months and come back, they'd be destroyed.
Plus,
this is what happens to blinds like those.
We saw the rambunctiousness of the background dog.
He was leaning. Yeah, he was actually, maybe he did destroy them actively.
Worth.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's there's making contact right now at the blinds.
Okay. I got another idea.
Go ahead.
Sorry, guys. Another tech issue came up just to keep you guys in the loop. Just to keep you updated. You're a part of this with us. So, first issue solved.
Yep.
Second issue occurred.
Yep.
Which character in Valorant? And everybody in chat, get your voices, get your opinions voiced on this. Which character? Get ready. Which character in Valorant?
Okay.
Has the best voice lines? Go.
The one that always, like, I just hear Viper's voice lines in my head, but I can't actually name more than "Welcome to My World." Get out of my way. Yo, they're super dead. Yo, they're super dead. I like that one a lot, actually. Phoenix is up there. Okay, what? Go ahead. Do you have one in mind? Who's number one? Okay, mine's Sova.
Sova? You're just gonna, yeah? Okay.
Revealing area. Chalk dart.
I think it's Brimstone.
Molly. Okay, yeah.
Molly.
Molly's iconic. Less than 1 year into the game, Molly is absolutely iconic. Molly.
Because it's got that.
Open up the sky.
Open up the sky.
And what's the what's the voice line for if you're on the same team or if on the opposite?
I can't remember.
What does he say against you or towards you?
A computer in front of us, right?
That's true.
Let's do.
Open up the sky. Okay, can you do all of the alts off heart?
Off.
At least one of two voice lines off heart.
Off the top of my head?
Yes.
I don't think so.
Okay, try it.
Okay, trying?
Yes. Okay, Viper.
Welcome to my world.
Jet.
I never played Jet.
Watch this.
What does Jet's
Watch
voice
this.
sound like, though? Now that's my question.
Watch this.
Watch this.
Not like.
Get out of my way.
No, don't do that.
No, okay.
Phoenix.
You super dead.
No, that's the curveball.
Oh, damn. I thought you okay, one voice line. You mean
From the
ultimate lines? Oh, damn.
One of two.
Don't know.
I don't know either.
Put me on the spot, man.
Isn't it watch out? No, it's not. I can't remember what it is.
I've got them right here. I can't do them off my top of the head, so let's just do them off the internet.
Do breach.
Breach. Off your feet.
Easy. All right. Don't look. Don't look.
Okay.
Close it. Reyna. I can't remember.
No.
That's a hard one for some reason. What is Reyna's?
Because Reyna's not ulting. Oh, now you want the list.
Well, just spoil it one at a time.
Okay, spoil it one at a time. We did Viper.
We did Viper, Jet, yeah.
Jet we know not to do.
Watch this, get out of my way.
Breach.
Let's go. Get off your feet.
Yep.
Raise, here comes the party. Oh yeah, that's right.
Hold on.
There's Reyna right there. They will cower, the hunt begins. The problem with Reyna's, it doesn't take over the server.
Yeah.
It's very under the breath.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Like, I'm gonna kill you, but you're not even gonna know about it.
When I hear fire in the hole, okay, I know what's coming.
I go back to spawn.
Yes. I go back to spawn and try to sell my guns because I just want to rewind.
Start next round.
The hunt begins. I'm not afraid of that.
Don't spoil anymore. What are the other characters? Okay, Cypher.
Man, it's like 11 p.m. I don't know.
Well, I just want to give me a corpse.
I'm trying to think. No, give me a corpse is when it doesn't work.
Oh, when
give me a corpse. That's when you're trying to close the distance. You know, Reyna, she can grab orbs from across the map. Cypher has to be standing on the corpse for him to see it, man.
That's true.
He may be blind.
Oh, we're ready? We're not done though. No, I don't want to. Unpause. Okay, apparently we have to start the game. I was not prepared for this.
Okay.
What's Cyphers?
Cyphers are... I know exactly where you are.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Classic.
No one knows Sages. It's fine. Not enough Sage being played anymore.
Prepare for Hellfire.
That's a good one, too, actually.
Molly.
Talk.
All right, guys. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for staying with us. Thank you for being here. Welcome back to the action. Round 1 was for the Institute. You may have forgotten about it, but the pistol was played. It featured Jet dashing into that B site.
Oh, he should die. Okay. He does.
Ooh. Kill coming out from Boo, but Apo shuts him
One enemy
round and follows up in with another. So, from 1-round win to 2-round wins, Prodigy take the start.
Nicely done. We'll start the next round now with buy, at least. I think they're thinking about it. No, they don't. Are they in a good position to buy? They were going to, right? One would imagine. Surely. Coming up on the end of freeze time. Oh, is everything okay? Oh, there is another tech pause. Okay, pull up the website.
What else do you want?
Is that everybody?
That's everybody.
Oh, shoot, we did everyone.
Yeah.
I can't do anybody else's anything.
All right, let's look up Sky's voice lines because we haven't seen a Sky here tonight, despite her now being able to be played.
Oh, you can do Sky's. Well, oh, wait, it's an Australian voice line, right?
Yes, she is an Aussie.
Aussie.
Oh, I'm looking at Paladins. I was like, yo, what is... That's
not the right game. Are we ready? Oh, thank goodness. Okay, we're...
Nice. Good save.
We're back in the game. Out of freeze time. Tech pause is over. 2-0 start for l'Institut. Twinny gets tagged. Spotted.
Some concussions going down to the garden. Loki makes that first contact. Now here's the thing, if Loki can dash out of Hookah into the site, then I think he's really going to be able to open things up, as we saw in the pistol. But it's actually getting to the exit of Hookah that could end up being a problem. That's why he's so low on HP this time, because we've got that pesky player back there. We've got Boo himself. Oh my god, Spectre? From that distance, good thing he hit the headshot. And now they're looking to follow suit into the B site. It is still defended. They've got Pipson back here on the elbow.
Get the dart out.
And the rotate's over already. Existence drops the paranoia. Looking to mess with the players deep on defensive spawn. This is 4 members up for the retake attempt. Prodigy gonna try to move their foot and feet outwards, but it's shut down after just the one. Pipson and Happy, good for a couple of kills between them, but Existence is looking to be the difference. He throws the paranoia. Queenie's able to line one up through the Omen smoke, and Happy is left walking away. Shut down as Existence nails his 3rd, and Institute take 3.
That was just an unbelievable amount of ammo that was shot from both sides. I felt like it was 10 Spectres that we were watching, just shooting constantly that entire round. Some good plays being made. Key point of Existence holding his ground in the middle of the site, making sure to lock off the choke points. Nobody can escape when Existence is around. Mood is high here for Existence. Oh, a little tech pause maybe. Pull up the website. I don't even know what website it is that we're pulling up at this point. And what jersey is that?
I don't know.
It's just a jersey.
Sky Ultimate Voice Lines.
Sometimes when I record my YouTube videos, I put on jeans just to feel like I'm at work.
Really?
Yep.
Makes sense. It's not always a good thing to stay in sweats all day.
Yeah.
Sky's alt line is, I've got your trail.
But how do you say it in Australian? Yep.
I've got your trail.
No. You did Nigel Thornberry. Oh, I heard you.
I've got your trail.
He tested it off mic. He hit his mute button just to say, "Oh, I've got your trail."
I can do Nigel Thornberry's Crazy Son.
Okay. I hope people get the reference. You're gonna sound like a complete whack job. People don't get that reference.
Oh, we're getting deep, boys. L'Institut with a 3rd round on the board. Come on. Looking to take this T side, attacker's side by surprise, okay? Everybody's writing them off, as they should be. They've got such a non-existent sample size of maps played on Bind. And yet,
it doesn't matter.
Wow.
It does not matter.
Low-key's able to deliver.
They're honestly dropping like bots.
Just dashing into the man.
Spike planted.
Institute made different, built different, delivering different to the expectations we set. A flawless 4th round and a flawless start to this 3rd map. 4-0 and no sign of slowing.
Wow. We got a new map in the pool maybe for l'Institut. It was just such an easy round. That's the weird part. But I don't know. Did they have... I don't know. I guess they didn't have everything to work with. I don't know if that was a full-on eco or not. But yeah, they were just getting mowed down. Okay, so... Another default in the 4-0 start. Lean towards A. They're going to pressure up short. And I'm a big fan of these executes. One of the reasons I like watching this map. So this paranoia is huge for Lamps. They cross over. So much space being made here by Loki, and the opening kill as well as info on the second. That's all you need.
Again, the ability of Jet to dash into the back line of Prodigy has worked out wonderfully yet again in this round. Happy and Pipson 1 kill apiece. And a 2v2 ensues.
Take flight.
That bow's gonna drop the Owl drone. Gets that bad boy soaring forward, looking for the info. He finds his mark and gets the information that he's falling back closer towards his spawn. Oh, but Hoodie, he comes out from heaven, nails the shot. And now they're going to be thinking that Tweenie is still all the way back on bathrooms, especially with his spy cam just outside the door. As he gets onto that, check him out. Oh, anticipated! He thought that they had fallen for it, hook, line, and sinker, but instead, he loses his head. And we've got Prodigy on the board.
Well, it was a good play. Pipson had to be aware there. I think he took a fast step for no reason. would maybe be an issue. Also, not knowing where Jet had smoked and was running a little bit low on time to get the kill. Here's the play that makes it a lot easier, right? Happy from within lamps, pushing out at a weird timing. That's the area they thought they had control of. Jet dashed over. Again, the execute was good. It was clean. The follow-up was not so much, so we'll see what happens now. I feel like we're constantly seeing a lot of innovation with the executes on Bind, and a reason I'm kind of surprised that Existence doesn't play it more. He loves his executions.
It's a fair assessment.
Yeah.
There are 9 ultimates available in this round.
That's a lot.
It's 9.
It's a huge mind game at this point. Like the only one
anything is possible.
Anything is possible. Like you have to literally go Galaxy Brain, play 4D chess, upside down, underwater, split the blindfold.
Just going for the Omen TP. Got the Hunter's Fury coming out. It's actually Tweenie with the opening kill. That's denying Happy on his quick rotate. Loki giving cover with the operator. Hoodie's got one off his sniper. Then he whips out the knives. He's not wanting to sit back on the back line, but rather move this one forward. Fisher dodging the knives. The Blade Storm comes up empty-handed. 10 bullets left in the magazine here for Pipson. But he can't find anybody. They're doing such a good job of dodging him. Just leaving him to his own devices. Time, it's ticking quickly, and he has nothing to offer us here in the clutch. They're going to try and chase him down, gun him down. And, well, he answers. That is his 3rd kill in this one from Pipson, but a 5th round on the board for l'Institut.
That's a huge save. I mean, they would not have been able to buy that off. Maybe Delezi could have potentially... We'll see what happens next round with the money here. Just want to take a look. No, they wouldn't have been able to buy this without that save, so that is a huge save. And a very nice 3rd shot. Here, a lot of the kills come down in heaven. Everybody gets mowed down trying to enter from, I guess, you know, one of the more expected positions, you'd think. Which is surprising. But I think we see l'Institut get the execute they wanted out of the short hit that they couldn't last time.
Definitely. They got into the lamps.
Let's see if this operator can actually make a difference. Used correctly, we know how strong it is.
Deploying Get out of my way!
Oof. Poor Boo. Just 2 shots in the shorty. Knowing all those players are right behind him. Yeah, he gets chased down. Loki absolutely rude. Meanwhile, Pipson here inside of Hookah.
What the? Oh, that's
talk about timing.
I feel like it might have been a sound thing for him. The way he turned, I've been there before.
Oh, but Happy. Nice play. Comes out of the elbow. Nobody giving cover to the spike planter. Then suddenly we've got the showstopper on the 2nd attempt. He will get Apo. It's a 3v2. Institute still with a good chance to close this. Ooh, and Loki laying it down with the operator gives them their 6th round.
Connor, what the hell is happening? It's looking like so easy, honestly. That's the weird part. It's looking very easy. I mean, to be fair, that round is not when there's a huge investment. It just looked like a lot because there was the, return alts. There's actually a high amount of alts just overall. We saw 6 coming into this one round, so I think Prodigy played it to win. Using 2. What did you say?
I said jet dashes. I think there is really something valuable with Loki being able to close the gap. He's disrupting the backline of Prodigy. And is the emergency protocol in place?
Yeah, like they're not doing a good job of countering him, and he can just basically win around if he does it properly. Yeah.
It's one thing to get a kill from a distance and then just have a 5v4. It's another thing to get the 5v4 and be on the bomb site.
Very true. Very true. Definitely in this game, you can even die, not get a kill, and it'll be worth it for the amount of information you gain sometimes. And yeah, he's doing way more than that most of the time. So smoke comes out, but so does the execute. Oh my god, that's a lucky shot.
Yeah, robbed. Loki's got the high ground, though.
Definition of high ground right here.
Looking to keep them from exiting out from their spawn, but Pipson, wow, lines up another.
Oh my god.
Existence robbed of his life. 3 versus 3 is what we are left with.
Spike planted.
And the spike is planted. We've got a player revealed on the site itself. Fisher going to be using that flash to try and keep them back towards their spawn. Paranoia hits the mark, but low-key now down. 2 kills from Hoodie, looking good. Tweenie on 17 HP gets clapped back by DeLazy, and a second round for Prodigy. Both those players exiting out from the defender entrance. That was crucial to the retake. You could see how badly l'Institut wanted to keep them pinned in that position, but they fought tooth and nail to get out, and it won them the round.
The only player I really liked there from l'Institut was Loki. The way he got up, high ground, he stayed calm in the middle of the site, dropped out for the rifle, got a second kill. It seemed like he was the only one who really had full control of what the circumstances were. Everybody else was running around like headless chickens. And Pipson did a great job, of course, of getting the 2 kills he did. A little bit lucky on the first one, but the idea was correct. Just kill him on the cross. So, you know, what's the difference if you can see him or not? The second one, it's off sound. So it's just a beautiful kind of targeted hit on the right side of the site. Just beautiful aim right there, even though it's through the smoke as well. And yeah, feels like Loki is continuing to be the only person to have impact, but it's enough most of the time.
Ooh, but he's got a test ahead. 2 players.
Oh, that's not.
He's gonna hold this.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he gets smoked off. DeLazy goes down. Well, Tweenie opening up the A site immediately. You're gonna see that Jet and Hoodie try and rotate over. Happy being left to his own devices for now. Tweenie gets both the rotate and the opening kill as Existence clears Happy out of lamps. This gives them the 5 versus 2 post plant. A 7-2 scoreline looking likely.
Damn, that's it. Here. They've got a... Oh, are they gonna use it? A body to work with? No real value in Boo's ult for this round, so they'll just cool it with the operator. But look who's on the hunt. Loki's like, get in my way.
Ooh. That helps Pipson now. You know, Loki is it's a little bit more difficult to justify the chase when they know exactly where you're at. So yeah, he's gonna let this one slip by. Spy cam from Pipson. Maybe keeps him alive in the moment. Still trailing by 5 rounds. This attacking half from the institution looks real good.
There's the man. He won his duel versus Happy straight up in lamps. Denied him from making a play. Happy's scoreline, I think he's pointed on that first map. Most deaths. He's kind of up there right now.
Yeah, he was really shooting for the multi-kills, you know, trying to be what he is, which is sometimes that super hyper carry.
Yeah.
But, you know, we talked about Institute maybe having somebody else step up to the plate, and you know, we mentioned Existence because of his experience. Well, Tweenie's delivering. In that last round, he gets both the opening kill and drops Hoodie, who was trying to rotate in to help Happy, who absolutely needed assistance in the 1vx. So, Tweenie is just 1 kill behind Loki, and we have not seen that yet in this series. Hunter's Fury coming out from short, clearing the sight of DeLazy, but Boo's got a headshot into Tweenie, so speak of the devil, he's down. Happy on the retreat.
Oh, what's happening here? 4v2 already. They'll get moving. Rotate into the site. We've still got this threat of the camera here from Pipson. Oh, he misses. Quite close to that tag. That would have been sick, to be honest.
He has another dart.
But cage trigger.
Pops the cages. That is the spike carrier and his teammate both on site, and that helps a lot. Existence taking Hoodie off the rotate. Apo with 1 as well. Still, it's not enough. Existence in the 1v2 clutch falls to the eventual peak from Pipson. He did a good job of just staying in his corner, waiting for the rotate, and getting the job done. 3 rounds to the board for Prodigy.
Yeah. braiding these Cypher plays for sure over on the B site. When they need it the most, he is coming through with some of the information, some of the kills as well. A lot better than I think on that first map. This was a pretty good attempt at the spam from Happy, but it just answered back and he doesn't have much HP to work with. So, I mean, still so far so good.
Shadows traveling.
But the adaptations for Prodigy are looking better, I guess. Especially towards his short hit. However, Loki starts off quick with another opening kill in the first 10 or so seconds. Quick.
Prodigy have to hang on to what's left of this half. I mean, they cannot afford to lose these last two as well. This is map 3, boys. This is the decider. This is the first strike main event on the line. And this is a very fresh roster. Existence and Co. Happy waiting. Oh, but Fisher walks right in, takes his head clean off, and pushes the pressure onto Boo and DeLazy, the only other two defenders in position. Boo, oh my God, had he kept going forward, that could have been huge, but now he's being actively flanked. He does double back, but not in time to catch Tweenie by surprise.
Exactly.
Neural theft coming in from
left.
Cypher, that's massive. So much information offered in this 5 versus 2. And Prodigy just gonna look to fight tooth and nail to bring it back. They're on the escape route, and it gets cut down by Fisher and a Poe. 8 rounds to the attacking half of the institution.
My, that's brutal. They're not even allowed to leave. Damn, this is actually like the makings of a really big upset. As you mentioned, of course, it's getting a bit late now, but this is a very serious match despite some of the early pauses. We're rolling. It seems like the mood is actually still very high for the Institute. Some frustration here from Happy. I mean, the match speaks for itself. The circumstances are pretty immense here. Already had an insane first match to start the day. This one's equally as important. And it looks like things are going well on a map that we didn't expect here for the Institute. But you can see why. The executions look well drilled. Loki is on form. And, oh man, even small mistakes like that getting caught off guard. Oh, that trade takes too long from Boo.
Yep. But he's gonna whip out the knives, but 5 HP left over. Shock Dart gets him dead to rights.
With the ult out.
Yeah, big plays. Oppo's gonna go for the plant. Pipson in with a kill, trying to shave off the back line of all this. Rolling Thunder moves outwards. And Tweenie, well, he's moving in on lamps to catch the headshot to DeLazy. The attackers take a 9th. L'Institut is so close to a 3rd map win that the pistol could make all the difference.
Pistol.
One more team getting a spot at the first strike event after this halftime break. Despite all expectations and despite little preparation, we have l'Institut in an incredible position. They are leading 9-3 after the attackers' half of Bind. And they could very well take this in convincing fashion, as they did the first map, as their opponents did the second.
Yeah, it's been sweep, sweep, sweep.
If this pistol goes their way, we're talking 10-3 versus what is a talented Prodigy. First strike, EU main event is on the line.
Happy versus Existence. Just such a weird matchup. It's such an interesting one. But yeah, everything is on the line.
Will reveal their secrets.
Go get him.
So the second half begins. It's heavy on the B site. 5 players in this direction for Prodigy. 22 HP for Happy already. He is low. Hoodie's able to open up. Catches the kill onto Tweenie, who was just outside the hookah window. Then, because they've lost their backline, they decide to go forward. Good call. They could rely on the rotate coming in from their spawn. A deep tremor charge onto the site.
Spike planted.
Spike planted regardless. Now, one of the issues here for the Institute is that Prodigy have a deep position in elbow. 2 players all the way back there. Not to mention a Cypher on Garden. Hookah is great if you can hold them off the site. That is a ridiculous kill. Just anticipates the TP, hits them through the wall, and they will get one, but it's done. Boo, with the 3-piece for Prodigy, they'll find a 4th round.
Such a beautiful little clip there for Boo. I mean, that's where Existence has been TPing on both halves. Nicely read, basically. Gotta love that. That's an important, of course, a desperately important pistol. We saw tons of frustration out of Happy on his cam from that first half. Things were not going to plan. Just taking a second glance at the score, he's 5-13, and I only bring that up because he is a hyper carry. Yes. He is a hyper carry in the world for Valorant.
Highest stats, man.
Yeah, with the stats are absolutely insane, and he plays Raze constantly and perpetually. So, okay, Loki, he's not done yet. Sheriff out for 1, and it's a good kill, but it is only 1. Showers will get cleaned out. They'll push across the site on A. Existence in for a hot flank, but it will be on Pipson's watch.
Yeah, he is fully honed in on it. Alongside Hoodie, so a very scary crossfire to try and puncture through. Not gonna happen. Not with the lesser weaponry. Prodigy facing Loki first and foremost. Yes, they lost a player before that spike could go down, but since that has happened, there's no further success here for the Institution. They will lose this round, giving a 5th over to Prodigy. That 4-round lead looking like it may get cut down, but we've got guns up. All across the board, it's weapons a-rolling.
Comebacks are really I mean, especially because the ults build up over time. As long as you're putting up some kills, that's why the Sheriff kills and stuff like that actually matter. Depending on who gets them, you can start to build up a bank of ultimates. If things are really going badly, you can fall back on a, super important one. Just have one setup, just guarantee a round, get one step closer, and even apart from that, of course, you're defending here on Bind, and we have yet to see exactly what Existence has planned for their setup. Certainly, it's a hard map to prepare for. If this was a map coming into this, we didn't even know they played much. So there's going to be a lot of on-the-fly learning here for Prodigy and not so much the other way around.
Trying to split this B site. Defense has now been bolstered. Rotate is in position. Ooh. Oh, and you know what? On top of it, they've got a Jet flanking. Loki, he got over the trap wire without it being popped. So if Apo can do enough damage here on site, they're never going to see it. But he is getting himself kills on the feed. Loki can't come in fast enough. Oh, but now he still has him. Element of surprise. Spike has dipped out of the site, moving over to A instead.
Yeah, but okay, look at our Jet is actually coming in. Loki's really close, gets caught by the trap wire. Spike will get put down safely. Player in heaven is trying to peek up. I don't know if Existence was spotted.
Yeah, he TP's back over. He had such little health to work with.
Is an interesting spot.
They think he's maybe gone showers. Loki. Oh, he's trying to find him through the walls, but that's not going to happen.
They know they're here.
Oh, and he walks right in, gets headshot instantly, as opposed to Existence setting up Loki, who had way more health. Existence just not able to get any footing in this mid-round moment, and because of it, Prodigy will absolutely take their 6th.
Honestly, for an improvised post plant, that was pretty good. That was the best that they could get. It was an atypical spike plant to avoid specifically short and the flank through CT, which is through the defender spawn officially. It was technically a flank at that point, and yeah, look at the spots they had. This crossfire actually worked out beautifully. Using the default box against that wall, I mean, it's just the geometry involved with where Cypher was sitting was so key that he was in that spot and how deep he was in it, that they could get information and set up for a kill and cause distractions for each other. It still could have fallen apart, but I think that what we saw was the best that we could see. That was cool.
Damn, and had they stuck around on that B site, Loki had them. He's able to get over that trap wire. Flank was so exposed. But I love that they didn't commit to the spike plant, you know? Didn't feel comfortable enough to put it down, and I think that's the beauty of Bind. Teleports really open up those last-second decisions to just abort. Apo inside of the smoke, Pipson taking down his teammates beyond him. 5 guys up for Prodigy, and that stays true. He tries to find the spike carrier with his hands busy, but can't even manage that kill. Spike Cam catches Existence on their backline, and they're gonna have fun going hunting for him. This is looking like a 7th for Prodigy. Dude, they are making this comeback happen. It is still early days on the attacker's half, but that's a 4-round streak to start.
We're starting to see Happy become more comfortable, especially with the way that he's attacking Hookah, working by himself. He loves taking these 50-50s on attack as the lurker. It's what powers up the whole team, is that he never needs someone to hold his hand when he makes these plays, and is working out quite beautifully. So we'll see if that continues to be a problem. The one man I think that can stand to him and literally can out-duel him consistently in this series is Loki. We've seen him already on this map win a few duels that are important versus Happy, but we're really going to see Happy do a lot of the same thing on most of these attacking rounds.
Footy opens up. It's a big kill to take on the B site, and especially doing it so quickly. Yeah, they could try to teleport behind you, but, well, there's nobody to slow them down on B. So by the time the flank gets into position, it's already going to be so deep. They try to run into the hookah, and that's going to cost them. Happy playing that close smoke, traded out a single kill to his name. Apo able to get his gun back out. Oh, and that's the kills they needed. Boo able to answer, and despite Apo's best efforts, he's going to wrap his way around the elbow. Apo's so concerned that he's still back there that Boo's going to start walking in behind him, but the defuse, it's halfway through. He's sticking at the distance. It's so close, but Boo denies it, and it's Prodigy to take the round.
Oh my god, that was so damn close. Within a sliver, and Boo locks it up. The paranoia is key. The patience was key. He did want to walk around, of course. That timing, it gets hard to figure out in your mind whether or not he's actually got it, but he plays it perfectly. Had to get on it 1 second earlier on this trade. I mean, that was a risk by Happy to empty the entire mag. Could have delayed for an extra couple seconds there as well.
If Boo is tucked,
damn, dude.
If Boo is tucked in the corner for the defuse, that little half second more, could have been the difference.
Yeah.
Mind you, maybe that reposition is also what adds a little bit to the timer. So, I mean, minute moments are what that last round boils down to. But what's crucial, the takeaway, is it's a 5th in a row for Prodigy. They are supposed to win this map. From the get-go, they were meant to. An incredible first half showing. A 9-3 scoreline nearly cut down after all 5 of these first rounds are picked up by Prodigy. DeLazy flying the Hoover.
Okay. Some info. He'll activate off of it right away, actually. This is kind of a big kill, right? Isn't it? Okay, Boo comes out for the instant trade. Who this favors is up for debate at this point. They do get them off long, which might have been something he would have committed through. The early hookah long splits have been pretty potent, but now Institute with the hookah control back, plus the fact that they pushed them off means that they can now rotate over towards the A site and help Omen
30
out.
seconds left.
Hoodie just whipped out the Blade Storm. Existence.
Oh, God.
Shot to hit. He falls for it. The blast pack offsets crosshairs. Happy then comes in with a kill of his own. And he's got a showstopper, so if he nails the rotators, this one's already done. In a 2 versus 4, it looks unlikely. They're gonna walk right in. Oh, and it's executes. 6 rounds in a row to tie this game at 9.
Jesus. They get him to leave, but that doesn't get them the win. That is really tough. I mean, yeah, Existence gets played like a fiddle. Player comes flying across the site into cover, can't hit that first shot. Plus, it's Lamb's control, and then the second guy comes up for the trade. He's wishing he didn't shoot. Don't know if Ray spotted him in the air, but probably. His hands were tied, really. Tack pause called. Couldn't be at a more important moment.
For a map that you have not had time to prepare for?
Yeah.
It's adaptations that can be the most difficult.
Sure.
It's protocols in place. So Existence absolutely needs the time because whatever they had on the attacking half worked. Whatever has happened so far in the second half hasn't.
Yeah.
Clearly. They're getting out-rotated in the mid-round moments.
I think that's the big one, right? It's the rotations.
Teleporters,
We're
man.
so good at gaming the teleporters and forcing you to be scared and over-rotate out of sights, and then using it against you.
So now not only do your opponents have the edge on this map from the get-go,
Yeah.
the momentum of 6 rounds in a row.
I think
3 ults compared to the 1 neural theft of Tweenie.
Right.
This is the moment where even though the economy still doesn't allow Institute to buy in, that Existence has to take a breath, pause for his team, and try and find a winning solution.
I actually do understand. Okay, hold on. Oh, that's the kill! He finds it. That's enormous. My goodness.
Dude, the delay for the 3rd shot?
Yeah, into elbow. Disgusting.
Loki was looking for contact on long. So first, oh, wow, Happy. Hell of a headshot.
A tag?
It must have been, because he has 30 health.
Wow. Man, he didn't shoot the boom bot. Was so patient. Baited that. He's been trying to use players' information against them constantly, but the risk does not pay off.
B-site crumbles. After that, Hunter's Fury from Delazy and Happy getting away with being tagged. He sits up on top of the box, calls them in from the TP. Last man's on a long flank in Tweenie. Prodigy for a flawless round to take a 10th and a 1-point lead. The unthinkable is happening. Did you see how deflated they looked after that first half? And now, round after round, they find themselves in the lead. Prodigy, only 3 away from getting into first strike.
Just right, yeah, just perfect. Just so many good moves. Okay, where does this bullet go?
Hits him. He hits him.
How is that not high enough? Okay, well, I mean, a number of things just go sour. But I think the real issue is the fact, again, that if they want to push these extremities, they know that Raze is staying alive in the middle, or outside of hookah, always causing problems. They can't kill him. They can't push the extremities. Where are they going to win? Okay, they grab Happy. I like the ideas, okay? I like the idea of they feel like they need to push as opposed to sit in sights because that's not working. That's great. Weaponize Loki. He's a mercenary. He likes to do these things by himself. Go ahead. Let him breathe. And he is consistently winning duels versus Happy. Basically most of the time, I'd say, this game anyway. No, just a simple walk into showers. They're not expecting that lurk. And it's another unique opening here for Prodigy once again.
All of a sudden, that A site certainly in question. A little bit of information comes up for the defenders. Apo has to deliver, and then some. Loki's able to catch the counter jet, but Fisher dies in the meantime. TP's opened up Again, they fall for it, hook, line, and sinker. They just heard that. They heard that teleport from B to A, and then they take it from A to B.
30 seconds left.
Loki's gonna try to chase them, but the spike's gone down on sight. And Pipson, he's still lingering a little longer.
My goodness.
At some point, he's actually gonna be so far removed from all this that it could come back to haunt them. It's a heads up 2v2. Oh, an existence only able to get the one.
My goodness.
Again, it's the teleporters in the mid-round.
This is the teleporters in the mid-round. Boo having a fantastic map. He was a bit quiet first two. Here, he's really taking control of things. Right off the jump from that pistol round with the spam into existence into like the 3K ghost round here. Pipson also catching some lurks by himself. There's a spot where Loki gets the opening and the second kill. Pipson answers back on his revenge frag on a separate part of the map, and then nobody else can trade out. This is really tough. This is a huge hole to dig yourself out of, even when Loki is being used properly and getting kills. And oh my god, spam on both players. They're getting punished so hard.
That's a huge scalp to take.
They can't even get the orb. It cost them a player just to touch it.
Cover going out.
Looking to rotate back into the A site yet again. Dude, they have done this dirty.
Against 3 alts.
Ooh, that could be such a crucial kill. He has the Hunter's Fury. If he drops that on short right now, he's going to get a lot of info. But if he peeks and dies, this A site crumbles. And that's exactly what happens. Look how open it is for the taking. He has no teammate near him to plug this hole. Is it worth hanging on to that ult? Happy peeks right out into existence. An easy execution. Everything has fallen in the meantime as Tweeny's flank comes in from the back line. It is 12 rounds for Prodigy. This is ridiculous.
They haven't lost a round this half.
9 rounds in a row on the attacker's side. They had 3 at the end of the first half. We are talking an absolute collapse from the underdogs in Institute when they thought they had their opponents by the neck. They have somehow dropped the ball, or rather Prodigy have ripped it away from them. And if they can do what they have done for 9 rounds in a row just once more, one of 3 needed to close this third map, then what we can say about Prodigy is they persevere. This would not only be a reverse sweep in the series, but a phenomenal comeback in this final decider map to put their names, not an organization, but an agency, alongside some of the best in European Valorant. We get the Blade Storm popped up early, and Prodigy look to buy their time.
Could this be it? Happy controlling middle once again outside of Hookah. Pipson holding for that lurk. They come right back to short. They're speeding it up. And Apo knows what's about to hit.
Oh, Hoodie, quick trade. That's the Blade Storm down. A shock dart into the stomach of Happy. He's going to take out that showstopper. But there's no targets nearby to take.
Oh my god. He's actually going to get a kill off this.
Ridiculous! Deep into the defender's spawn. He waited so long before pulling that trigger. 2 knives left on the Blade Storm. We are talking 10 flawless rounds in a row from Prodigy. At this point, it's all on existence, and that is unbelievable.
To get to the 100K finals. Happy leads the charge, bounces back in the second half. The calls are there, the executions were clean.
Think about the relief that has to have for a guy like Happy. He comes back up the scoreboard, can't even catch up with a guy like Boo, who is leaps and bounds above everybody else. I mean, his team owe it to him. In this third map, Boo takes over. But for them to persevere like that, Happy, one of the highest rated players in the entire world, has one of his most quiet series ever when it absolutely matters. And Boo is the man to step up and deliver. Congratulations, Prodigy. You are amidst some of Europe's very best in the main event. There are only 2 slots left, and we crown those last 2 spots tomorrow. But the analysts come up after the break to dissect what has to be one of European Valorant's very best comebacks ever.
Welcome to the Flashback, where we'll be taking a closer look at the games from the Week 1 playoffs and showcasing some of the rounds that we saw from the qualified teams. In this episode, we'll look at Summon FC versus Exile Esports. Summon are a team that have been around for a long time, but suffered in the public eye by missing out on invites to closed tournaments. When qualifiers were there, so too were Summon FC, and you'd regularly see them make it all the way, or at least to the final stages of these qualifiers. As a core, they've been together a long time, and with one addition of TSAC, we've seen this roster reach new heights, culminating in their name being amongst the first 4 to make it to First Strike. We're 5-5 on Haven, Summon FC on the attack. A buy round for both teams as Summon use out their drone early to clear long and short. They're actually clearing the corners, making sure nobody from Exile has pushed up to get early information. The same can be seen on long on C, where the Omen on the map is just peeking that angle, slowly making sure nobody is pushed up, and the turret on middle again, ensuring that there's no advanced information. At this point, they know Exile are tucked in. Usually, this means that it's going to be a 2-1-2 setup, but Exile have actually droned out A themselves. On the back of that, they rotate around an extra player to C, and so Summon FC, unbeknownst to them, are running into a stack. This smoke from Omen is really interesting. You see it on the minimap there. It's outside of B. This is what you throw when you're pushing the B site, but in fact they use it to fake those players and drag one over towards B. They still run into a stack though and lose the opening duel. But here's where it gets interesting. A position by Boaster in Garage catches them off guard. He finds a frag, ults the back of the site, and they look to push forward. His trust in his teammates in this instance is insane. He doesn't even clear that back corner. His teammates instead coming out, Doma checks it and takes down the Omen instantly. This coordinated attack allows them to overrun the bomb site, each checking an angle and having trust that their teammate has their back. And then Summon FC win the round with 3 players left alive, even though they had ran into a heavy stack. Now that is some damn good reactions. Summon FC are behind in round number 18 until Mystic pulls a 3K out of nowhere. He then shows us exactly how you should deal with Hunter's Fury when you have the man advantage. He sticks the spike, starting the defuse up till the halfway mark, and then, knowing that he'll die, allows Doma to run in and begin sticking it anew. While he's doing this, you'll notice Boaster runs all the way down short to try and take the fight, distracting and delaying the retake for long enough so that Doma can win out the 1v2 after he dies and win the round. This is perfect decision making from Summon FC from start to finish, and a masterclass really in how to deal with Hunter's Fury. With Haven under their belt, Split went to Summon FC as well, confirming them as one of the first 4 teams to go on through.
Flashing clamps, flashing clamps. There is a trap. I got it. Backside dead.
Bathroom.
The arrow. I destroyed arrow.
One bathroom. Loki.
One TP.
Two bathroom.
I'm planting.
And CT.
One
2
CT.
bathroom and CT.
I'm coming CT with you. Happy.
Last 2
Nice.
backside.
I'm going once.
2 behind.
I'm holding.
Just
Go double lamp.
One short. I'm droning.
Peek on me. Okay.
I will drone and tag. I don't see.
They were double behind.
Picking short.
On the right.
Tagged.
I have to go back.
Have arrow in front. I'm holding bathrooms. Come on, let's stop him, bro.
I told you we will win! Nice!
Oh my god, Moit.
Do you know what that was, guys? You know that good old meme? I'm not gonna lie. They had us in the first half. We start slow, but we finish fast, you know? Because that's what that was, right? It was 9-3. It was Institute looking so good on their attacking side. You mentioned it, Maniac. Existence, able to use the experience, able to micromanage the pieces. But when you come onto that defensive side, you can't be the front runner. You can't see all the pieces. It's way too much for him to do. And you saw the cracks showing. They looked confused. They were stumbling over each other. They didn't have the right reactions to what was going on around them. And Prodigy took full advantage. 10 in a row.
They were phenomenal. That was a phenomenal comeback. And I want to give praises to Prodigy for what they've done.
Yeah.
That was insane, you know, to come back from that 3-9 deficit, coming into this game as favorite with the pressure that comes on top of it. People would laugh them out if they'd lost to Existence and that 3-week-old team, right? So let's not make it only about what Institute did wrong, but I agree with you. On that defense, we could see that they did not have the protocols, which means the individuals had to make a lot of decisions, and unfortunately, they took a wrong one. We could see in the clutch situations, they lost a couple of 3v1s. I could see Existence face palming when they're losing these clutch scenarios. They're peeking, going for information. You can see they're one step behind. It's like you're playing music, but you're just out of the tempo, and that's exactly what happened.
It's what he wants to be able to do, is sit there and try and puppet master him at times, isn't it? Because you can see the frustration, you understand what's going on. But I think for them, this is a great performance on a map that you just don't play, right? This is something you can certainly build upon if they do want to. What we got to point out, though, on Prodigy, we spoke all the time about Happy, about Hoodie, these two being the star players we're putting the focus on. Well, Boo, he popped up. He was there just breaking faces.
Yeah, Big Boo definitely stepping up when it matters the most. And I mean, look, somebody had to, right? Somebody had to for Prodigy. We had to see something different. And if it wasn't going to be Happy, if it wasn't going to be Hoodie, yes, Ascent, Hoodie took over with the operator. But this man right here in the third map, and not just any third map, but the third map after having only 3 rounds on your defense. Like, dude, you don't get players who can keep themselves composed and still perform. They're not as common as you'd always hope. And Boo clearly earned that respect, earned that ability to call himself one of the, one of their best. Because that's Big Boo taking over tonight, man. And let's be real, when the pressure is on, right? That's when the diamonds are created. And Boo is exactly what he needs to be tonight. Just
you talk about pressure, and I think I found a clip or round rather where we could see that pressure mounting for L'Institut. That was a 5 versus 4, 10-9 scoreline. You see here Twinny again, as I told you, going information when you shouldn't, turning that 5v4 in a 4v4. Loki doing his best, fighting Hoodie at this point in time. Pipson good with the trade. Epo is supposed to be in the best of position, but the call-in, the game sense for Prodigy, and now Epo again falling to pressure, goes behind, misses a couple of shots, and now it's a 3 versus 2. What used to be a 5v4 with all advantage, Loki going in alone. It's disjointed. It looks like they're gasping for air. They're trying to make something happen, but Prodigy in control from A to Z, even when they're on the back foot.
And you can just see it, right? They're like, oh, we've got this. And they're trying to apply pressure when it's just not needed. And they're putting themselves into the pressure, and it's something they couldn't handle with it. I will be saying, though, that I didn't expect them coming into today to even get a map, right? And they got a map with a very convincing style. They put up more of a fight than we thought. We can see that there's something to work with here, but it's a team who didn't even care what happened, right? For them, this was a win or lose game. It was just like, we're here to chill, we're here to have fun.
Yeah, nobody cares until you are only, 3 rounds away from getting into the main event. Like, you could see the passion start to come out from the cams. You could see that they were invested emotionally to this outcome because they realized what chance they just had tonight. And for that chance to be taken away from them, I mean, Prodigy basically just siphoned the happiness out of their lives.
Absolutely.
And it probably feels real damn good.
Well, I'll talk to a man that is always happy, not by just his name when it comes to it. Now, after this big win, Happy, you guys have done it. You've done it through going in both weeks of qualifiers, making it to the playoff stages, being oh so close. But my, oh my, how did you feel on this last map? Because they gave you a run bigger than you would have expected, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, it went a bit according to the plan. We knew that we had some troubles on Split, and it was probably one of their best maps. Ascent went our way like pretty easily, and we got really surprised on our city side because, as you saw, like they were leading 9-3. But I think like as soon as we got the pistol, everyone realized that we got this. We just have to grind, and this is just what happened.
And now you've made it, though, right? You've come through the main event. You've fought away from all the best of ones. But right now for you guys, what's next on the horizon other than this, right? Because you're still looking for an organization. Is it now trying to increase that map pool and fix the issues like we saw there?
Going to the basics on Split, I think I don't want to go into too much details, but we are trying to make something work. And I've been monitoring our results ever since that game against Liquid on Split. And like we got good results on practice, but when it comes to officials, sometimes we we don't win the map. So I think it will get us into a talk to see whether we are going in the right direction on Split. and we always knew that our city side on bind was a bit weak. So I think it's not really a matter of like map pool. It's more about like on bind, it's all about our city side, and on split, maybe it's more of a macro decision that we have to take as a team. But yeah, definitely. Like I think that tournament showed that we can prevail in best of one, but we still have a lot of work to do to like get into the details.
Well, first of all, congratulations from the disqualifier. I just want to ask you about, Pipson, and we know he's the IGL, but what's your dynamic with him? Do you help him, building the game plan during the live calls, or do you raise frag people?
I mean, you should know, right? Like,
I know.
I like being involved. I guess I'm bringing, like, for example, some pistols, which we don't have a really good track record on, but I bring some round strategies, like some stuff I see sometimes on NA, or like really about execution, or trying to play on some timings and stuff. And I also like to make calls. I think it's a bit dependent on the map. For example, I do it way more often on Ascent than I do it in Split, for example. But I've done that on Bind a few key rounds, and I think it helped Pipson on like seeing what we should do and how they play, because I usually tend to get a lot of info either by sound cues or just seeing people, and I try to help him in that regard.
All right. Look, it's no secret. You, Kevin, me, we play together in Valorant, and I need to ask you, how much of mind games were going on to this game? How were you trying to predict what Kevin was trying to do? Existence for the viewers, like how much mind game were engaging?
To be frank, like not so much actually, because when we came into the game, I said to my team, to the team, like it's a mix. They have nothing to lose, and they will play really basic, and they basically just did that, as you may have seen on stream. Like they played super basic. They just played their card, like they went super hard on the Jet, and they make her really comfortable. She had a lot of freedom, but yeah, like I think we just crumbled under the pressure a bit on our city sides. But I mean, the only round that made me kind of smile was on Split when Existence smoked both entries on City's phone, and I was like, that motherfucker is not here.
I called it in the green room. I said, oh, he's faking Lipin. Oh my God, that was a good one, yeah. Indeed.
Yeah.
Oh, these are the moments we live for. Now, Happy, I've got to ask you one other question on this, right? You've qualified and been at many big events in your career. How does this one feel, though, doing it in Valorant and doing it after you've left the pro scene and come back into a new one?
I mean, it feels good. Like, I've been yapping about I really want to, qualify for the main event. I mean, on Valorant, there are not really too much tournaments, except, especially the big ones. So you kind of want to be in that, like you get in the club of people playing on the big stage in the main event. And it was really important for me. So I'm actually like super happy about the win, but I know all the work that we need to achieve in order to, like, as you said, fix our map pool. And as I said, like fix the mistakes that we've done. But it feels good overall, really good.
Well, you're certainly a man who knows how to fix all these mistakes, and I'll let you get on towards that. Maybe a day off or so, but Happy, it's always a pleasure to talk to you, and best of luck going into the main event, man.
Thank you.
I love it. He knew. He knew. He knew about the open play, right? And it must have been one of those things in his mind where he's like, really? You're trying this against me?
He really got me for that, yeah. That was fun. There's a lot of history on that server and on the too. But I agree with Happy, what Nasty 2 were bringing to the table, they just did with the little preparation they had. Basic, good call, good instinct, trade frag, good spacing. That was enough on the first map. Unfortunately, on Bind, on defense, they could not play with these cards.
It's like even the first half of the third map, they looked fantastic, right? Like we're gonna get swept away by that 10-round spree of a comeback. There's no way that that's not like the most talked about point of this third map, but it was 9-3, and the offense looked good. But again, I think it was the teleporters, dude. We talk about like the gimmicks that each map in Valorant has, and if you're not prepared for any particular map, I feel like Bind can really punish you, because you saw the panic. You saw the flustered moments coming out from l'Institut when they would have players, or rather opponents, on a site, but no spike plan. So many times Prodigy just sat there with the spike out like,
waited, and then all of a sudden they'd be gone, right? And then once you have them scared like that, once you have them chasing your tail feathers, and then you just dip out with the teleporter, it's easy to leave an anchor watching it. We saw that one round where a Poe tries to give chase and gets caught coming in just a second after them. Like, if you're not prepared for those procedures, if you're not ready for those kinds of moments, you are going to get lost in the map itself. And I feel like that's what happened. Yes, it took something special from Boo. It took perseverance from Prodigy. But if that's not bind, I don't think it happens as convincingly.
No, I agree with you. And just to quickly touch on that panic side for Lancetio, right? I do believe that the next evolution for them is going to be individual growth and an evolution, because there's not always going to be a guideline in every round as to how you're supposed to behave, how you're supposed to act in that round. Sometimes there is freedom for individual decision, individual game sense. And here on that bind, that final half, we could see that they were a little bit lacking on that. You know, making the right call, staying calm in key moments. They were making mistakes. So there's not always going to be a perfect round in play. Sometimes you have to make sense of the chaos, and that just wasn't enough this time around.
Well, these are the results that we saw from today. 3 maps all the way, and it was NOLPENKI and Prodigy, the 2 more favored teams, making it through to the main event. Certainly not easy for these 2 teams, and they gave us some great Valorant action. And now we're looking at our qualified teams so far. 2 spots remain already with Liquid, G2, Summon, FPX, NOLPENKI, and Prodigy. It is all on the line, and there's only 2 more best of 3s that stand in the way. These are the games that we will see taking place tomorrow, and it's Purple Cobras going up against Need More DM and Heretics against Finest. These are 2 bloodbath battles that we will see tomorrow. And Need More DM, finally another team who are in a similar situation to NOLPENKI, never getting their shot with a chance to make it all the way. A lot on the line once again.
Now or never. It's now or never for Need More DM. I agree with you. I think their situation is quite close to NOLPENKI. They've been around the block for a while. They were one of the earliest name when the beta came out and competition started popping off. They had a few interesting results. People were keeping an eye on them, thinking, you know, Need More DM, they could be the next big thing. They could be the next great team, but they've been blocked. They never really made it through that glass ceiling, never really sat at the big boys table, and it's now or never.
Well, do you know what? You've sat at the big boys table one time in your career, mate.
My days.
Yeah. You know, but Existence, he's still rocking it. Happy he's still up there.
Maybe it's a game for old people. That's what it is, maybe. We have a shot.
Well, I was going to ask you, right? Do you feel like you should go back to playing again? You were there for a bit.
Don't tempt me.
Nah, don't leave us.
No, I have a good
I don't want
here.
him to leave us. I'm just wondering, you know, like, he's seeing this, and I'm seeing his Maniac's brains ticking, and he's like, ooh, maybe I can.
I always love playing. I always be a competitor, right? But what we have going on is a good thing, and I don't want to leave that.
Oh, look at him. He's got those smooth, smart answers. We best get the hell out of here. We best get ourselves ready for tomorrow. 2 more best of 3s, 2 more spots left at the main event for First Strike Europe. You guys won't want to miss it. It'll be another action-packed day. We'll see you tomorrow.